Athletics Senior and Under-20 Championships, incorporating the Senior Para Championships, Under-23 Championships and CAU Championships. Here on the home straight, we have some of the officials who will be officiating here at these championships. As we all know, officials and volunteers are integral to the success of the event, so can everybody please put their hands together to say thank you to them for giving their time out today. And of course, if you're interested in an official, then please do take a look on the EA website and check out the exhibitor section to get involved.
Absolutely. Well, welcome back to the Alexander Stadium and welcome back to the England Athletics Senior Under-23 and Under-20 Championships. It's an absolute bonanza weekend. We have the Senior Para Championships, and this, of course, also incorporates the CAU Inter-County Championship. So, well, an athletics extravaganza. Scott Eburn here on commentary and Richard Newman alongside me for the next 2 days of competition. And if you joined us last night, you've seen a great evening of endurance action. And Rich, it starts with a fantastic set of 400-metre hurdle heats.
Yeah, good morning everyone. We have 400 metres hurdles for the next hour or so, split between the under-20s, the under-23s, the seniors across men and women. And I think, Scott, to be honest, we're looking out here at some pretty dark skies. They're getting a little bit darker. Hopefully the rain stays away from as much as possible today, especially for these hurdles events. Gets a little bit more trickier, don't want any more jeopardy. But yeah, getting underway in just a few moments' time with the women's under-20 400-metre hurdles. We've got 3 heats, which will get us started today. But athletes come from all around the country to compete here at the Alexander Stadium, and it's an iconic venue, and since it's been rebuilt for the Commonwealth Games, it really is a stunning place for athletics.
Well, we are pretty much exactly 2 years after the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games, and it is so good to be back here. You talk about rain. I remember last August I was here for the under-17 and under-15 championships, and on the first day it hammered it down with rain, and that was August, so not sure what it's going to be like today. This is the first race of the day, the under-20 women's 400-metre hurdles, and this is the first heat. It is Eleni Rodopoulou who goes in lane 1, Azari and Wankwo goes in 2, Frances Hogg in 3, Amber Macaulay-Zechner in 4. Arabella Wilson, she's the UK leader, has ran 59.08 this year. The Winchester athlete goes in that black vest from lane 5. Lane 6, it's Georgina Kite from Invicta East Kent and Jaya Collinson of Poole on the outside in lane 7. This is a 9-lane track here in Birmingham, and that's why Collinson has 2 lanes outside of her. Well, Arabella Wilson, real talent. She's a first-year under-20. We've seen her at the Indoor and Outdoor Championships over the last couple of years, and she won the English Schools title last weekend on this very track. Amber Macaulay-Zechner. Gateshead Harrier, a long way down from the northeast, but great club, great stadium in Gateshead as well. So race 1 of day 2 of this extended England Athletics Championships. This is the under-20 women's 400-metre hurdles. Well, always tough for the 400-metre hurdlers. So often they're the first race of the programme, and as expected, Wilson away cleaning, maybe just a slight stumble off that second barrier, and already past Kite and Collinson outside of her, and now Kite just starts to respond down that back stretch. Hogg moving nicely for the City of York from lane 3, and Wilson looking smooth. It is the top 2 that automatically qualify for the final. The next 2 fastest will go through on time. So Wilson here looking comfortable, looking strong as she always does. The real battle on for that second automatic qualifying spot, and on the inside Rodopoulou starting to come through strongly, but Wilson at the front then. One more barrier, takes that well. Hogg in second, can she hold on for that second automatic qualifying spot as Wilson comes through the line? The stadium clock doesn't stop, but it was around 61 seconds. And Frances Hogg gets second, and it was Arabella Wilson, 4.34 on a vest, that took the win.
Yeah, fairly straightforward win in the end for Arabella Wilson. And there was a bit of a battle on there for second place, wasn't there? You can just see on the track right now the exertion that they've all had to go through. They've built up for today, trying to get through, and we'll have to just wait and see for some of the others, the third and fourth place, whether they are going to be two of the quickest to go through. 3 heats, of course, 2 automatically qualify, and the fastest 2 from across the heats.
Well, some more long jump action. We saw the senior men last night, and this is the under 20 men's final. We'll be bringing you the results and some of the action from that event as well. Don't forget qualification for the World Juniors. This is the World Trials for the under 20s, so many different stories being told across this weekend.
Yeah, we'll keep one eye on that situation over the next few days. This is the start list for Heat 2, the women's 400 metres hurdles, and Stephanie Okoro one to look out for here. She's the only athlete in lane 2 who has dipped below a minute previously. Lily Noble in lane 1 for D-side. Okoro goes in 2, Louise Grenfell in lane 3. Anushka Berdichowski in lane 4, Ona Shibola in 5, Anna Nyongo in 6, and Lisa Halliday in lane 7. So lane 8 is kept empty. Just like the previous heats, the automatic qualification places go to the first 2, and Okoro in lane 2 will be the favourite for this race, as the fastest on paper at least. It's the under 20 event, of course, and we're mentioning about the World Under 20 Championships, which take place in Peru at the end of August, and we'll keep an eye on the qualification standards and what's needed for the 400 meter hurdles. You'll be looking at a time of 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 minute and 1 to go through. So, likes of Stefani Okoro would be in the mix. Just a couple of weeks left for the qualification for the World Under 20 Championships. It all takes place at the end of August in Lima. Just about ready to go for this second heat.
Well, you can see the high jump just getting underway behind our 400 meter hurdlers. This is the under 23 and senior women's high jump final. Some good names in that. Hallie Ferguson competed so well this season. Will be contesting for the under 23 gold in that.
Slight hold up then for the second heat here. Just going through some of the favourites for you again. As we mentioned, Stephanie Okoro, she is 14th fastest in the country this season. She's run a 59.79, but she's capable of going quicker than that. Her lifetime best 58.19, and as I said, she's the only one who has dipped below 1 minute before. But also watch out for the likes of Louise Grenfell, who's inching closer to breaking that 1 minute barrier. Has a PB of 102. Ona Shibola could also be a contender, as could Lily Noble, but all of these athletes have hopes of reaching the next round. We've gone through the final warm-ups. Lots going on across the stadium. We've got all kinds of field events going through all the way through the day. We've got the high jump, like Scott was just mentioning, which is incorporating, and some of these do, incorporating both the under 23s and the senior women. And there's the men's long jump and some shot put going on as well. Discus also ongoing for the men's under 20s. And we're ready to go then for Heat 2. Noble in 1, Okoro 2, Grenfell 3, Rodakowski in 4, Shibolo in 5, Nyango in 6, and Halliday in 7. So they get away cleanly and not distracted by the noise inside the stadium. And you can see there that Okoro has made a pretty good start there in lane 2, as has Nyango out in lane 6. And she's already up and past Halliday in lane 7. But Okoro also going well, and she's already passed Grenfell in 3, and now she's advancing on Berdichowski as well. So Okoro and Nyango looking like they are strong favourites to go through here. We just need to try and hold this pace and make sure there are no errors, of course. This can always disrail the athletes as they come round and start to tire, but Okoro looking in full control as they come round the bend into this final straight. And Okoro out in front, way out in front, but there's a real battle again for second place, just like in the previous race. Okoro nicely clear, but in lane 1, watch Lily Noble, and there's a clip there, and Okoro comes through for the victory, and a strong finish as well from Lily Noble. So Okoro and Noble go through as the automatic qualifiers.
Well, I'm just looking at the results from that first heat, and Arabella Wilson, the English schools champion from last week, is showing as disqualified. I'm just wondering whether there was a lane infringement or maybe the trail leg coming around the inside of the hurdle.
Yeah, that's a strange one, isn't it? Because she was so far out in front as well. So if there was an error like that, it'd be a strange one, because she was never under any kind of pressure. Very odd. So yeah, Arabella Wilson has been disqualified, and the victory given to Hogg instead. And the beneficiary of that, of course, is Eleni Rodapolu, who's gone through as second place. So there we go. Okoro confirmed as the winner of Heat 2 though in 1:02, and Noble had a strong finish at the end. Grenfell will have to wait and see whether she will be one of the fastest to go through.
Stephanie Okoro then looking good, heading towards the final. She will be fancying her chances for a gold medal and maybe even a World Junior qualifying mark. This is the schedule for the morning. We've got around an hour and a half of 400 metres before we lead into the 100-metre flat heats. Pole vault starting at around 10:30 as well. They are just going through their warm-up. We do also have the warm-up track outside the main stadium here in Birmingham, and lots of field action going on there too.
We do have a reason for Arabella Wilson's disqualification. Basically, it's an illegal take of the hurdle, essentially. So her leg alongside, well, on the side of the hurdle, and not at the required height. So that's the reason why she has had her result disqualified. And it's if we look at the results from the previous race, then the two that are currently on course to go through as the fastest qualifiers, Georgina Kite from Heat 1, and in Heat 2, I think we've got Louise Grenfell, who's just about on course, but that could all change, of course, with this final race.
Well, Stephanie Okoro, she's a real talent. Obviously won that second heat. She has ran 58.19. That's her personal best set last year. The qualifying standard for the World Juniors is 58 flat. I wonder if the conditions are good tomorrow morning. It will be an early start. It always is for these four hurdlers. They get stuck at the start of the programme because it's easier to put the hurdles on before the other events, and then it makes life a bit easier for the track setter, but they don't get the best rub of the green in terms of preparation. You have to be here 8 in the morning, you've got to be up at 6:30, maybe even earlier, to try and feel awake by the time you get to race. I'm sure they'll be used to training at 10 or 10:30 on a Saturday or Sunday, but it's not easy to come out and compete.
No, it's. I think if anyone had there's the other argument, they just want to get it out of the way. You have to stew on it all day, I guess. So there are definitely positives to racing early in the morning, and they can put their feet up and get ready for the final.
Heat 3 then, third and final heat. Remember, only the top 2 will automatically qualify. Going from lane 1 then, we've got Nerys Tullet from Woking, Jess Downing from Hearts Phoenix, Sienna Kidd from Blackheath and Bromley, Ava Freeman from Birchfield. This is her home track, and she is the 3rd ranked athlete in the UK this year, first year under 20, so one to keep an eye out for over the next year or so. And Sophie Lisk in lane 5, Amber Bloomfield in 6, and Natalia Wolazuska, she's in lane 7. Another athlete off the 400-metre hurdle production line from Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Heat 3 of the under 20 women's 400-metre hurdles. Nicely away, and athlete to watch out for then, Ava Freeman in lane 4 and Sophie Lisk in lane 5. Good start from Bloomfield, from Blackheath and Bromley, already going past Wolazuska in lane 7, and reasonably even down the back straight. And you can see the front 3 of Bloomfield, Lisk and Freeman almost stride for stride, and now Freeman just starts to have the edge as they come into the second 200 metres. She's looking very controlled here, and her personal best of 60.64 seconds, Ava Freeman. And she's going to run quite comfortably over the next 100 metres. She has a good lead ahead of Sophie Lisk, the Cardiff Archer. What a club that is for producing young talent. And Freeman now with one more barrier to go. Nice and controlled. Bloomfield's there in 3rd. It's Lisk in 2nd, but coming through to take the win, Ava Freeman in just outside 62 seconds. So all 3 of these under 20 heats have been won in very similar times. The clock, for some reason, is having a lazy morning. It doesn't fancy stopping, but comfortable win for Ava Freeman on home turf.
Yes, well, a pattern emerging, isn't there, throughout these heats this morning so far. Clear favourites in each of the 3 heats, and coming through to secure easy wins as well.
Well, bronze medal here last weekend. Ava Freeman to set that personal best at the English Schools Championships. In good form, and it's always challenging for the 400-metre hurdlers, particularly if you're one of the favourites and you can comfortably win your heat, because running slower and cruising through the round really messes with your stride pattern. You need to try and get out over that first 200, and it's only really the last 2 barriers where you can perhaps ease off a lot more. So more hurdle action to come.
Yeah, we step up now to the under 23s, the women's under 23s, and just 2 heats here. So a slight change then to the qualification. 3 to go through automatically, and then the next 2 quickest across those 2 races. And in this race, look out for Orla Brennan, who reached the final at the British Olympic Trials at the end of last month, came 7th in that race. Orla Brennan again in this field, the only one who's dipped below a minute in the past, and she's been racking up wins and top 3 placings across meetings this year. So we stay with the 400-metre hurdles then for the next 45 minutes or so as we go through the women's programme, and then step up as well to the start of the men's. We go on the 20s, on the 23s and senior again. But yes, Orla Brennan, one to watch. She'll be going in lane 6. But it's going to be a real battle, I think, for the other 2 automatic qualification spots. Hannah Olvedi in lane 3 is knocking on the door of a sub-1. And so is Stephanie Brooks, who'll be going in lane 2. So there might be a bit of a battle on there in the inside lanes. And there is the start list for you. Stephanie Brooks in lane 2, Fredo in 3, as we just mentioned, Rebecca Weeks in 4, Mia Bates in 5, Orla Brennan will go in 6, Maya Stewart in 7, and Amy Christian and the Manx Harriers in lane 8.
So our lineup for this first
Orla Brennan.
The under 23 women's 400 metre hurdles. In lane 2, Stephanie Brooks of Yaton District, competing for Avon and Somerset, the CAU Championships.
For the
lane 3, Hannah Mulvey from
athletes have come from all around the country today
lane 4,
and across this weekend to be in Alexander Stadium.
in lane 5, Mia Bates from Team Bath.
So many different clubs always represented. We saw it last night, some athletes coming from Scotland as well. This is of course an open championship, so we will see Welsh athletes like we already have done and Scottish athletes coming here as well, because they know there's good competition, and particularly for events like the 400 metre hurdles where it's difficult to get regular open meet style competition.
Ready to go then for the under 23 competition. Nice and cleanly away then, and watch out for Brennan in lane 6. And Brennan already starting to close on Maya Stewart on the outside of her. A bit of a gap past that, but also Hannah Olvede going pretty well in lane 3. They'll start to unwind a bit as they come round this bend, but Brennan looking in control of this race, and she's well past Stewart and Christian on the outside of her, and she's streaking away. She's the class athlete in this field, and she's showing it here. But again, a reminder, the top 3 go through, so Brennan might be able to ease off a little bit as she comes down this final straight. But watch in lane 3, Hannah Olvede, who's up on course here, and it's a battle really for 3rd place. And in 4th, Rebecca Weeks trying to hold on, and she will do. So it'll be Brennan, Olvede and Weeks who go through, and relatively straightforward victory then for Orla Brennan, who stops the clock at just over a minute 1:01, but she didn't have to race through the line, and she can put her feet up, get the race plan together, and come back tomorrow for the final. All the finals tomorrow lunchtime, and we'll have them all for you, of course. You won't miss a moment on the track.
Well, Brennan looked pretty good there, didn't she? She is second ranked athlete this year in the UK under 23 lists, and no Emily Newnham competing here today. Young talent is down in London competing in the national 400 metres at the Diamond League, so it's really open here for Orla Brennan. She should be thinking that the goal is in the bag, but she's got to turn up and get the business done, and that looked a very comfortable heat for her. I think we'll see a lot more tomorrow in the final. Yeah, big threat probably comes from this next heat. Amelia Briggs-Good, the only other athlete in this field who has also dipped below a minute in the past. But Orla Brennan is a bit of a class apart in the moment. Got to get the job done, of course, as you say, Scott. Well, it would be a showdown of the Bucks final when Brennan beat Briggs-Good just a couple of months back. But if we haven't shown you already, this is the schedule for the morning. Lots of action, and once these 400 metre hurdles have concluded, we move into the sprints, the short sprints and the 100 metre heats. We've got 3 age groups and some para sprints as well today, so plenty to come. And whilst we had quite a bit of a breeze yesterday, and it was sunny, today it's overcast and still a breeze. So it looks like the sprinters will have a bit of a headwind if this breeze continues. Well, this is heat 2. Second and final heat of the under-23 women's 400 hurdles. Amelia Briggs-Good, she's in lane 2. Rachel Callan of Giffnock North is there in 3. Meg Willis is in 4. Zoe Ostrich going in lane 5. Charlotte Duarte in 6. And Teresa Tolan in lane 7. So Briggs-Good on the inside in lane 2. Good lane draw for her, gets a chance to see what everybody else is doing outside of her, and I expect her to cruise around the opening 150 and just get up on the inside shoulder of Meg Willis. Fellow University of Birmingham athlete, finalist at Bucks this year, Meg Willis. .61.04 the winning time for Orla Brennan in Heat 1. That's the time to beat. Could see 5 of these 6 athletes go through. Nice aggressive start from Briggs-Good on the inside. Already chasing down Callan, who goes in lane 3. Nice start as well from Charlotte Duarte. And here Briggs-Good just starts to cruise down the back straight. Very clean over the barriers in the opening half of this race, and Briggs-Good just extending that lead as she works her way around the bend, and maybe now the fatigue just starting to hit the legs slightly as she has eyes on the home straight. And Briggs-Good coming away here comfortably at the moment. Still 2 to go. Willis moving nicely and starting to build some speed into the final barrier, and Briggs-Good responds and will hold on for the win. 61.69. We said it would be close between these two. It was a well-judged race from Meg Willis as well. Just had a bit more energy coming into the home straight. And a comfortable win in the end for Amelia Briggs-Good. She'll be in the final alongside her University of Birmingham teammate Meg Willis. It could be a gold, silver, bronze for University of Birmingham's 400-metre hurdlers in this age group. But very impressed with how Meg Willis finished that race. Not far off her personal best, which is just inside 61 seconds, so she'll be looking for more come the final tomorrow.
Just try and confirm for you as well who has gone through as the 2 fastest to the final. And the top 3, of course, from both automatically through. Just having our results come through now. 104.25 to beat to get through, and that is, I believe, going to be good enough for the 4th place finisher in that race, which was Rachel Callan. But it won't be good enough for Zoe Ostrich. So Amy Christian from Heat 1 will go through as well as one of the fastest qualifiers. So we move on then to the seniors. And in this situation, again, 2 heats. And the 3 at the top will go through, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers. And in here we have Hayley McLean, 29 years old, but a former European under-20 champion. 14th on the all-time list in the UK. She won a 55.48 a couple of years ago in Belgium, and she'll be going in lane 7. Has a 57.51 to her name this year, and in this field again the only to dip below a minute, but there are others here who could threaten. Essay Okoro is one of them, as is Emily Bonnet. So Katie McIntosh goes in lane 2 from Newark, Emily Bonnet from Yeovil in 3, Essay Okoro of Birchfield Harriers in 4, Jodie Bythwaite from Kingston in 5, Stephanie Fisher in 6, Hayley McLean in 7, and Louise Robinson in 8. The first 3 will go through automatically to tomorrow's final. And we have another heat to come to find out who the next 2 quickest will be. So nice clean start, and Hayley McLean will be trying to stamp her authority on this discipline. But she's gone off pretty well, and she's already going past Louise Robinson. Slightly shorter frame of Hayley McLean compared to a lot of the other athletes in this field, but she's steaming through as she comes round this final bend. And watch out for Okoro as well, the long legs of Essay Okoro in lane 4. It's pretty close to McLean in this race at the moment as they take the 3rd to last hurdle, but it is McLean who's got complete control of this race. So it's going to be Hayley McLean and Essay Okoro, and then coming through for 3rd place to take the other qualifying spot is Emily Bonnet. So the 3 that we expected to go through automatically have all made good on that, and we'll wait to see who joins them. But 58.90 is a pretty decent time, and the fastest that we've seen today.
Yeah, solid run from Hayley McLean. She's certainly going well despite the early start. This is the under-20 men's long jump. This is Abraham Sharif. Well, they have fortunately flipped the runways today. The senior men's long jumpers last night were running into the headwind for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. I don't know whether anybody got the windsock out at that point, but they were running into the likes of -3 metres per second winds, which is not ideal. People want to get the big jumps, and sometimes the wind can be prohibitive as well with the various gusts. It can mess up your approach, but I think the long jumpers would prefer to try and catch a big one with a nice tailwind, and this is what we are doing today down alongside the old newsstand. This is Kevin Masukume. Derby athlete. Whilst the high jump continues. Masukume then. Gets the white flag. Thumbs up from Masukume. quite liked the look of that, didn't he? I wouldn't say it's cold out here today, Richard. I appreciate we are in the stand and that can sometimes skew our perceptions, but it is going to be 22, 23 degrees once we get to the peak.
Yeah, it's a bit humid, isn't it? I think today. I think even if it does rain a little bit later on, the conditions are kind of fine, aren't they? It's a little bit breezy. I think we're looking at winds of somewhere around 11, 12 miles an hour today. Nothing too prohibitive. But yeah, does feel quite close. I think once these athletes are going through their paces, I think they'll start to feel it a little bit. Not hot like it was last night. Varieties of the British summer.
Yeah, it was a warm one last night, wasn't it? I wonder whether anybody had their sleep affected by that heat. It was a bit uncomfortable for me, but
agreed.
Well,
this is the high jump competition as well, the women's high jump. You just saw Ada Rochford there, who was competing in Italy just a couple of days ago. Coming second in her event there. But yes, heat 2 now of the senior 400 metre hurdles.
Well, we have a little look at Harry Woods of Wimborne in the long jump. Just before he jumped, we saw Ian Mahop from Leeds City. Looks like it's going to get the white flag. But back to the track then. Heat 2 of the senior women's 400 metre hurdles. Sophie Ellis in 2, Jasmine Mitchell, Dejana Clark, Nisha Desai, Shay Clark in 6 and Chelsea Walker in 7. I keep an eye out for Chelsea Walker. She is very quick at 58.26 at her best, and we'll see who she can drag along with her. And Sophie Ellis on the inside, again another 58-second athlete going strongly from lane 2 and looking very clean at the halfway point. She has the lead at the moment, and Ellis looking good. And now as we come into the home straight, the stagger will unravel, and it is pretty even, but with the edge for Ellis. 2 barriers to go. This is where the fatigue, the lactic starts to hit your legs and it burns through. But that is great hurdling from Ellis over the final barrier, and she will come through comfortably with the win in 59.55 and takes the win. It was Chelsea Walker on the outside that got second, and that concludes our women's 400 metre hurdle heats.
Switching attention shortly to the men's 400 metre hurdles. Just the officials just be going around and adjusting the heights of those hurdles. And again, we'll be going in a sequence of under 20s to under 23s and then through to the seniors. On this occasion, there are just 2 heats for the under 20s. So the top 3 will go through, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers after that.
Well, great to have this split screen to see all the field action alongside the track. Just getting their block set up, the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles. Always difficult to gauge really how well people are running in these early morning heats. It is breezy, a bit blustery at times, although at the moment it looks fairly still, but the wind is different in different areas of the track. But that was a pretty solid jump there. That was Toxakambi Mortimer.
Yeah, this first heat of the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles. First 3 in this race will qualify for the final.
Hello, Grant at the top of the runway, the top right of your picture. The bar in the high jump at the moment is at 1m66, so still entry level for some, but for others starting to get to the business end of their high jump competition.
Archie Sims, Champion AC in lane 6, and Andrew Pereira, Reading AC in lane 7. First heat of the U20 men's 400 hurdles due off in about a minute's time.
Well, Richard, anything that you're particularly looking forward to watching this weekend?
You've always got to look forward to the 100 metres, haven't you? It's a pretty decent assembled lineup. I think it's just, I like watching the athletes coming through as well, and those that we may be looking at. You know, we may be looking at the Olympics in LA in 4 years' time. Who could be coming through? Who could be pushing for some of those spots? We won't even be knowing today whether we're watching some of the stars of the future, which I think is great. And also, you can just see some outstanding performances, especially from some of the under-20s. So that's something that I definitely will have my eye on today. What about yourself?
Yeah, I think there's one man in the next race that I would put a marker on as a potential for LA 2028, and his name is Sam Lunt, and he goes in lane 4. We've seen him indoors, outdoors over the last couple of years, and he's going pretty well.
Yeah, Sam Lunt already has the qualifying standard for the World Juniors, and it's not just about what is the World Athletics qualifying standards, but you've also got the UK Athletics who will be setting their own standards above that. So it stands at about 51 seconds and bits to make the team to go to Peru next month, and Sam Lunt already is edging closer to dipping below a sub 50, and he is the overwhelming favourite coming into this race. By far the best under 20 in the country, in the whole of the UK this season, and Sam Lunt will go in lane 4. Achieved his lifetime best this season of 50 and 30. There's Joe Beresford in lane 2, Luke Dronfeld in 3, Sam Lunt in 4, Nicholas Mazgalski in 5, Archie Sims in 6, and Andrew Crerar in lane 7. What sort of performance can Sam Lunt put down here? First 3 to go through automatically, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers beyond that from these 2 heats. So away they go cleanly, and Lunt is already very quickly up on these outside athletes. Look at him go, he's absolutely steaming through and off that back straight. Really trying to put a big performance here is Sam Lunt. Really interesting to see where he stops the clock, won't he? He looks in the mood, does Sam Lunt, but he's going to want to keep something in the tank for tomorrow's final. But he's putting on a show for those inside the stadium this morning. And look at that lead. He's got a good 20-metre lead or so, and he can almost start to ease off a bit here already. Sam Lunt takes the final hurdle cleanly and comes through to the finish, and he'll stop the clock in around about 52 seconds. Luke Dronfeld came through for second place, I believe, in 4th place. And was Kowski, but we'll just double check that for you in just a moment. But yes, Sam Lunt could have run a lot quicker than that, and we were looking forward to seeing what he could do. But he didn't really need to put the foot down on those final 100.
No, he's incredibly quick over the 60 metres, the 100 metres, and of course the 400 flat, and he anchored the GB under 20 4x4 team to gold at the European Juniors last year, so he has that foot speed. He's definitely not the tallest athlete, but he has got long legs, and that is exactly what you need in the hurdles, and he could have ran much quicker than that. So we're expecting to see something with a 50 point on the front of it tomorrow in the final. Who knows, maybe a bit quicker.
Just a confirmation of the results then. Sam Lunt in 52.11, and it was Luke Johnfield and Nicholas Zagowski who went through with him. And Andrew Creer, who finished in 4th place, we'll have to wait and see if he's got one of the quickest times, 56.18 for him. And he'll be watching this keenly, this next heat.
Well, some good names in this second heat. And we'll just keep an eye on this long jump in the top right-hand corner of your screen, because this is Abraham Sharif, who currently sits in 4th. He's been pretty consistent with his first 2 efforts, but gets a red flag. He's 4th with his second round attempt of 6 meters 93, and that is only 4 centimeters off the bronze medal position. So we will see how the next 3 rounds go.
The 6 athletes will go in this heat.
At the bottom right of your screen, that is the women's high jump competition combined for the senior and the under 23s. The bar is currently at 1.66 m.
Shane West from Medway and Maidstone AC.
Leading the seniors at the moment is Lucy Wallaker, and she's cleared both of her heights so far cleanly.
Fastest in the field this year, Oliver Parker, rugby Northampton. And 6.
It's really great to see the upgrade of technology at these championships and across the globe within athletics and track and field. We'll talk about running shoes as well, but just actually having a digital scoreboard for the field events, which you can clearly see, and having these live results. Remember, you can keep up to date with all the action and all the live results with the Roster Athletics app. All of the England Athletics Championships are hosted on Roster. That's where the entries are, and that is where the live results are. And they're coming up pretty quickly, and had an official time for Sam Lunt, 52.11 in that first heat. It was Luke Johnfield in second and Nicholas Zagowski in third. So
this is Janet Brown in the high jump at 1.66, and that will be the end of her competition. I believe that's her 3rd attempt at 1.66.
Signals.
So then heat 2 of the under 20s. And this is it. We could see nearly all of these athletes qualify. Nathan Rollins in 2, Chin West in 3, Noah Miller in 4, Oliver Parker in 5 from Rugby in Northampton. Keep an eye out for him. Shane Parry goes in 6 and James Harney in 7. These are the 6 athletes. Top 3 will automatically qualify. The next 2 fastest across the 2 heats will go through on time. And I said watch out for Oliver Parker, because he is absolutely tearing ground the first 150 metres here, and now he just settles down slightly into his rhythm. It's how you need to attack a 400 is get out quickly, get up to speed, and not ease off too much down that back straight that people so often do. And Parker has handled that incredibly well here. Chin West is moving nicely in through in that red vest for Medway and Maidstone AC, but Parker has a lead here, and he is storming into the home straight with a good 5-metre lead from West. West is an athlete that finishes pretty quickly, but he doesn't need to here. He's comfortably in second, and Oliver Parker storming away with this one. How close is he going to be to his personal best? It's 52.73. I think he was hoping for a little more with how he attacked that race.
Yeah, the reaction at the end would tell you that I think that was the case. The head in his hands moment of frustration. He wanted to go a little bit quicker, but maybe he can save that for tomorrow instead.
Yeah, he's certainly looking good indeed. And Sheen West stepping up an age group this year gives a little thumbs up to somebody in the crowd there. I think he'll be very pleased. He's got a lot of development to come, Sheen West, but very excited about his potential too. And talking of number 2, wearing number 2 in the right hand corner of your screen in the long jump, we have Sam Wright from Chelmsford, yet to register a valid jump. This is the 3rd round for him. You could just see he really did make a huge adjustment in the penultimate strides there, and that's another red flag for him, and that is an unfortunate day out for Sam Wright. We do understand that there was an appeal for one of our earlier 400-metre hurdle heats, and I understand it was from the very first under-20 women's heat for Arabella Wilson, and it now looks on the results that she has been reinstated, which is great to see, because we'll have that showdown between her and Stephanie Okoro, who were the gold and silver medalists from the English schools last weekend. So that's what we wanted to see. Arabella Wilson, as it stands, reinstated. I did speak to our track referee Noel last night, and he was hoping that there wasn't going to be any appeals this weekend. But that's his first on the second morning of the competition here at the Alexander Stadium.
The bar, by the way, for the high jump has moved up to 171. You may have just seen Lily Holt there. She fell with her first attempt. It's only just been raised to 171. And she was the first to go. So failures at this height for Evelyn Fontaine and Lily Bailey, just going through the under 23 competition first.
I'm just eyeing up the start list for the first heat of the under 23 men's 400-metre hurdles, and I can't quite believe the seeding, because this first heat is absolutely stacked. Jake Minshall, the Coventry Granada, George Seary from Blackheath and Bromley, and then Onyeka Oko. Those 3 athletes have all ran 50 seconds. George Seary coming back from a couple of foot injuries. He's spent some time in a boot at the early part of this summer, but is now back racing, and on paper he's the fastest in the field, but this is a stacked heat.
Yeah, it really is a stacked heat. It could be a cracker. It's one that we'd be looking forward to tomorrow for the final. Those 3 you'd think would be the ones who will be main contenders for it. And again, same situation here. The first 3 will qualify automatically for the final tomorrow lunchtime. So you think that those 3 on paper will make it through, but yeah, it is a stacked heat. And you look at the second heat, you do wonder why they haven't been quite split up between them, but you imagine it's going to be a quick heat anyway, so if they all run to their best, they're all going to be in the final tomorrow.
Yeah,
Jake Minshall is the form athlete out of this field.
He had to have great battles 2 seasons ago with the man in lane 8, Onyeka Oko, as under 20s. They tussled it out at English schools and the England champs as well, and they traded blows a couple of times, but this year it is Minshall who is in form, and Oko just coming into form at the moment, so good battle once again, I'm sure.
Jake Minshall, who was at the Olympic trials last month, finished 7th in the final. Just to take you through the lineup then: Kester Walsh in 2, Jake Minshall 3, Gus Carter 4, George Sterry in 5, Will Parry in 6, 7 is Drew Bradley, and Onyeka Oko in lane 8. tucks away nice and cleanly, and Jake Minshaw will be hoping to stamp his authority on this race, but also watch out for Onyeka Oko in lane 8, who's already opening up a little bit of a gap there on Drew Bradley, who's in lane 7, and also running well here is George Seri in lane 5, who's wearing the darker kit, and it does look like at the moment it is between Minshaw, Seri and Oko. As they come round the bend, there's not much to separate them, is there? Thrilling race here, and Minshaw just clips that hurdle but doesn't seem to have lost much pace. Minshaw still out in front then, and Siri in second and Oko in third. So these three that we expected all coming through to take their place in the final, and Minshaw stops the clock at around 50.90 unofficially. So not too far outside of his lifetime best, which was set this season, and possibly lost a little bit of time as well when he clipped that hurdle. The third to last, wasn't it, that he just clipped, but he didn't seem to lose much pace.
No, not at all, and I think a couple of weeks ago he'd have been delighted with something like that to run it in a heat, and now his ceiling has changed with that 50.4 personal best set recently. George Seri, though, I think will be delighted with that. He wouldn't have perhaps expected to go that quickly in the heat, perhaps, but he really committed. George is always somebody that comes through very strongly in the back half of the race, and he did then. I'm just waiting to see whether these results come through, but Onyeka Oko, well, maybe just left slightly. Looks a bit frustrated as he's walking off the track, but Jake Minshaw, 50.88 official. George Seri, 51.33. That's a season's best for him, and Oko, 52.34. We will see all of those three athletes tomorrow. They are automatically through, and yeah, just wondering how quick they can go when they're all lining up again in the final tomorrow.
I think Minshaw definitely left a little bit of time out there, didn't he? And a slightly cleaner race tomorrow, and being challenged by these two, Seri and Oko. Oko needs to find a little bit more form. He's not quite in his best shape at the moment. You can see from the times, he is an athlete that can push close to a sub 50. Oko will want more tomorrow, but he's done the job. He didn't have a good lane either, Oko.
No, it doesn't help when you've got Minshaw and Seri tearing around after you on the inside lanes. But we will see those three tomorrow. The second heat is on the track and just going through their final preparations. Jubril Adeniji from Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers goes in lane 2. Piers Lockwood in 3. Bradley Francis of Edinburgh, Scottish athlete here, goes in 4. David Roberts in 5. Benjamin Verbicas in 6. Ed Laws in 7. And Toby Watson. Certainly Watson and Francis would be two names to pick out in this heat. So
just to bring you up to date with where we're at in the high jump competition, bottom right, you can also see the pole vault there, men's pole vault, bottom left, so we'll bring you some updates on that a little bit later on. But bottom right, the women's high jump now at 171, and there is another clearance. There haven't been any in the senior competition yet. The under 23s are actually upstaging the seniors at the moment. Was Evelyn Fontaine, who's just gone clear at 171. They say no clearances so far in the senior competition.
Barring that pole vault at 4 metres 46. Great shot, isn't it, really, with the beautiful new stand in behind in the pole vault. Challenging conditions for pole vaulters. Jade Ivey won the senior competition last night, saying in the stadium afterwards that the conditions, whilst they were warm and sunny, were everything that pole vaulters hate. It was blustery, it was swirly, and that makes a big difference to the heights that they can vault.
Yeah, the pole vault is another combined competition, so the under-23s and the seniors taking place at the same time, and the height is currently at 4:46. Favourite for this one will be Adam Haig, who season's best of 5:35 and has gone 5:65 in the past.
So heat 2 of the under-23 400-metre hurdles, ready and waiting in their blocks. Away they go. Adeniji, Lockwood, Francis, Roberts, Verbicas, Laws and Watson. Good start on the outside in the black strip for Watson, moving nicely in. Verbicas going strongly as well. Francis though looking pretty good in the middle. Watson perhaps just having the edge as they come round with eyes set on the home straight. And Francis is in second. Verbicas in third. And it is Toby Watson, the Birchfield man, on home turf, coming away nicely here. He's going to book his spot in the final. 52.62. It's Bradley Francis that gets second, and then Ben Verbicas coming through in third. Those are the top three. We'll wait for the official result, but comfortable run for Toby Watson, and we will see those guys in the final tomorrow.
We're trackside with Dubai Alade, under 20 discus throw winner. So Dubai, couple of throws in those first couple of rounds, not quite so good. But what's going to be like in that stage? Stay back to basics, go for it, see what happens this round.
So we are going to step up shortly to the senior men's 400-metre hurdles. Again, 2 heats. That will be the last of the 400-metre hurdles for today before we focus on the finals tomorrow. And a lot still going on in the field, of course. We'll keep you up to date with the women's high jump competition and the men's pole vault, and the under 20 men's long jump, isn't it? It's very hard to keep on track with absolutely everything in the field, but we are all across it for you.
Yeah, there is so much happening. It is Abraham Sharif at the top of the runway, and he calls out for some support. There's maybe 20 or so people clambered down in the back straight stands supporting the athletes, and Sharif, really great leg shoot that time round. I think he quite liked the look of that. I'm not sure the results are going to come through live for us here. He fouled his third round attempt. His best is 6.93 from the second round. Just wondering whether we'll get a score come up for him. Well, now we've gone down to the top 8 in that long jump competition. We will run from 8th to 1st over the final 3 jumps. So Sharif, that was a foul for him that time round. Miguel Gesa from Sale gets a red flag as well. Jack Phipps in there in the pole vault as well, bottom of the screen. The pink vest you'll see is of the Glasgow Jaguars, who compete in the National Athletics League. A lot of travelling for them over the course of the season.
In the women's high jump, by the way, the bar is currently still at 171, and there's only one senior woman who's gone clear at the moment. That's Summer Leckie. Ava Rochford's gone out of the competition. She's had a pretty good week in Italy, but comes here and is out after 3 failures. 3 through in the under-23 competition, and in the pole vault, bottom left of your screen, very, very early stages. So some of the favourites like Adam Haig are skipping these heights that he'll come in when it starts to go above 5 metres or so.
Well, the first of 2 heats in the senior men's 400-metre hurdles getting ready. And in lane 2, it's Andrew Ajube. In 3, Seamus Derbyshire does not start. He was on the start list. I'm wondering whether he's pulled up in warm-up. Connor Henderson from Scotland in Kilbarchan goes in 4. Ben Schofield's in 5. Tyree Donovan, one of the fastest in the UK this year, is in 6. And Stephen Garrett of Shaftesbury Barnet, back to his absolute best, goes in lane 7. Well, there's a lot of music around the stadium, and there's a lot of action around this top bend. It's the javelin, is it?
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was actually a warm-up. I think one of the athletes didn't realise that there was a race about to go, so it was one of the women's javelin throwers had just gone onto the track where she was warming up for her competition, so they had to just make the athletes stand up and have to reset.
So, athletes back behind their blocks. There are 5 athletes lining up for this. All 5 could go through. It is the top 3 that automatically qualify. Tyree Donovan has been in the form of his life. And it's a yellow card for Connor Henderson. I think even he looks a bit surprised by that. I certainly am. Very experienced though, Connor Henderson, best of 52 seconds. I don't think he'll be too fazed by that. Certainly capable of making the final. We'll be lining up behind Tyree Donovan though, so it's Ajube goes in lane 2. Nobody outside of him in 3. It's going to be tough for Andrew Ajube in lane 2. Con Henderson's in 4. Then Ben Schofield, then Tyree Donovan, and then Stephen Garrett on the outside in lane 7. No issues this time, and good start from Donovan. Going to drag Stephen Garrett along with him, and it's fairly even between the other 4 behind Donovan, who so tall, so smooth, doesn't really have to step over the barriers, he just glides over them. And Schofield now just moving up into what looks like second. Stephen Garrett will finish quickly though, so the battle really on for second and third at the moment. Ajube now moving into the picture with Donovan into the home straight at a canter here, looking very, very comfortable, very clean as well. Schofield there in second, Ajube in third. It's tight between those 2. Henderson coming through strongly, Garrett finishing quickly here, and it's 52.31 for Tyree Donovan at the front. Henderson just being out-sprinted by Garrett over the line, who picked up 4th, but we could still see all 5 of those athletes go through. It's 52.31.
So our first presentation of members of the day is
early start for these hurdlers, and it looked very comfortable for Tyree Donovan, who has around 3 seconds quicker this year.
15 metres, 17 centimetres. The rugby union, Zach Davis.
The pole vault bar now up to 4 metres and 66. That's Ali Ferguson in the bottom right of the picture, just lining up for another attempt in the high jump.
Yeah, 174, I think the bar of the high jump now, and only 2 have gone through to that round in Summer Leckie and Bernice Colson. Lucy Wallaker had a failure at 171, but she skipped her following 2 attempts. There's no other marker on her record, so we assume that she has decided to go straight through to the next round. But 2 seniors through, and actually there are more in the under-23 that went through, just one more. Hannah Ferguson, Elaine Fontaine and Lily Holt all went through to 174. There's yet to be a clearance at that height.
So the athletes warm up for the second
Long jump competition over on the far side from where we're sitting. So just on the back straight. Sammy Lott still leading the way with his third attempt of 7:33. It's the head of Sam Wright and Toxa Canby Mortimer. So 2 more rounds to go to find a winner.
City Sheffield and Dernacy, James Greenhouse. In lane 4, George White.
The second heat of the senior men's 400 metre hurdles, the last of the hurdles races over this distance today. Just about to get underway, and watch out for Josh Folds in lane 7. The only athlete who's gone below 50 seconds. He's achieved that this year. In fact, he's gone sub 50 twice this season, as Josh Folds managed that in Italy recently. In fact, he's gone 3 times, but not on home soil yet. So meetings in Geneva, Brussels and in Italy just last week. But he's yet to do that this season on home soil. Can he change that today? Josh Folds in lane 7, so he's going to have to run completely on his own there, really. Kaspars Kazmaks in lane 2, the 40-year-old from Latvia. James Greenhouse in 3, George Blake in 4, Jack Holton in 5, Sam Clark in 6 and Josh Folds in 7. Also watch out for Sam Clark in 6. Second quickest in this field with a 51.37 PB. Run only fractions slower than that this season. First 3 to go through automatically then, of course, and watch out for Josh Folds on the outside there and see how much of a lead, if anything, he can build over Samuel Clark in lane 6. Holton's going quite well there in lane 5 at the moment. I wonder whether he may have gone off a little bit too quickly or not, because he's quickly up on Sam Clark. Holton, a 54-second runner, but Josh Folds looks to be in complete control of this at the moment, and not any significant threats. He can ease off a bit here, but won't want to disturb his rhythm as he approaches these final 2 hurdles. It's Josh Folds. It's all about Josh Folds. He's even had time there to have a little look behind him, and he'll clear the final hurdle and ease through the line already. Now it's a battle for second and third. But Sam Clark takes that second place, and in lane 4, I think that was George Blake, I think maybe in lane 3. We'll clear that up for you in a few moments' time. But Josh Folds, a confident win, and well, he started to step off the gas with about 30 metres to go.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what 4th and 5th ran then. I think it was Sam Clark and then James Greenhouse, the 2nd and 3rd spots just coming through. But yeah, the other remaining spaces, it was 52.82, the official time for Josh Folds.
He left a lot of time out there, Wednesday. He didn't exactly run through the line, did he? So Josh Folds with his card, he was looking around with 2 more hurdles to go, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Sam Clark confirmed for 2nd place. Is James Greenhouse in 3rd place. So those 3 will go through, Folds, Clark and Greenhouse.
I think based on that time of 54.32, yeah, it's been confirmed because Jack Horton came fourth in 55.05. That means that Connor Henderson with 54.9 and Stephen Garrett with 54.40 have both qualified for tomorrow's final, which is good to see. Connor Henderson, long journey down. I'm sure he's delighted that he's going to get another run, especially after that slightly bizarre yellow card.
The high jump competition, bottom of your screen, that was Halle Ferguson, who's just cleared 174. In fact, there might have been another height raised above that, I believe. We'll have a look in just a moment. Just our results just updating. Halle Ferguson looking good in the under 23 high jump. So that brings the close to the 400-metre hurdles. We've had a good hour and a bit of those, and we'll switch our attention very shortly to the 100 metres.
Well, in the top right from Burton, that's Caden Ramsey in the long jump. His best so far is 7 metres 11, and that's the fourth round jump was his furthest. Just wondering if this is any better than that. He's only 4 centimetres off Akambi Mortimer, who is in third in that bronze medal position at the moment. 6.81 there in the fifth round for Caden Ramsey. It's no improvement, so he will stay in fourth for now. Well, the first heat of the under 20 women's 100 metres is lining up on the track now, and it features an athlete that is in fantastic form and is a finalist from the Commonwealth Youth Games last year. She just keeps getting better and better, and she won a cracking England indoor title earlier this year. She goes in late 5. That's Mabel Akande. If you hadn't already guessed, she's around 11.27 seconds this year. She's a first year under 20 as well.
7, Precious Hacker Moses of Birchfield. 8, Connie Chalmers of Blackheath and Bromley. 9, Lily Barrett of Portsmouth.
So, the lineup then for the first heat of the under 20 women's. Alisa Watson goes in 2. She's from the city of Sheffield. Kinga Goodzia from city of Plymouth is in 3. Freya Doherty of Sale Harriers is in 4. Mabel Akande from Lincoln Wellington. And coach Denise Timmis must be absolutely delighted with the way that Mabel is developing. She is a real talent. Annabelle Honey from Millfield goes in lane 6. Precious Akpe Moses, English schools medalist last weekend, goes in lane 7. Honey Chalmers is in lane 8, and Lily Baggett goes in lane 9. Well, Akande, the athlete to beat. She's the second quickest under 20 athlete this year. We do actually have 4 athletes that have the standard. Nia Wedderburn Goodison has run 11.21 this year, and she is down in London today competing in the Diamond League National 100 metres, so I don't believe we're going to see her here. And we could still have a great battle though across this women's under 20 100 metres. The standard for the World Juniors 11.50 second. Akande is well under that. So Watson, Goodzia, Doherty, Akande, Honey, Akpo Moses, Chalmers and Baggett. Comfortable start from Akande. Doherty got off really well, and now Mabel Akande starting to stride on through. Akpo Moses is going with her, but it's Mabel Akande who'll take the win. Well, the clock was a long way behind, because if that stopped, I think Mabel Akande would have ran 7 seconds. All the time has clocked up now. It's 11.72 into a headwind. It is kind of a side wind here. It's certainly not behind them. We can see a couple of wind socks around the track. 11.72 though. It was very comfortable. That was not as quick out the blocks as we know Akande can do, but she moves so well in the back end of that race. And Annabelle Honey came through for third. Great start though.
Yeah, Mabel Akande has come into this event as the favourite, and she showed why in that heat. A comfortable win for her, but she does face a threat from someone, especially in the second heat. Jasmine Wilkins will line up in the next one, and she's the third quickest under 20 in the country this season, and there's not a great deal between them. 11.36 her best time. Said about Nia Wedderburn Goodson, who's not here, but we do have at least two of the top three, and Jasmine Wilkins will go in the next heat.
Well, these three heats and the top two fastest will automatically go through alongside the two non-automatic qualifiers, or the time qualifiers.
Second heat of the women's 21 metres in two.
So let's take you through the lineup then for this second heat. In lane 2, Megan Moya-Broad. 3 is Tawana Kulazia. Lane 4, Jasmine Wilkins. As we said just now, 11.36 runner. Isabel Angelo, in lane 5. She's a 11.94 runner. Jessica Mantle in 6. Catherine Henton in 7, Louise Armour in 8, and Nia Clayton as well is one to watch in lane 9. Has achieved 11.45 previously. She's an 11.77 sprinter this season. So Nia Clayton and Jasmine Wilkins will be hoping to make it through and solidify their status as podium contenders. Scott said, racing into a little bit of a headwind.
It's certainly not behind them.
No.
I think anything that is not behind you, even if it's a side wind or a slight diagonal, is just not helpful at all.
A little bit of a crosswind, slightly diagonal maybe across, isn't it? So the first two to go through automatically. A reminder of the lineup: Moya-Broad in 2, Kulazitha in 3, Wilkins in 4, Angelo in 5, Mantle in 6, Hempton in 7, Armour in 8, and Clayton in 9. So they get away first time, and it's a decent start this from Wilkins. As they run through the line, it's going to be Wilkins who takes it. A fairly simple win for her. She's gone into her stride nicely. I think Clayton was threatening for second there as well. We'll clear that all up for you. The clock stopping at 11.83.
Second athlete there.
She had slightly thrown off there, Scott, by the fact that we were actually missing an athlete in that race from the start list. But Jasmine Wilkins coming through for a fairly straightforward victory there. She looked good.
Yeah, she did look good. She's been one of the finds of the season, I would say, because she wouldn't have been a name that you'd have picked at the start of the year as somebody that was going to come through and run 11.3, because she ran 12.3 last year.
It was Nia Clayton who took second place, just ahead of Jess Mantle.
10 minutes early, in a moment to two's time. We've got Dawn Russell, Kim Barker, Rachel Wall, Brian Home. Erin Walters of Thames Valley, Harriet Wardlock of Basildon, Katie Mackison of Crawley, Lucia Della Barrow, and Freya Benitez.
One more heat to go of the women's under 20 100 metre heats. And focus on the under 23s, where there'll be 4 heats, 3 heats for the women's seniors.
Well, with these championships, you never know who is going to turn up, and it's always a little bit of a lottery. You know, thinking maybe Faith Akinbeleje, I think we might see her over the 200 metres, and then Renee Regis as well, not here as part of these heats. But heat 3 of 3, remember only the top 2 automatically through. Kaya Slater's on the inside in 2, Molly Pinder, we've got Annalise Foxen-Day, Aaliyah Brown, Trezeguet Taylor, Amelia Gittins, Daniela Remy Salako, and then Eleanor Hartley. Well, Trezeguet Taylor, who goes in lane 6, is a name that we've not heard around here for a while. Well, her club or team coming up within the roster app is Edwin Allen High School, which is in Jamaica, and all of the races over the last 2 years have been in Jamaica, so that's why we've not seen her around here, but she is back. She's a real talent, Trezeguet Taylor, one of the fastest under 17s, under 15s of all time. Got second in these championships 2 years ago. And has ran 11:69 a personal best this year. That was back in January. So how quick can she go here in Birmingham? Slater, Pinder, Foxen-Day, Brown, Taylor, Gittins. Keep an eye out for her as well. She's run 11:67 this year. Fastest in this lineup. Then Remy Salako and Hartley. A great start from Gittins. Taylor is there and now just has a slight lead, and Taylor beginning to pull away just slightly. Gittins fighting hard, but it's going to be Trezeguet Taylor that takes the win. 12.04 minus 2.2 metres per second. It's a good run in those conditions. It is blustery. It is not much fun for sprinters when these are the conditions, but strong start. Good to see Trezeguet Taylor back in these championships. And there's the replay in the top corner of your screen. Taylor just getting it from Amelia Gittins. And then on the inside, it looked like it was Kaya Slater that came through for third. She'll have to see whether she's done enough. Well, the time has been adjusted slightly to 12.06. Gittins 12.09. Those are the top 2.
Anything below 12.34 will be good enough for the third and fourth place finishes to get through to the final. Results are just coming up on our screen now. Brown will make it through to the final as a fastest qualifier. Jessica Manson will miss out from Heat 2.
We've got 4 heats. First 3 in each of those heats will qualify for the semi-finals. Is it right? There'll be 4 other qualifiers at a time.
So next up on the track, another 100-metre heats, and it's stepping up this time to the under 23s.
So out their blocks, continue their warm-up. We'll give you the lineup for this first heat. In lane 2.
There's a little bit of delay in the high jump competition, which we'll bring you up to date with shortly. In the long jump, we're into the final attempts, and Sammy Locke still out in front with that leap of 7:33 in the third round. Hasn't really been any threat to that lead. He's already jumped his final attempt, so only 5 athletes who could possibly deny him the title. Focusing though on this first heat of the women's under-23s in the 100 metres, and 3 quickest will go through to the next round from here. The first three, excuse me, and then the 4 fastest from across the heats. There are 4 heats. We'll have semi-finals as well. One to watch out for here, Shallow Right Typo, who is the fastest in this field with 11:56. Several have gone sub 12 before. Gwendolyn Datey in lane 7 also, as well as Susan Fuller-Runshow in lane 4. So the lineup for this: Iona Irvine in 2, Brian Mooney in 3, Susan Fuller-Runshow in 4, Madison Vernon in 5, Kira Gilman in 6, Gwendolyn Datey in 7, Right Typo in 8, and Bell in lane 9.
One thing I've just noticed as well, we have a little buggy which collects the athlete's kit on the 100-metre start line and then whips around the reverse of the track all the way to the finish line, so they have their kit there when they want it. Fantastic efficiency.
Great service. Lane 2 is actually empty, so no Iona Irvine in this race. So watch out for Right Typo in 8. Also Datey just on the inside of her. So they get away nice and cleanly. It's a fairly level start, but look at Fuller-Runshow going pretty well here, and so is Right Typo. It's Right Typo and Fuller-Runshow, but it's going to be Right Typo who takes this one just ahead of Gwendolyn Datey, and Fuller-Runshow I think may have taken 3rd place on the far side. The top 3 to go through automatically to the semi-finals. Clock stopping at 12:04. Again, slightly tough conditions to run into. Not likely to have rapid times today because of that headwind that they're sort of, we are describing it as headwind. It's a bit of a headwind, isn't it? It sort of is going diagonally, and actually as they approach the finish line it probably gets a little bit tougher, a little more open at this side of the stadium.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. You don't want to be dealing with that. Let's hope, just as the temperature rises and the sky's got a little bit brighter in the last couple of seconds, but it would be nice to see some tailwinds. So often when we've been down in Bedford in the past at the England Championships, we've had crazy tailwinds, you know, the magic of Bedford. But Birmingham, a little breezier here at the moment.
Just to confirm the top 3 of that then, so it was Right Typo who won that one in 12:03 in the end, ahead of Datey, and it was Fuller-Runshow who took 3rd place, just ahead of Madison Vernon in 4th, who she'll have to wait and see whether she'll get one of the fastest times.
That's your 2024 under-29 Business Road Athletes.
Starting to get into the more serious end of the pole vaults, creeping towards 5 metres.
Heat 2 lining up for the under-23 women's 100 metres. Saskia King goes in lane 2. Navni Kaur in 3. Megan Costello's in 4. Serena Thomas in 5. Shona Vincent is in 6. Bria Bullard is in 7. Jennifer Aduwu is in 8. And Paulina Dibotti is in lane 9. We're not using lane 1 of these sprints, we're using lanes 2 to 9. So if you're wondering why lane 1's empty, we've still got 8 athletes lined up here. But the athlete to keep an eye out for here is Jennifer Aduwu, 9th in the UK Under-23 rankings this year, and ran her personal best of 11:59 at the UK Outdoor Championships just a couple of weeks ago. Well, Heat 2 then. Top 3 automatically through. We will have semi-finals for the under-23s. We've got so many numbers. Great to see this age group so well supported. It's King, Kaur, Costello, Thomas, Vincent, Bullard, Aduwu and Dibotti. 2 of the under-23 women's 100 metres. Good start from Bullard and Vincent moving nicely, but here comes Jennifer Aduwu storming through. Good run from King on the inside, but Aduwu will take the win. 11.95 minus 1.6 wind, and that's a pretty quick time. But nicely done from Jennifer Aduwu. A couple of quick starts out the blocks from that race, but it was Aduwu that really did just storm through.
You'll notice that the long jump has disappeared from your screen. That's because we have a result there, and Sammy Locke, the champion, with a leap of 7.33 from his 3rd round attempt, so he will be the under-20 champion, Sammy Locke. And the high jump competition, the women's high jump, still ongoing. We already have a under-23 champion there as well, Halle Ferguson, clearing 174, and no one else able to join her. I think she's still down there, and she will be having a go at the next height. 2 still going in the senior competition, Lucy Wallaker and Summer Leckie, who's already achieved a season's best of 174. And the women's under-23 javelin is also underway. Currently in the 3rd round there. It's being led at the moment by Dawn Russell with a throw of 47.22. We've got 2 more heats though for the women's under-23 100 metres. That's coming up shortly. 3 in this heat who have all gone sub 12 seconds this season, and they're led by Eve Wright. That's the start list there in the top right of your screen. Eve Wright has a PB of 11.54 and a season's best of 11.63. That's better than anyone else in the field. Also Serena Grace has run 11.79 this season, and Scarlett Thomas Wright as well has broken 12 seconds this season at 11.97. She'll be going in lane 6. So going through in lane order for you, Katie Dinwoody in lane 2. This again for you, no one in lane 2, so Casey Woody's not there, Eve Wright in 3, Crystal Izachukwu in 4, Serena Grace in 5, Scarlett Thomas Wright in 6, Holly Aslin in 7, Monet Winston Westfield in lane 8, and Millie Clemson in 9. So Eve Wright in lane 3 looking to stamp her authority on this race, quickest in the field. They get away first time then, and it's a pretty rapid start that from Eve Wright. Eve Wright just starting to get into her rhythm now. It's Wright who's going to come through the line and stop the clock at 11.94. Pretty good run from her, and she was quick out the blocks and looked in complete control of that race throughout. It might have been Scarlett Thomas Wright perhaps is coming through for second place. We'll get the results up on your screen shortly, but a good run from Eve Wright.
Yeah, it was tidy up. I get a feeling that that was Serena Grace that just came through.
Seeing the replay there.
Yeah, it was quite tight for third, wasn't it?
Yeah, very close, and so the top 3 all go through. So Eve Wright, official time of 11.93. It was Serena Grace in second place with a 12 in bits, and then it was Scarlett Thomas Wright who came through for third place. So they'll all go through to the semi-finals. We have one more heat to go.
Well, they've all been competitive so far. Seen some strong sprinting. It will only get better as they move through the rounds and raise their game as they get closer to the medals. This is the result from one of our earlier sprints. This was the under 23 women's race, heat 1 that we had not too long ago. Shiloh Wright Tapo, Gwendolyn Datey and Susan Folorunso, the top 3 that automatically go through. Vernon and Bell will have to wait and see whether that's going to be quick enough. And the result from Heat 2 there, Jennifer Aduwu looked really, really good, didn't she? At 11.95, Saskia King and Navni Kaur join her in qualifying for the semi-finals. We have one more heat, and they're on the track right now. This is Heat 4. We've got Madeline Waffles going in lane 2, just down the road in Solihull, that's where she's from the University of Birmingham as well. Karen Mayindu is in lane 3. Zoe Dake is in 4. Trinity Powell, keep an eye out from her, the Manchester Harrier. She's in the middle in 5. Olivia Powell's in 6. Kirsty Treglan is in 7. Mia O'Hara in 8. And Latonya Samuels goes on the outside in lane 9. Clean start, good start on the inside from Wapples, and now Powell starts to move through. Miendu is going nicely, but it's all with Trinity Powell in the middle. 12.05, minus 1.7 wind, and Powell with a strong run. Good battle from Karen Mayindu. Couldn't quite hold on to Powell in the final 20 metres or so, but we'll see her in the semi-finals as well. Just keep an eye on this replay to see who came through for third, and it was Olivia Fowler with Madeline Waffles that got fourth in the end. Those 4 clear from the rest of the field. So Powell, Mayindu and Fowler automatically through to those semi-finals later today.
that's the end of the under-23s competition, and we move up to the seniors. And we have a world medalist in this field in Annie Tago. She was part of the bronze medal winning 4x100 meter relay squad from Budapest last year, ran in round 1. Played her part, she'll be going in lane 3. She'll be the favourite to take the title here this weekend. Fastest in the field. Season's best of 11.50. Capable of running quicker than that, 11.43. It could be a pretty tight race, this one. Walker, one of the quickest in this field, but not this season necessarily. She's run 11.45, but only 11.82 this season. She'll go in lane 6. Also, Elise Modeste. She's run 11.73 this season. It could be pretty tight between Tago, Modeste and Walker. Just the top 2 to go through automatically though. 3 heats and then the 2 fastest beyond that.
I can't quite believe, Richard, that we have only done 1 hour and 40 minutes of action. It feels like...
You're saying time's not going quickly?
So, well, time is not going as quick as some of these athletes are sprinting, I tell you that. It's been an action-packed 90 minutes or so, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's been a lot of racing. There's loads more to come. We're going through to around 7 o'clock tonight. So Samantha Griffiths goes in lane 2 for Birchfield Harriers. Annie Tago, we were saying a little bit ago, the world medalist in 3. Elise Modeste in 4. Rosie Smith in 5. And Walker in 6. Just the top 2 to go through automatically. Clean start and a good start from Tago, and so from Walker as well on this near side. Walker and Tago ahead of Modeste. It's going to be those 2 who go through. Tago with the victory ahead of Modeste, and Walker, although she made a really good start, just tied up pretty early, and she's a little bit of a limp on as well, so maybe just tweak something around 50 metres or so. But in the end, a comfortable victory for Annie Tago, who still might feel a little bit disappointed that she's not heading to the Olympics as part of that relay squad after her achievements from last year. But she's the favourite to take the title here this weekend, and a fairly comfortable win for her there.
Yeah, looked good. Shame we didn't get to see Annie compete at the UK outdoors, but here in Birmingham, looking for a title, looking to get it on top of the podium.
11.89 the winning time ahead of Modeste, who did sneak under 12 seconds as well with an 11.97. And Diane Walker only managing a 12.24. She'll have to wait and see if that's going to be good enough to take her through.
Well, heat 2. And 6 athletes lining up in this one. Shani Skirvin from up the road in Nottingham, also here competing for Nottinghamshire, so may get an inter-counties medal as part of it if she can get her top of the podium in the mix in the final. She's run 11.70 this year, that's a personal best. She's in good form, so keep an eye out for her. Joyce Kalawumbo from Herne Hill goes in 3, Tammy Saunders in 4, Crystal Awua, she's got a best of 11.16, not quite in that form at the moment, but she's building back to her best. Jess Waters of Mansfield goes in 6, and Tarima Thompson on the outside in that Enfield and Haringey vest. Good heat this, only the top 2 automatically through to the final. +3 conditions here in Birmingham. It's Skirvin, Colombo, Saunders, Awua, Waters and Thompson. Good start on the inside from Skirvin, absolute bullet out the blocks, and Awua now into a running. Thompson moving nicely on the outside, and Crystal Awua pushing to try and come through, and looks like she's going to get there for the win. Minus 3.9 metre per second wind. It looked blustery, it was blustery, but Awua just coming through to take the win. And Skirvin, who started so well, couldn't quite hold off the fight from Crystal Awua. Tarina Thompson had a good run on the outside as well.
A situation in the pole vault, by the way, is that we are down to just 2. So one in the under-23s, one in the seniors. Adam Haig's only just started his competition. As you can see in the bottom left of your screen there, he has begun at 5 metres and 11, failed with his first attempt, and in the under-23s, Lazarus Benjamin, already the winner, but he's going to go at 5.11 as well. He's unable to clear his first 2 attempts.
Well, the confirmed official time for Crystal Awua was 12.14 seconds into what was a horrendous minus 3.9 metres per second wind. Shanae Skirvin was 12 minutes 12.25 seconds, not 12 minutes, what am I talking about? Too many numbers on the screen.
It'd be quite a headwind.
Yeah, it would be. Just to give you a sort of an idea of what that equates to, 12.14 into a minus 3.9 wind would equate to around 11.80 with no wind, and then 11.68 with a wind, which sort of corresponds with Awua's season's best. So good running. Well, pole vault still marching on the bar now, up to 5 metres and 11. We still have Adam Haig in the mix, and we still have Lazarus Benjamin in the mix as well. Those two going toe to toe.
So penultimate heat, for the senior women's 100 metres. The fastest in this field, marginally, is Darcy Kuipers, who'll be going in lane 7, but only just ahead of Leonie Ashmead in lane 2. So they're running at opposite ends of the track. So Ashmead in 2, season's best of 11.63. But the quickest in this field in terms of overall lifetime best of 11.43. Izzy Tustin in 3, Esther Fuja in 4, Nicola Cahill in 5, Charlotte Bevan in lane 6, and Darcy Kuipers in 7. reminder, first 2 to go through. The sun's come out here as well. Great to see. Still some pretty grey clouds around though, so it might not last for too long. The wind died down a touch, I think. Heat 3. Away cleanly, good start from Ashmead on that far side, as well as Kuipers on the near side in lane 7. And it's Kuipers and Ashmead, and Kuipers is streaking away to win this one. Ahead of Ashmead on the far side. Just check in with who came third and what their time was and whether it will be in contention to go through to the next phase. But Kuipers and Ashmead were the leading contenders to go through, and they've made good on that, and they will progress. The clock stopping at, I don't think it actually registered there. We'll bring you that in just a few moments' time, and also what the
11:76 it flashed up with.
11:76, and then straight away.
Yeah.
It went again. So okay,
it was quick. That looked good. I think that's one of
the
best ever runs.
So Kuipers will bring you confirmation of that in a few moments' time. It felt like the wind died a little bit as well, so slightly better conditions than the. Yeah, it did. Minus 1.8. Kuipers 11:75, the official result. Ashmead coming home for 12:03, and Charlotte Bevan third place, 12:28. We'll comb through some of the times for you and see if it's quick enough to go through.
Some more 100 metres for you in just a moment. We have 4 heats of the under-20 men's and qualification for the World Juniors up for grabs. Heat 2 features Teddy Wilson, who we hope to see there. He won the Commonwealth Games last year.
Lane 5, Paul McGrath, James Aldridge AC. Andrew Harry Jamie McGrath goes in lane 6. Hassan Malador from Hernal Harries in lane 7. Completing the lineup for the first 4 100 metre heats in Morgan White from Sale Harries.
Busy day for all these athletes in the 100 metres. They'll progress through to their finals later on. The title will be decided early evening.
Well then, the lineup for you in Heat 1. Kai Crawford on the inside, Dylan Batty of Gloucester, Ezekiel Lowe, Paul Lambrecht, Jaden Grant, Hassan Malador, and then Morgan White of Sale on the outside. Jaden Grant 10:67 this year. Clean start, good start from Lambrecht, and Lowe moving nicely on the inside. Coming through here is Crawford, and Crawford's going to storm away with this and dips on the line and looks across the track. That's a statement of intent. And 10:96, his personal best, 10:81, and he is clearly in good form, and he can go much quicker. And the man outside him, Dylan Batty from Gloucester, has ran 10:68, so it just goes to show how good a run that was from Kai Crawford. Very impressive. 10:95 into a minus 1.7 metres per second. That's confirmed. Dylan Batty 10:96, and then Ezekiel Lowe 11:07. Those are the 3 guaranteed a spot in those semi-finals, and Jaden Grant's going to have to wait and see whether he has done enough.
So the next heat of the men's under 20 100 metres features a real prospect. We're saying earlier on whether we're watching some of the athletes that we'll be seeing in LA at the Olympics in 4 years' time. Maybe one of them is Teddy Wilson, who set a European under-18 100-metre record last year of 10:26, just 17 years old. And he'll be going in lane 3 in this heat. Pretty quick heat as well. We've got Henry Christer in here as well, who's run a 10:59 in the past. Lewis Stevens has gone 10:57 this season. But Teddy Wilson is a real prospect, running 10:26 at such a young age. 17 now, 16, 10:36 his best this season. And he really is an exciting prospect. A lot talking about in sprint circles. His time may come. I think he'll only be 21 when he gets down to the LA Games.
That's crazy, actually. When you think about that, isn't it? I mean, he was running incredibly well at the England under-20 indoors this year and got injured in the final, and then has missed a bit of time and started his season late, but still managed to make that UK outdoor final and is now getting back to his best. So
yeah, 5th at the Olympic trials last month. Jamie Oldham goes in 2, Teddy Wilson in 3, Henry Christer in 4, Ayub Zaid in 5, Lewis Stevens in 6, Ethan Franklin in 7, Peter Ogbanwan in lane 8. Away cleanly and a good start from Wilson. Just watch Wilson streak away here. It's a powerful run from Wilson. Where will he stop the clock? He comes through the line for 10:36 unofficially, but that's equalled his season's best. He is a real talent, and the wind really dropped there as well for him. Some pretty decent conditions for Teddy Wilson. Can anyone stop him? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, that was, you know what, he did this indoors, right? He ran effectively a personal best in the heat, a personal best in the semi-final, and he pulled up in the final. I just wonder whether or not he should go home and pack his bags and just rest up and stay healthy, because the World Juniors, I mean, that's rounded out 10:35.
Yeah, season's best then for Teddy Wilson, and he probably left a bit out there.
And that is the World Junior standard as well. So he had it from last year, he's got it for this year now. So job done, I think, from Teddy Wilson's perspective.
Henry Christer taking 2nd place in 10:73. Lewis Stevens in 3rd. It'll be interesting to see, yeah, whether Teddy Wilson has achieved job done here. He's still got 2 races technically the rest of the day, but if the job is done and there are big goals ahead, what do you do next? Could be at the European under-18s if he wanted to right now, but he's not at the European under-18 championships and the World Championships. The big goal coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that the wind stopped, to be honest. That was as equally as surprising as Teddy Wilson running 10:35. You know, a bit of wind on his back there, he would have ran.
Well, I think just looking at the flags, the wind seems to have changed direction to me, so they may actually start to get the benefit of a tailwind here.
The windsock in the middle of the field, just behind the high jump bed, is blowing towards the sprinters' faces, but underneath the stand it's a little bit stiller.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can get slightly swirling winds based on the stands. It does look like it's yeah, it's a bit unpredictable, but we want good sprint conditions. In fact, if you look at we're looking in the outfield and the windsock is sort of blowing as a proper headwind. So we look closer to the 100-metre start where we've got a sand pit. You're looking at a direction which is sort of heading more in the favour of the sprinters. It's a bit confusing to look at, isn't it? And we look at the flags behind them and it looks like it's a tailwind, so goodness knows what the conditions really are inside the stadium. It's variable.
Yeah, and they take the wind reading over the first 8 seconds of the race, and it's at the 50-metre point on the inside curb. So heat 3 coming up for you. Dylan Williams is on the inside. Keep an eye out for him. Imatiti Kua Davidson does. Well, there's nobody in lane 3. I think we've had a DNS, but Efosa Imatiti Kua Davidson goes in 4. Ryan Hewitt's in 5. Samuel Ashadu is in 6. Marcel Winter in 7, and Sam Lawson goes in lane 8. Great start on the inside. Williams going well, and Imatiti Kua Davidson starting to move through the field now, and he just has the edge coming into the final 20 metres. It's Imatiti Kua Davidson that takes the win. 10.75 on the clock into a minus 0.8 wind. We will see the replay because it was pretty quick. Dylan Williams looked good as well. Those two, both part of the Be Fit Today Track Academy, headed up by TJ Osai.
It's tight between them, isn't it? If you look at their PBs and season's bests, there's barely anything to separate them, and we're pretty much in that situation just then in that race as well.
Yeah, it's Sam Ashadu that got third. He was 10.92, so 10.74 for Imatiti Kua Davidson and 10.76 from Williams.
There's another of the Be Fit Today Track Academy in the final heat. Joshua Birthright, you can see there in lane 6, and he'll be one of the favourites to go through, a 10.75 runner, but there are a few who've run a bit quicker than that. Joseph Berry in lane 2 from Newport Harriers, 10.61 sprinter this season, and George Warburton in lane 4 for Stockport Harriers. He's run 10.63.
Birthright is a cracking surname, isn't it? Josh Birthright. What a brilliant surname.
Brilliant, excellent.
Hoping that is the case when it comes to his 100-metre sprint career. Just going through the final preparations, warm-up wise then. The final heat of the under-20s. First 3 to go through to the semi-finals automatically. There will be 4 fastest qualifiers. The semis a bit later on, and the final nearer the end of today's programme.
We were talking on microphone and thinking about next competitions. Are you going to do some more, do you think, this season?
So I'm thinking about the Manchester International at the end of August, but I'm still undecided.
The pole vault is right at the closing stages here. Adam Haig is the winner. He's cleared his first attempt of his first height, in fact, of 5.11. He's now attempting 5.21. He's got 2 failures on his first 2 attempts. But let's focus on this final under-20 100 metre. Joseph Berry in 2, Rory Voss in 3, George Warburton 4, Ruben Anthony Diemo in 5, Birthright in 6, Cox Sonora in 7, Raphael Grant in 8, and Dane Douglas in lane 9. They get away cleanly, and Ruben Anthony Diemo's going well there. But coming through here, George Warburton is going to take the victory just ahead of Joe Berry. Minus 1.7 headwind, 10.82 for the winning time. And Warburton going through to the semis just ahead of Berry. That brings to a close the heats of the men's under-20 100 metres. And over in the pole vault, just to update you, Adam Haig was unable to clear 5.21, so he's the winner, but the pole vault competition has come to a close. Next up on the track, we'll step up to under-23s.
5 heats in the under 23 age group for the men, and well, we've even got a weather forecast for you on screen, so you can just see the wind direction, which is certainly towards the faces of the athletes, and the rain scheduled for this afternoon does not look too appealing, but it's really, who knows, these things change, don't they?
They can. Let's hope so.
Well, we will have semi-finals in these under 23 men's 100 metres, and top 4 will go through. It's generous qualifying. More than half of these guys will go through to the semi-finals. Got some good names across the lineup.
Heat 1.
So then, Heat 1. Tyler Panton in lane 2, David Chapman in 3, Ethan Harbius, Wiltshire, on paper the fastest man in this field, still building back to his best. Rhys Earl goes in 5, Simon Okiti is in 6, Fawaz Mustafa in 7, and Uzo Herbert in lane 8. Top 4 automatically through to the semi-finals. Great start from Harbius, Wiltshire, and now Panton powering through, and has a look to the side. That's a comfortable run, 10.84. Minus 2.9 metre per second win. That is really strong, but it's a good run for Tyler Panton. He looked comfortable, he did what he needed to do, got out, ran for 80 metres, and then just eased off the gas ever so slightly. It's too easy to ease off too much, and if you saw the clip of GB's Jake Oakley-Jordan easing down way too much at the European Under-18s yesterday, well, you'll know it's easily done, but looks like we'll have David Chapman, Rhys Earl and Ethan Harbius Wiltshire, who finished second, all through to those semi-finals from that first heat.
Yeah, 4 through from each of these heats. And in the next heat for the under-23s, we have Derek Kinlock, the former European under-20 200 metre champion from Tallinn 3 years ago. Kinlock a 10.39 runner. Distinctive white headband, Kinlock. And this is the lineup. I'll bring the lineup just a few moments' time for the Heat 2. In a few moments' time, just 4 to go through, so almost, well, half the field will go through to the next round. Over half the field, 7 runners in this one. So Derek Kinlock will be the favourite to take the win in this one. Alex Zazu as well.
So, next two, 123 lanes, 100 metres.
So while Alex's brother Jeremiah is getting ready for the Olympics, Alex is here in lane 6. Tom White goes in lane 2. Corey Nealon-Richards in 3. Murray Fotheringham in 4. Derek Kinlock in 5. Alex Azur in 6. Leon Seal in 7. And Samad Ibrahim in lane 8. They get away first time. It's a really good start that from Kinlock. Kinlock and Nealon-Richards also going pretty well. It's Kinlock and Azur, and just dip on the line. 10.85 into a headwind of -2. I'm sure you thought there, Scott, but I reckon Azur might have just dipped on the line there.
Yeah, gut instinct says to me that Azur got it. Kinlock just there in second.
Pretty tight between the two. I'm not sure that either Kinlock or Azur are too short.
Yeah, I would definitely give that to Azur from Kinlock, and probably
actually, victory's gone just about to Kinlock here.
Oh, that's gone down to
nothing.
thousands.
Yeah, thousands of seconds there. Kinlock just getting the win over Azur. Murray Fotheringham also booking his place in the semis, as did Corey Nealon-Richards. The top 4 all going through. It doesn't really matter in terms of the jeopardy, but it's nice to know going into the semis. You were a winner.
Yeah, you want the win on your name, don't you? It definitely matters psychologically, and you know, neither of them were going to the extremes of a huge dip across the line, but
So, for second with 1 metre 71, Willie Halter Birmingham. After Shasta Barnett, Ian Fontaine. And the gold medal England champion with 1 metre 77 from Trafford, Ali Ferguson.
Just to mark your card about some events coming up in the field, which we'll keep an eye on. The women's under-20 long jump final will get underway shortly, and in the next 20 minutes or so, the men's senior high jump final as well.
so heat 3 of the under-23 men's 100 metres. Jaden Arthur goes in lane 2. Improving rapidly, Jaden Arthur, 10.44 this year. Nathan Gavahan in 3, Michael Onelogbo in 4, Jack Forrest in 5, Isaac Marsh in 6, Joe George in 7, and Jacob Hockin in lane 8. Ooh, that's a twitch from Gavahan. In the blue vest for Chesterfield. I always think those are sort of funny starts. You're not really trying to go away, but you sort of twitch and try and hold yourself in the blocks, and you end up falling out. I wonder whether they'll give him a green card. It's
Getting close, aren't we, to actually getting through this with unscathed without any false starts.
pretty good, really, I think. Yeah. And we know it was Nathan Gavahan. Oh, he's walked off already. He knew the red card was coming. That's such a shame for the Chesterfield man. A real shame. But it happens. Too eager. So we're down to 6, and 4 of these 6 will automatically go through to the semi-finals. It's Arthur on the inside, Onelogbo in 4, Forrest in 5, Marsh in 6, George in 7, and Hockin in lane 8. Heat 3. working their way. Good start from on the longbow. Arthur now into his running. It's on the longbow that leads and just has a little look left and right and is striding away with this one. That's a comfortable run. 10.84. Aggressively brakes as he came across the line.
He did, didn't he?
I'm always a little twitchy about that, particularly after seeing what happened yesterday at the European Under-18s, but he looked really good for the 99 metres before that.
Yeah, huge smile on his face as well, so no issues. He's got a really nice rhythm, hasn't he, on long levers. Yeah, he's sort of chopped on the brakes, didn't he?
It's hard on the knees. Maybe not when you're an under-23, you've still got rubber knees, but just look at that replay there, really shutting it down. And well, I think that was Joe George and then Jacob Hockin in second and third. It was that way on the results, and now Jack Forrest of Birchfield has been given fourth place and will move through to the semi-finals. Minus 1.6 metres per second, I think that says on the scoreboard.
And Golden, England champion, 1 metre 74, on Exeter, Lucy Walker.
2 more heats to go. The under-23s for the men, and in this one features Sean Yargu, a bronze medalist from the European under-20s last year in Israel. Fastest in the field, 10:30 PB, and the fastest this year as well, with 10:45. He'll be going in lane 2. Another one from the Be Fit Today Track Academy. Just on the outside of him, Henry Nwoke from Liverpool Harriers, 10:53, his lifetime best this season. Marius Ball in 4. Hasn't dipped below 11 seconds this season. Benjamin Toe, 10:73 this year in lane 5. Hayo Salako in 6. Bradley Whitehead in 7. 10:68 at his best, and Sean Edwards in 8.
Well, we've had so many heats, but we've still got plenty to come, because after we conclude these under-23 men's, we have 6 heats of the senior men's 100 metres to come as well. We'll go down to semi-finals later on, so good entries across these sprints.
4th heat then of the men's 100 metres, 4 to go through automatically, and Yargu in 2, Nwoke in 3, Ball in 4, Toe in 5, Salako 6, Whitehead in 7, and Edwards in 8. Nice clean start, and a good start right in the middle there from Ball. And they get into their running here, and coming through for the victory in lane 7, Bradley Whitehead. Little bit of surprise win for Whitehead, 10:88 into a pretty strong headwind of minus 4.7. Not quite how we expected that one to go. Bradley Whitehead, 10:70 season's best. He's in decent shape. Again, first 4 go through. We'll just clear up the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places for you. Whitehead's officially taking that in 10:87. 2nd place was Benjamin Toe. And Sean Anyagu did make it through in 3rd place, but well outside his best in 11:05. And Henry Nwoke in 4th. So those 2 were expected to be the favourites for that race. They've just snuck through to the semis though in 3rd and 4th.
Well, Whitehead's been running really well, had a good indoor season, and that 10:87, minus 4.7 wind is ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's the worst we've had all day, right?
Not nice. They did look like they were sort of struggling through right at the end, just willing the finish line to come.
It was blowing their cheeks back, wasn't it? Like, you know, but that 10:87 into a minus 4.7 wind would be around 10.51 with no wind. And that would be a big personal best for Bradley Whitehead. So he's in good form and running well, and that's what you like to see going into a championships like this. If the wind could ease off, we might see some incredibly quick times today. Heat 5 for the under-23 men. About to come up now. We've got Tyvon Innes on the inside in lane 2. Hagen Munzi, 3 Lucan Loeb Fonseca, in 4 Giovanni Seeley in 5, Josh Kelly in 6, Sikuru Onibanjo in 7, and Kyle Warmington in lane 8. So final opportunity to see the other 23s in the heats now. Two athletes, the fastest in this lineup, Tyvon Innes and Sikuru Onigbanjo, both personal bests of 10.48 seconds. We can do that into this one, they'll be going pretty well. Clearly away, great start from Z, and now Loeb Fonseca starting to pull through on the outside though. Here comes Warmington. It's Innes for Croydon on the inside, 10.63 seconds, minus 1.1 wind. That was pretty good. The lead changed a few times in that race, but Tyvon Innes coming through nicely to take it. In the end, he had a clear lead, and Onigbanjo got second from Warmington on the outside, who went very well. And I don't think Warmington will be too far away from his season's best of 10.79. Minus 1.1 wind, much more appealing than the previous heat. So that concludes our 5 heats of the under-23 men's 100 metres. For those of you that don't know, this is the first time in 12 years the England Senior Championships has descended on Birmingham. It's a new Alexander Stadium since it was last here, and for the first time the England Championships are over 3 days. We had distance action on Wilson Field yesterday evening, and we've got a full 9 hours today and tomorrow. This is of course not just the senior champs, but the under-23s and under-20s. We have the England Senior Para Championships as well wrapped up amongst this. The World Under-20 trials for the under-20 athletes that are here, and also we have the CAU Inter-County Championship, so some of these athletes representing their counties might maybe wearing county vests here as well.
Yeah, so 6 heats of the men's 100 metres senior competition to come.
Lane 3, Jesse Ackerman, Croydon Harriers.
And the quickest in Heat 1, Ade Adewale, been around for a while, 30 years old, 10.18, lifetime best achieved this year. Ran well at the Olympic trials last month, was then disqualified in the semi-final, won his heat. The semi-final, which was won by Louis Hinchcliffe.
Samuel Everly goes in lane 8.
Fascinating to see how he'll get on in Paris. He's for a lot of people, he's come from nowhere. Under the tutelage. It's fascinating talent. Everyone wants to see how he can really mix it with the best.
and he won the England senior title 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you can succeed at national championships like this and go into big things, because he's lining up next to Noah Lyles, Leslie Tebogo, Akin Simbi today. He's at the Diamond League, down in London. So, you know, you can go from lining up here in an England champ seat and 2 years later lining up at the Diamond League. Pretty cool, right?
Focusing here though on this first heat. Jordan Beavers in 2, Jesse Agamang in 3, Adi Adewale in 4, William Ando in 5, Strawn Linton in 6, Stephen Mackey in 7, and Samuel Bonnet in lane 8. First 3 to go through automatically, 6 heats, and the 6 fastest qualifiers beyond that. For Adewale, all in red in the lane 4. Away cleanly, and a good start from Adewale. Adewale starting to get into his rhythm now. He's going clear. It's going to be an easy win for him. He will get 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Well, Adewale, a comfortable win, 10.57 into a 1.3, minus 1.3 headwind. Just on the outside of him, I think it was William Ando who came through for 2nd place. We said the top 3 all go through, so we'll clear that all up for you in just a moment. But a confident win from Adewale. Straight to confident victory.
Well, I think it was Jordan Beavers and Will Ando that came through for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, so there's barely anything to separate Ando and Beavers. Beavers just about gets 2nd by fractions. So Adewale, Beavers and Ando all go through to the next phase, and Jesse Agamang will have to wait and see if he's done enough. Same for Samuel Abanin. Very, very tight between 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th. I mean, I say tight, barely separate them at all in terms of their plans.
Throw a blanket over.
Bottom right, that the under-20s women's long jump is getting started. Two victory ceremonies as well.
The back end, I read the last week again, but I'm really taking away up to 11 days. Almost weary.
So next on track, the 2nd senior men's 100-metre heat.
Well,
Number 6 of these heats.
Heat 2 just going through their
In lane 2,
preparations.
John, Jesse,
Good lineup this one, very good.
in lane 3,
John,
also
Jesse Nwala going in lane 2, Kessie Oladoye
just behind Harris.
in 3, sort of best of 10.22. Krishawn Aiken, Scottish athlete, very talented. Krishawn over the 100, 200 and 400. Best of 10.34. Oliver Miller in 5, Sahib Singh goes in 6. Andy Robertson with his round 10.19 this season. Won this in the past, always featuring at England champs, getting amongst the medals. On the outside from Yorkshire, the city of Sheffield, Joe Ferguson, medalist as part of the 4x1 team at the World Championships a couple of years ago, getting towards his best form. Ferguson and Robertson will both fancy their chances. Ferguson's around 20.67 recently over the 200 metres, so going well. Nwala, Oladoye, Aiken, Miller, Singh, Robertson and Ferguson, top 3 through to the semi-finals. Robertson gets away typically well. Ferguson is there with him, and look at Robertson streak away here. Ferguson now back into his running, and look at Joe Ferguson in the second half of that race. 10.53 into a minus 4.8 win. That is a cracking run from Joe Ferguson, and I can tell you now, without a wind, that run would be worth 10.17 seconds. My goodness, that was flying.
And he made it look easy, didn't he? And he eased off at the end.
Well, Joe Ferguson, whose personal best is 10.21, set a couple of years ago, has been trying to find his form, battle the injuries. He's got a pretty good YouTube channel these days, Joe Ferguson, as well, if you like your sprinting YouTube. And 10.52 it has been rounded down to. Andy Robertson, I think, is at 10.65, and yeah, Robertson I think will be pretty pleased with that. Minus 4.8 win. Are we going to get over the -5? Will we, won't we? I'm not sure.
I hope not.
I hope not for the athlete's sake, but yeah, it's not what you want coming to a national championship. Joe Ferguson, my word, looking in great form. He's going to have a real tussle with Adi Adewale if they make it through to the final. Andy Robertson will back himself as he always does. Well, we're seeing some fantastic sprinting despite the wind conditions, and some good names, good athletes coming in the next couple of heats as well.
Yeah, up in the next one, the fastest in the field, Harry Taylor, who's just been competing in Italy this week in Celle Logere in the northwest of the country. Won his heats in that race, he proceeded into separate races. Context on that, it was a long day of lineups for things. That was one of them, but Harry Taylor looked in good form there. On the British indoor bronze title in 200 metres this year. Keno Elliott, Paris Samuel in lane 2 for this one. 10.59 runner at his best. Stanson Plummer in 3, who's gone 10.38. Quick runner should go through. Edward Fussy in 4, Harry Taylor in 5. Andre Wright has run a 10.47 in the past, and Matthew Alvarez in lane 8. There's a missing name there in lane 7, so Matthew Alvarez is going to have to run this pretty much on his own.
I think the extra race is tomorrow, so tomorrow's
So the third heat of the men's 100 metres. First 3 to go through automatically. Paris Samuel in 2, Plummer 3, Fussy in 4, Taylor 5, Wright in 6, and Alvarez in 8. Just the hand raised there, it's unsettled, so the athletes will reset. I'm not sure if that was something to do maybe with the wind, perhaps, maybe just a bit of a gust got up. But a couple of them actually raised their hand there, so just a bit unsettled. So they'll reset again, and a reminder of the lineup then. Paris Samuel 2, Plummer 3, Fussy 4, Taylor 5, Wright 6, Alvarez in 8. A little bit twitchy, but they do get away nice and cleanly, and so especially does Taylor. Taylor going really well here, so is Alvarez on the outside. It's going to be Taylor and Alvarez. Taylor just about nipping it, 10.74 into a 1.7 headwind. Just clear up who took third place. Taylor challenged there by Alvarez, and tough for Alvarez, who had no one on the inside of him or on the outside. Talking about peripheral vision, you can't see too much.
It looks like it was Alvarez that just got there by a nose.
And Plummer getting third place. Alvarez just taking it on the line. Our camera position, or our commentary position, is quite similar to the camera position, so not quite on the line.
But Alvarez has been given the win, 10.75, only a hundredth of a second ahead of Harry Taylor. So, heat 4 coming up for you. I mean, I'm still so impressed with Joe Ferguson's season's best in his heat. That was mightily impressive. Still got some great athletes to come.
Well, I was nearer second than I was first.
Heat 4, pretty stacked as well. Luke Durrell around 10.35 this year. Going in lane 2, Eli Onyewu is in 3, Phoenix Lyon is in 4, Jodie Smith's in 5, Michael Miller in 6, Jonathan Davies is in 7, and Sam Gordon, Welsh athlete, personal best at 10.24, goes in lane 8.
Of 10.35. In lane 3, Eli Onyewu from Swansea Harriers. Phoenix Lyon from Sheffield United Harriers goes in lane 4.
Well, Luke Durrell
Smith, Bristol and West AC
having
in
a
lane 5.
great season.
Hill in lane 6. Jonathan Davis,
7.3 this year over the 200 metres as well. Been very consistent. Came 6th in the 200 metre final at the UK Champs. So it's Durrell, Onyewu, Lyon, Smith, Miller, Davies and Gordon. 7 athletes in this one. Clearing away, really great start from Durrell, and Miller moving nicely through the middle. Sam Gordon starting to pull through now, but it's Durrell from the inside in the yellow vest who takes the win. 10.56 into a minus 1.5 wind. Pretty good run into that wind.
With a gain of minus 1.5 wind reading.
And Luke Durrell, older shot man, competing for Surrey. That's the yellow Surrey vest as part of the Inter-County Championships. So could come away again with a couple of medals, and he looked super relaxed, didn't he, as he came across the line?
Yes, he did. Another who can book their place in the semi-finals. Look forward to coming back a little bit later on.
I think it might have been Michael Miller from Herne Hill. Yes, it was 10.80 that got that third automatic qualified spot. So Durrell, Gordon and Miller, everybody else is going to have to see if they've done enough once the final 2 heats are concluded.
Very shortly then we'll head through to the penultimate heat. Features Korede Awe. 10.15 in the past, 10.37 this season, quickest in the field. athletes lining up in this one. In lane 2, Christian Aniagu achieved his lifetime best 10:57 this season. Destiny Agadi in lane 3, 10:59 this season, but 10:45 previously. Kieran Gowan-Wade in lane 4, 10:44 this season. Sean Crowley in 5. Corrediare in lane 6, Femiare in lane 7, and Theodore Reeve in lane 8, but Corrediare in lane 6, the one to watch, 10:15 his PB.
Ron, there was no tuner, so I put him down.
So Aniagu 2, Agali 3, Gowan-Wade in 4, Crowe in 5, Corrediare in 6, Femiare in 7, and Reeve in 8. For a little bit longer there, but they have got away pretty well, and Gowan-Wade going pretty well here. It's going to be Gowan-Wade who takes the victory, maybe just ahead of Agali. Corrediare was also in contention to qualify there. Top 3 all go through. Clock stops at 10:67. The wind died a bit there into a -1 headwind.
That's a pleasant wind, isn't it? Really, -1.
Take that.
Yeah. Kieran Gowan-Wade is absolutely rapid out of the blocks. He always gets out well and did nicely to hold on to it there.
So Gowan-Wade getting that in 10:66. In the end, Corrediare did get second place, just ahead of Destiny Agali. Those 3 all head through to the semis.
So, one more 100-metre heat to come. I can't believe we are here at this point.
He goes clear.
66, 74, 76, 92, 99, 09.
Well, this next heat features a man who is competing at his first ever England Athletics Championships.
He also goes clear.
So we move now to the final heat of the senior men's 100 metres. Final heat is 6. Lane 2, James Hansen from Woking AC.
So, the lineup for heat 6 then. James Hansen, 10-3 man at his absolute best. Try to find that form here from lane 2. Enzo Madden in the green strip of Sale goes in 3. Callum Winchester Wright is in 4. And how about this? Miguel Francis competing at an England Championships. We've never seen him at an England Championships. He was disqualified at the UK Outdoors last month and has been starved of races and due to injury over the last couple of years. But he's ran 19.88, personal best over the 100 metres. He is so quick. What can he do from lane 5 here? Daniel Brooks goes in lane 6, Josh Brown's in 7, Rory Kuipers in 8, and Patrick Pearce from Birchfield. He's run 10.4 this year, in good form on the outside in lane 9. So top 3 to go through. cleanly. Good start from Brown, and Francis now moving through the field and looking so good and so smooth. And at a canter from Miguel Francis, 10.83, so easy. Skipping through the line in the end, Miguel Francis, and well, how quick can he go later? He's ran 10.41 this year. Good to see him competing again. 10.8 is really, really easy for a man of his calibre. Strong headwind once again. Well, it was a jog really for Miguel Francis. Enzo Madden coming through for second, and on the outside it was Patrick Pearce who got that third automatic qualifying spot. And at the top of the track we can see our frame running athletes who will be on the track in just a couple of moments. This is the senior final. We always have frame running here at the England Champs. It's such a great discipline, a very inclusive discipline, and great to see.
Not part of the Paralympic discipline, the Paris Games, but great to see this. 4 athletes will be lining up here.
So in hydro competition, 8 athletes. Clear 2 metres and 3 centimetres. We mentioned most of them. Jonathan Brim is also clear.
So just to confirm a result from Heat 6 of the senior men's 100 metres, Miguel Francis, Enzo Madden and Patrick Pearce, the top 3 through. That was minus 4.1 metre per second wind. Not quite the personal best wind reading of the day, but Miguel Francis looked very, very comfortable, and we'll see him in the semi-finals later. Intriguing, isn't it? We know how quick he's ran in the past. We know the sorts of times he's capable of, but has just not been anywhere near it in the last 4 or 5 years.
Charlwood in 5, Finn Menzies from Livingston in 6, and in 7, Charlie Denman and Gloucester.
So our 4 frame running athletes. We have Muninda Heya from Coventry Godiva going in lane 4. Rafi Suleiman in 5. Finley Menzies of Scotland goes in 6 and out. 1 female athlete, Charlie Denman of Gloucester, going on the outside. And Charlie has that fabulous pink frame. Away they go. Rapid start from Suleiman, and really strong pace here, and pulling away from Menzies. Denman going well, but great speed through the line from Rafi Suleiman. It's 17.81 on the clock, into a minus 2.9 metre per second, and well, Muninda Heya working incredibly hard to cross the line here at the England Senior Para Championships. great to have frame running included. And our next race on the track is the women's para 400 metre final.
So high jump now comes with 208, round Webber and Carroll clear.
The woman was in with that voice.
After it, because I've got it.
So this is 400 metres. Go there now. I'm not break though. Yeah. Right. Come on, man. Come on. Well done, Anne. Try it. No, what I'll do is I'll leave that one. And then what we do is when we get back, come back, we'll make sure we've got plenty of racing there. There's 100 metre final. Are you two back with it? No, I'd say you're trying to avoid right too. Yeah,
So
come
here
direct with me, manager now, but on.
with our team 72 100 metre frame champion, frame running champion, Rafi Solomon. Rafi, how did the race go for you today?
It was really good, apart from the win, but that couldn't be helped. But I thought everyone did really well, and everyone put in a great effort. I'm really happy.
And preparation leading into today, where have you been competing to get yourself ready for today?
Well, recently I've just been to Denmark at the Race Running Champion Cup. It's a gathering of quite a few race runners and all competing in the same sport, so it's really nice event.
Brilliant. So here we have Rafi Solomon, our T72 100 metre frame runner champion.
9 times out of 10, only for the other ball. Yeah. That 5. There was enough for everybody to go on one, and then what ended up with the 3s on last as a loop one. So it was pointless trying to do it individually.
Which is the para 100 metres, 400 metres.
It's unfair to analyse time, we then start multi-timing through 400 metres, you know. So essentially, we probably could have done it with 400 metre race. I missed one, I pressed.
So the athletes in this para-ambulance 400 metre final. In lane 4, Faye Alsofka from Bexley AC. In lane 5, Debbie O'Connell from Wellington AC. Completing the lineup in lane 6, the Mars Phoenix AC, Rosie Porter. So the athletes will continue their warm-up. That race will be underway in a few moments' time.
Next event on the track then, the women's 400 metre ambulance final, and 3 athletes in this. Faye Ozowska in 4, Debbie O'Connell in 5 and Rosie Porter in 6. The sun's come out as well. Away they go then for this 400 metre race. And it's a good start there from Debbie O'Connell. Fastest in this field in terms of their lifetime best and over the season is Faye Ozowska in lane 4.
It's all fairly level so far in this.
But after O'Connell made a good start, she's been reined back in here, and it's pretty close between Porter, O'Connell and Ozowska. Ozowska's going to have a little bit of work to do if she's to come through here though. But now she's starting to get really into her running, isn't she, Ozowska? And it looks like it's going to be a comfortable win for her if she can just maintain this power and pace in the final straight. And Ozowska, the favourite for the title, is able to ease off a little bit with 40, 30, 20, 10 metres to go, and she takes the victory. And coming in for second place, Debbie O'Connell, Rosie Porter taking third. That's the first of what's going to feel like a marathon of 400 metre races to come. In fact, you can run a marathon quicker than the races that we've got coming up. Over 2 hours of 400 metre racing for you. Next on the track, the 400 metre wheelchair final. And mixed this one, so 3 athletes in this, 2 men and 1 woman. That'll be getting underway shortly. And after that, turn our attention first of all to the women's 400 metre races, the under-20s, under-23s and the seniors.
Long jump competition. Medals being presented by Janice Kaplan of England Athletics.
Well, next up, it is this mixed wheelchair final. Our athletes just going for their warm-up lap. Athletes will move to the under-20 women's 400 metre heats featuring Charlotte Henrich, who had the World Junior Standard.
And the gold medal, England champion with 6 metres and 4 centimetres in Chiltern Harriers, she's number 4.
So the high jump bar once again will have gone up. Not sure what
So
height it
the
is.
athletes in this wheelchair final. Got Elias Segundi, who goes on the inside lane, which is lane 4. Got Ami Chawal, part of the Weir Archer Academy. All 3 of these athletes are actually, and Ellis Kotas goes in lane 6. So we've got an under 20, a senior, and an under 23.
So all 3 athletes from the
So,
Weir
cleanly
Archer
away.
Academy. Elias Segundi.
There's Kotas on the outside, our only female athlete in this race, and
And Ellis Kotas in 6.
pushing nicely down the back straight. Chawal just leading from Segundi at the moment, I think. Segundi on the inside, and it will all unravel. It definitely helps having Chawal outside for Segundi. That marker to try and push a bit harder and pull yourself round, and Chawal into the home straight, making those adjustments and pushing hard, and nothing to choose between these two. There's only margins between their personal bests and the time. Well, the clock hasn't stopped, but it is Kotas still working incredibly hard and working well. It looked quick at the front between Segundi and Chawal. It's very, very close, but Hilmi Chawal just about getting the win. So great to have our
Next up, Charlie Husbands.
wheelchair athletes with us.
To attempt 4 husbands, the new personal best if he achieves it.
So 4 heats of the under 20 women's 400 metres to come, and they will have their semi-finals as one of the last events of the day. That will be at 5:50, 10 to 6 this evening as we approach our final hour. But very interesting, the under 20 women, because the second ranked athlete in the UK this year, Karen Costa, is actually out at the European Under 18 Championships at the moment, and she went sub 52 for the first time in those semi-finals yesterday. So maybe she can join Charlotte Hemrich at the World Juniors, because she now has the standard Cara da Costa. She might even go to the World Juniors with the European Under 18 medal.
4 heats in this under 20 women's 400 metres.
So Henrich, an athlete herself who has had great success a couple of years back, winning that European Under 18 Championship. She hadn't ran many 400s when she did, because the under 17s at our age group in the UK run 300s, and she has progressed. You always find with athletes running 400s that they tend to take a year to progress from moving up from 300 to 400, and certainly Charlotte Hemrich went through that process last year when she won the silver medal at the Commonwealth Youth Games, but she goes in this first heat, Charlotte Hemrich.
Henrich, the quickest in the field by quite a distance. Etty Sisson will also be hoping to make her way through in lane 6, just outside of Henrich. It's run 54 and bits before, but closer to the 56s, just under 56 this season. Neve Bold, in lane 2. Ruby Phillips in lane 3. Phillips is a 55.5-ish 400 metre runner. Daniela Graham Marty in 4. Charlotte Henrich in 5. Etty Sisson in 6. Alice Lazenbury who's dipped below a minute for the first time this season, is in 7, and Larissa Wilson hoping to break a sub 57 in lane 8. First 3 will go through automatically, and then the 4 quickest qualifiers after that. Charlotte Henrich, the 2022 European Under-18 champion. Moving up through the age groups and looking to come away from the Alexander Stadium this weekend with a gold medal again. Heat 1 of 4. First 3 to go through. Nice clean start, and Graham Marty's gone off quite quickly trying to chase down Henrich, but now Henrich is starting to get into her running. She's been winding up, and now she's just coasting past those on the outside of her. Really good start this from Charlotte Henrich, and she's already passed Larissa Wilson on the outside as well. So Henrich in complete control of this race as they reach the top bend. And Graham Marty is also going fairly well. Top 3, as I say, to go through. Henrich with a comfortable lead then coming into the straight, and Sisson looks like she's going to take the second place, and Ruby Phillips going well as well in lane 3, as she'll get a comfortable progression as well. The clock stops at 53.98. So a tough run from Henrich. You could hit out. She'll go for a semi-final later on. The athletes certainly look like, and they've given it their all. Charlotte Henrich with the win, and I can't quite see who that is that's down on their haunches on the side. That's Emily, it might be Etsy, I think it is, and maybe has gone through. Took a lot out of her.
It's very good. A lot of people watching. I am champion, so it's amazing how long.
And, you know, race plan going into it today.
Which takes the top spot and goes through to the semi-finals. Sisson as well after her, and in third place.
Brilliant. Congratulations, out Spain.
Phillips went through. The first of 4 under 20 400 metre heats. Phillips confirmed as third place.
So then, Heat 2, Emma McIntosh goes in lane 2. She's from Bristol and West, 56.11 athlete at her best. Angelique Aberley from the city of Sheffield is in lane 3. Eva Tyler is in 4. Annabelle Howes is in 5. And Amy Phillips in 6 from the Wirral. Emma Holmes, given up for her. She's third fastest in the UK this year, ran a personal best in Belgium a couple of months ago. That was 54.24. And Hermione Mason on the outside in lane 8. So we know 53.97, the winning time for Charlotte Henrich in the first heat. It is the top three that will go through. Emma Holmes will be looking to lay a marker down. We'll get this reset. Well, green card given. I'm not sure if you could pick up what our starter was saying, but the athletes asked to respond to the set command when it's given.
Yeah, I think they're saying do not delay. They're just taking too much time to get set.
So, McIntosh, Aberley, Tyler, Howes, Phillips, Holmes and Mason. And we're going to have a third crack of the whip. Not the usual, seeing multiple reset starts in a heat, certainly for a 400. Remember, we only had one disqualification in the 100-metre heats earlier. So, a yellow card has been given to Hermione Mason. One of our officials just having a word with her. We'll keep an eager eye on how she gets into the blocks. This is heat 2 of the under-20 women's 400 metres. Away this time, McIntosh, Aberley, Tyler, Howes, Phillips, Holmes and Mason. And already we're seeing Emma Holmes fly past Hermione Mason, and she's opened up a huge lead down this back straight, and Holmes looking superb here and just needs to keep her foot on the gas to keep rolling round past that halfway point. And difficult to see where everybody else is because they are so far behind, but McIntosh looking pretty good from lane 2. As is Aberley, who's starting to move now, and the stagger will unwind, and it's only a narrow lead here for Emma Holmes despite that quick opening 200 metres, and she needs to keep on top of this here because a win will give her a better lane draw in the semi-finals later on this evening. But coming through strongly is Eleanor McIntosh, 55.02. Well, that would be a big personal best for Eleanor McIntosh. 55.02 on the clock, pretty good run, but a huge personal best for Eleanor McIntosh, and that replay giving the clear picture that she got the win, and she's knocked more than a second off her best ever run.
It took a while to get going that race, didn't it? But in the end, it served up a cracking finish.
Well, the results just coming through, 55 flat for McIntosh. Oh, she almost jumped 55 seconds completely there. That would have been a great result, but I'm sure she's still delighted with that time. Holmes, her time 55.06. And it was Angelique Aberley that got third in 55.26. So personal best for Abley as well. That was pretty quick. Great running from the Sheffield athlete, and those three automatically through to the semi-finals later on this evening. Quick recovery and thinking about the next round for them.
That was heat 2. In heat 3, we've got the 4th quickest under 20 in the country this year. Mandy Cahoon in lane 5. She's run a 54.28 this season. She'll be going in lane 5 and should progress through to the semi-finals. Casey Musgrave as well, 55.31. 400-metre runner, she'll be going in lane 2.
Next on track, the 400 metres from the 20
Second
women,
quickest
third
in this
heat.
field.
Going in lane 2, City of Sheffield and Durham, Casey Musgrave.
Casey Musgrave will
Also
go
representing
in
Yorkshire.
lane 2.
Emily Rawson from Notts AC,
In lane
also
3.
representing Nottinghamshire, goes in lane 3.
Nottinghamshire.
Kamaya Bennett from Coventry Godiva Harriers goes in lane 4.
In lane 5, which is mentioned before. Nandi Kahuli will be going in 5. Georgia Hewitt in 6, 57.71 runner. Emily Fawkes in 7, and Holly Ovens in 8.
Holly Ovens in lane 8.
Top 3 to go through. So on paper, you'd expect Kahuli to progress.
100 bar currently at 2:16. There's 2 athletes left in.
Musgrave, it might be quite tight between the likes of Bennett and Ovens. So where they go then for this 3rd heat. Nandi Kahuli trying to make it through to the next round, and she's advancing on Hewitt on the outside of her. Hewitt and Kahuli going fairly well here, and Casey Musgrave, who was saying, is one of the favourites to make her way through to the semis. Is starting to advance here on Rawson and Bennett. They come round the bend, and Kahuli probably just about in front. Wine, she's got this race under control. If she can just settle through and see this home on this final straight. Caillou in the lead, and Musgrave chasing her down on the outside of Caillou. Hewitt is going well, finishing fairly quickly. Is Bennett, and Bennett's going to come through and just nip it for 3rd place. Ahead of Hewitt, 55.52, the winning time. Hewitt looked like she was running through treacle at the end, unfortunately for her. And Fink will confirm it. Bennett just overtaking her on the line.
Well, it's going to be a pretty big personal best for Hewitt, I think, regardless of whether she came 3rd or 4th. To me, it looked like Bennett came through strongly.
Bennett taking that just ahead of Hewitt. Really good finish from Bennett. It looked like it had gone.
It's really tough for a lot of these athletes as well, because they would have done 2 rounds at the English schools last weekend. They're coming here again, potentially 3 rounds with some of these athletes, certainly the younger ones who are actually going to be in their first year of 400 metres as well. It's so difficult. It can't be understated enough, and yeah, it takes a lot out of the legs.
It's fantastic to see such a wide range of really high caliber athletes across a great range of events. You see
the 4th heat
the para-athletics program
coming up
really
now.
growing and gaining momentum.
And just to confirm, it was Kamaya Bennett, they got that third spot from Hewitt by 300th of a second, 56.52 to 56.55. That's over a second personal best for Georgia Hewitt.
Consideration window with selections for the Paralympic Games next week. It kind of draws in a very high caliber of athletes, so we're going to see some brilliant racing across these 3 days.
So safe to say para-athletics is in good form in England.
Yeah, I think we're going from strength to strength. We've recruited well, we've found some good athletes, and we have a thriving talent program that is, like I say, really gaining momentum. So, more to come. I'm sure we've made some good progress in para-athletics.
Heat 4 of the under-20 women's 400 metres. Anna Babis is in 2. She's from Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Innes Green is in 3. Zoe Wilson from Glasgow. She was in 4. Jess Astill going in 5. Olivia Bell in 6. Rebecca Grieve in 7. Gabriella Sutton in lane 8. Fourth and final heat. 3 athletes will automatically go through to the final.
So where they go in this final heat of the 20 women's
Away
400 metres.
and out the blocks.
Anna Babis from Windsor Slough,
We'll start
Hounslow
from
in lane 2.
Rebecca Grieve.
Innes Green, which carries into
2 in from the outside, rose quickly and then just settled into her running and tracking Sutton outside of her, but 2 inside. Jessica Astill now starting to storm down the backstretch and will head past Grieve, and these two with a chance now to work together and keep the pace up as they come off the bend and into the home straight. It is Astill that has a lead from Grieve, who's really committed to this race. She has a look around to the left and sees no one else about, and I think Grieve now knows she doesn't need to keep pushing this pace. Astill looking strong at the front, and Grieve just out of canter, cruising through 55.11. That looked really, really good. And Astill did everything right.
Semi-finals later on this evening.
Those two embracing at the finish as well. 55.11. Pretty quick for how they ran that. They looked comfortable. Grieve with a lot of time to look left, look right, down the home straight, and then just pick it up to ease past Astill. Well, I'll have to see what the photo finish gives. I said initially it looked like it was Grieve, but nothing to choose between them. They have given it to Jess Astill, 55.14, the same time for Rebecca Grieve, who's in second. And it was Olivia Bell that came through for third, so she's heading through to the semi-finals later on this evening. Those are at 5:50 p.m. So, you know, good 4.5 hours of recovery for these athletes. Some will have a bit more, but that is ample time for them to rest up, have a snooze. Got to get your fuel on board as quick as possible. Don't want to be eating too close to that semi-final later on.
Well done, team. How do I take it? This time I did put the one in my pocket.
So we're moving on to the under 23 women's 400 metres, heat 1 on the track.
Moving up then to the under 23s.
Ahead of schedule, but we have Tess McHugh in lane 2.
Yeah, Tess McHugh going in lane 2. She's the fastest in this field, 52.89. And away they go then for this first of the under 23 races. And Tess McHugh will be the favourite, just under 53 second runner, but also going well there is Kiyama Kofi. First 3 to go through automatically from these 2 heats. Now Tess McHugh is starting to up her running. Fairly conservative first 200 metres, but now she's really starting to go through the gears, McHugh. And look at this, she's just streaking ahead. Making it look easy, McHugh, having not made the quickest start really. Chasing her down, Kiyama Kofi and Jenna Breen. So it is going to be McHugh who's going to take the win here and just eases off through the line. First 3 to go through, as I said, so Kofi and Breen also make it through. 54.48, the winning time for the first heat.
Well, that was pretty impressive, wasn't it, from Tess McHugh? In good form this season, enjoying her running, and she ran that exactly how you would want a quarter miler to approach the heat. Get out in that first 150 exactly how you would if you were running flat out, and then you've got enough breathing room in that final 100 metres to ease off if you need to, and she did exactly that, which is perfect race planning. So, next up, for Heat 2, it is the top 2 that will, top 3 that will automatically go through to the final. We'll have to wait and see whether they're going to run the final tonight or tomorrow. I suspect it's probably going to be tomorrow at the semi-final scheduled time, because we did have semi-final scheduled for today, but not needed, I believe. So Chanel Cole goes in lane 2, Ruby Nelson is in through, Catherine Reynolds from Stratford-upon-Avon is in 4, Elizabeth Taylor is in 5, Natalie Groves is in 6, Holly Hatter in 7, and Charlotte Kelsey, fastest in this lineup. She is on the outside in lane 8. Well, Charlotte Kelsey, 6th fastest in the UK for our under 23 women this year, and at 50. 4.08 at the UK Championships to come 6th in a heat, and she's very quick over the 200 metres, 23.69 she's run over that distance this year, and I suspect she's got a bit more in the tank than just that 54.08, so could be a great tussle with her and Tess McHugh in the final. Should Charlotte Kelsey come through unscathed.
Second heat.
cleanly away. And it's Nelson, Reynolds, Taylor, Groves, Patter and Kelsey. And on the outside, as expected, Kelsey just gliding down the back straight. She's already opened up a good lead against Patter, who's in the lane inside of her. Catherine Reynolds up into her running as well, and in that yellow vest in the middle starting to storm past Taylor, and now Groves as well. But it's all about Charlotte Kelsey in lane 8, who is cruising here. This looks really good, but Reynolds will be pretty close as they come into the home straight. In third, it's Cole on the inside from Blackheath and Bromley, but Kelsey, the Middlesbrough athlete, looking good here in this second heat and absolutely walking across the line in 55.11, and that looked very, very comfortable. And I really do think she can go a lot quicker than her best of 54.08, because that looked super easy from gun to tape. Still obviously learning her skills as a 400-metre runner. And this just goes to show the distance between Kelsey and the rest of the field. It was Reynolds that came in behind her, and then that third automatic qualifying spot looks as if it went to the athlete in lane 7, which is Holly Patter from Leamington, who came through rapidly, and I think is probably going to be rewarded with a good lifetime best.
You are right to raise the question about what happens with the semi-finals and the finals. Hopefully get an update to the timetable at some point to figure out what will happen there, because as you say, Scott, there's no need for a semi-final now for either the under-23s or the seniors.
Yeah, I suspect they'll give them that extra day. I mean, 4 or 5 hours is pretty good recovery, really. It's still hard, but you know, if you're talking like 3 hours or a little less than that, it's quite tough for these 400 runners.
And you're also talking about athletes who've come from all around the country to be here today, may well have accommodation booked or something like that as well.
Yeah, you've got to consider that for sure.
So a little bit of a gap here, and we'll pick up coverage very shortly with the senior 400 metres.
So we have our presentation of medal for the mixed 400 metre wheelchair final. First of all, the ladies, our lady in that competition. To the gold medal on England champion, the Weir Archer Academy, Ellis Cottas.
So we move on to our second presentation of medals for that wheelchair mixed 400 metre final. And the silver medal from the Weir Archery Academies, the under 20, Ilias Segundi.
Yeah, senior men.
It's a very close final, if you remember. Champion, 55.52 the Weir Archery Academy, Lily Schwab. First of 2 heats, first of 3 making it through to a final. In lane 2, Farrell White, Woodford Green and Essex Ladies. In lane 3, Mary Abici and Bill Haringey AC. Lauren Rule from Hearts Phoenix goes in lane 4. Emma Alderson from Liverpool Harriers in lane 5. Abigail Fitton from Barcelona Kings in 6.
The first of the senior women's 400 metres, then the athletes just going through their final warm-ups. Fastest in this heat, Mary Abici, 33 now, part of the European Championship relay winning squad in Berlin in 2018, very experienced. She'll be going in lane 3, has run 52.88 this season, which is the quickest out of the 6 athletes in this race. Kyra White goes in lane 2, 56.31, her lifetime best set this year. Mary Abici in lane 3. Lauren Rule in 4, 53.65 Hearts Phoenix. In 5, Emma Alderson, 54.47 runner. Abigail Fitton goes in 6. And Mary Tafwangi in lane 7. First 3 will go through automatically, and then the fastest 2. Just 2 heats here. They'll go straight through to the final. What's due to be a semi-final later in the day. The first 3 will go straight through to the decider. So watch out then for Abici in the bright colours, the pink and vest and the long socks as well. And she's made a fairly decent start. Also going well there is Fitton in lane 7. And Abici's pulled up, she's gone. She's got an injury around 150 metres in, and she is out of the race. So the favourite is out. And the rest of the athletes continue along their way. The majority will make it through to the final, but who's it going to be?
So it's Lauren Rule from Hearts Phoenix in lane 4.
Lauren Rule going well here. It looks like she's going to take the victory. Lauren Rule and Fitton coming through for second place, and Emma Alderson will take third. So those 3 all making it through automatically to the final, but a real shame there for Mary Abici. The winning time 53.41, and that is a new personal best for Lauren Rule. So congratulations to her.
Well, it'd be good to see a replay of Mary Abici pulling up, because that was interesting. She just looked so smooth in the opening 150. It was just kind of nothing major.
Nothing, but I mean, it wasn't rapid, was it? Like in terms of how quickly she was up. But she's, you can see her on the far side there. She's coming round around the 200-metre start mark at the moment, having a chat to someone with her. Looks to be moving okay. No visible signs of discomfort in terms of her movement. Maybe something just not feeling right. And yeah, shame to see her go.
Well, it does open up the final potentially for other athletes.
My years I've been so far, but the big hurdle just wasn't quite there. So, you know, there's good signs there. I'm confident they'll come through eventually. It's just a question of when.
Absolutely. So next competition is what's in the plan?
We're going to assess now. We'll see what's coming up, whether we're the 6 or the 7, the senior weight, or whether or not we just go into a nice training block and get ready for next season. We get to decide that, but we'll figure it out.
Nice one. So everyone, under 20 shot put champion Isaac Delaney.
Second heat of the senior women's 400 metres. Well, with Lauren Rule coming through with that personal best. And this next heat has a couple of athletes that I think will likely contest for the gold medal in the final. They've just been stuck in the same heat. We've only got 2 heats. The top 3 will obviously go through. So then, Katie Robbins, 55.7 athlete at her best. She goes in lane 2. Sian Harry goes in lane 3 for Belgrave. In lane 4, Amy Hilliard, Birchfield Harrier on home soil here. Got a silver medal in these championships 3 years ago, just lost to Vicky Ahurugu. Amy a resurgent year this year after knee surgery and has around 53.06, so we'll fancy her chances to get amongst the medals and maybe get that gold. Effion Roberts from Menai Track and Field, 53.5 athlete as well, at her best, is around 54 this year. She goes in lane 5. Natasha Harrison, the Stockport athlete, 52.6 at her best, just marginally quicker than Amy Hilliard. Shows how close those two are on paper. And Natasha Harrison's around 52.91 this year, a Stockport athlete. And on the outside, Alicia Regis, competing for Middlesex here today, the Enfield and Haringey athlete. 53.97 personal best this year, stepping up to the 400. Heat 2 of the senior women's 400 metres, and that is a very strong start from Alicia Regis. Looking so good, so smooth, and has really adapted nicely to this 400 metre lifestyle this season, and is certainly an athlete, if she can replicate that 53.9 personal best, who would contest for a medal in the final. Hilliard now cruising past Roberts, has Harrison in her sights, who has also gone off pretty quickly over this first 250, and it's Regis that's going to lead as they come into the home straight. Harry side by side with Hilliard, but it's Regis who is storming away here. Harrison digging deep, trying to claw backwards. Harry just moving up into third now. Harrison battling and will come through, and this is quick, 52.68, and that is going to be a huge personal best for Alicia Regis. I said it looked quick. She really committed to that over the first 250, and that made all the difference. And my goodness, what a run. She almost dragged Natasha Harrison through to a personal best herself, and that will be one of her quickest ever. And I think Sian Harry ran strongly as well. Well, look at this for the finish. Harrison, 52.68 on the clock. It was Sian Harry that came through for third from Amy Hilliard, and I think Sian Harry is probably going to be rewarded with a big personal best as well. We'll wait for official confirmation of those results to come up on our screen. We suspect the first four will all go through. So it was Natasha Harrison confirmed with 52.68 on the dot. Alicia Regis, 52.83 seconds. That is a monster personal best, over 1.1 seconds. Sian Harry, 53.61. That's a big lifetime best as well, despite the wind. And Amy Hilliard, 53.97. I think that's going to be good enough to go through as one of the non-automatic qualifiers. Yes, it is 53.97. Would have put her second in that first heat. So very, very quick second heat. I think we're going to see Effion Roberts in there as well, with her run of 55.29. So great couple of heats in the senior women's 400. We now have 4 heats of the under-20 men's 400 for you, and the world qualifying standard for that is pretty quick. It's 46.50 rather. Nobody has got that.
No. Yeah, it's a high standard, isn't it? The World Athletic standard is 47.65, but UK Athletics rising that to 46.50. In this though, Alex Halchin, the second fastest at this level this year. The fastest is Sam Lunt, who we saw earlier on in the hurdles, not running over the flat here in Birmingham. And Halchin has run a 47.36 this year. He'll be going from lane 7. Others to watch out for includes Dylan Purton in lane 6, 48.80, his season's best. Ben Heron has run 48.82, he'll go from lane 3. First 3 to go through automatically. 4 heats here, and we'll have a semi-final later on, and then the 4 fastest qualifiers as well. So these athletes looking to book their place in a shootout for the final a little bit later on today. Jack Woodman will go in lane 2, Birchfield Harriers. Yet to dip beneath 50 seconds, looking to do that. There's only 2 that haven't done that before. Elliot Lloyd, Ozogbrew is one of them, he's going in 5. Ben Heron goes in 3. Ben Sinclair in lane 4 from the Manx Harriers, 49.48, his personal best. Dylan Purton in 6. Mentioned Alex Halchin, he'll go in lane 7. And Noah Ridgen goes in lane 8. 49.46 this season for Ridgen. So this heat 1 of 4, first 3 to go through automatically. Halchin looking to achieve something very special, to try and dip under that 46.50. I mean, it'd be a huge, huge personal best if he was to do it. Away they go then for the first of these heats, and Halchin's gone straight away. He looked like he hurt his hamstring, and look how frustrated he is as well. He pulls off his vest and he looks absolutely disgusted with himself, but the race continues. So Halchin out, the pre-race favourite here. And they're unwinding round here on this bend. And Ben Heron going fairly well there.
Pretty close as it comes around.
as is Ben Sinclair. On wind, it's quite tight. But Purton going pretty well here, as is Heron, and Ben Heron is looking like he's going to take the victory, but coming back strongly here is Purton. But it is Heron who takes it. Ben Heron ahead of Dylan Purton, and then Ben Sinclair, I think it was, who maybe took third place. But the clock stops at 48.17. A real shame for Alex Houchin. Perhaps it's me. That's 2 races in a row now.
Yeah, that is unlucky, isn't it?
It's very early on, wasn't it? He was only, what, I'd say 50 metres max into his stride, and from the start that he pulled up.
I would say he doesn't seem to be limping.
No, he immediately, he did the classic, yeah, we're going to have a look at this replay again at the start. He did the classic hamstring tweak, leap up into the air. It's not even that. 10 metres maybe. And
well, he's definitely pulled it. We've been there before, that is nasty.
But hopefully it's a fairly minor injury and he can get over it pretty quickly. He's being consoled by everyone else in that field. Yeah, real shame for him. I'm sure he came here thinking that he could walk away with the title.
Well,
and he was certainly the favourite, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Such a shame. Well, Heat 2 then. We will see some of these athletes in the semi-finals later. We've got Jack Littman from Oxford City AC in lane 2. Lane 3, we've got Zero Unwogwugwu, who from Blackheath and Bromley. Grant McKirchen from Cumbernauld goes in 4. Rob Marlow, Coventry Godiva Harris from just down the road. He goes in the middle, good lane draw for him in 5. Dylan McCulloch is in lane 6, and Thomas Bennett from Taunton in lane 7. Rowan Pearson in 8. Well, we've seen some cracking 400 races already, I tell you, despite these hamstring pulls. I mean, it's a bit like last night, lots of people tripping out of the water jump for the first time in a long time. But yeah, this is pretty good. Fastest man in this race is Tom Bennett from Taunton. He's ran 47.48. He's a 3rd ranked athlete in the UK this year. Top 3 will go through though. Rob Marlowe's run 48.7. Dylan McCulloch has ran 48.67 at their best. So 7 athletes. The wind is still blustery, so they will have it down the back straight. And more to play for here. So Littman, Unwogwugwu, McKeown, Marlow, McCulloch, Bennett, Pearson, and Bennett has gone off pretty quickly and is dragging McCulloch alongside him. Marlow with McKeown closing the gap on his inside shoulder, but he will finish quickly. So all even as we come round for the first 200 metres, and just looks like McCulloch has an edge at the moment, and there's going to be 4 or 5 athletes coming into this as Unwogwugwu is there in touching distance in the home straight, and Marlow looks to come through now. McCulloch finishing strongly. Unwogwugwu coming in like a train too, and here's Bennett on the outside, who's going to come through to take the win here. 48.46 on the clock. I think that's going to be a new lifetime best for Dylan McCulloch, the Central AC athlete, Scottish athlete here. Well, it was close, it was pretty quick, it was a really great battle down the home straight. Zuriel Unwagwagwu had a lot of work to do. He was on the inside, he was banked on the inside, and I had to watch them all go away from him. And it takes a long time for that stagger to come back towards you in the home straight. This was the finish. We know our top three, and it was Marlow that came through in fourth, a couple of metres behind Zuriel Unwagwagwu. Marlow 49.39, which is the same time as Noah Ridgeon ran for fourth in the first heat. So it's going to be a bit of a nervous wait for Rob Marlow and Noah Ridgeon. That would come down to thousandths if there were two of the four, but at the moment they sit in a good place.
So no firm decisions then yet, but I understand as well you were really pleased to have a bit of crowd support up there on the stand, clapping you as you cleared the various lines.
Halfway through then, the under-20 heats, and in the next one is Stan Chebus, who has run faster than any other in this field this season. 47.51, went to the Commonwealth Youth Games last year, and he's already won the indoor title this year, looking to double up and take another title away from Birmingham. So he's the fastest this season, but the fastest in the field is Alexander Beck. Alex Beck goes in lane 2, the Winchester athlete. 47.30, his lifetime best, but he's only managed a 48.63 this season. And a couple chasing a first sub 50, including Rhys Chadwick, Woking and Jacob Gosnell, who'll go from lane 8. Also looking to dip under 50 seconds for the first time. First three to go through automatically, just a reminder. Always will remind you, just because parameters often change depending on how many heats we have to go through. In lane 2 though, Alex Beck. In lane 3, Caleb McLeod. Owen Jones goes in lane 4, Stan Chebus in 5, Samuel Moa in 6, Rhys Chadwick in 7, and Jacob Gosnell in lane 8. Just looking around, we've got one of the lanes empty here. Away then for the third heat of the under-20 400 metres. That's a good start by Sam Moa. Quickly past Chadwick and Gosnell. And Alex Beck also going pretty quickly in lane 2. And Chebus has a little bit of work to do to drag himself back into contention, the fastest in the field this season. But Alex Beck and Sam Moa setting the pace, and Beck is starting to pull away now, and Chebus now is putting in a really decent finish. So Chebus coming through, but it's going to be Beck who wins this one, just ahead of Chebus, and Caleb McLeod taking third place. The clock's not stopped on the... In fact, I think this clock might have gone a little bit, it was sort of playing catch up there, wasn't it? 48.36 at the time that's been given, which would be a season's best for Alex Beck, who was able to ease up at the end.
Well, Stan Shavers always leaves it late. It's his trademark. He's a very strong finisher, and that's a challenge indoors, but he's done it here on this track before.
He'll need to just be a little bit more in contention and run a slightly smarter race in the semis, you'd think, and a little bit later on. Left it a bit too late there. It was a bit close for comfort, wasn't it? Alex Beck, 48.39, the winner, as Chavis did get second place. And yeah, going through in third place is Caden McLeod.
Third place, bronze medalist, with a time of 31.45 from Coventry Diver Harriers, Melinda Singh Kaya. Silver medalist from Livingston with 18.44, Finley Menzies. And our champion with a time of 17.77 seconds from Charlton AC, Rafi Solomon.
So one more under 20 men's 400 metre heat to come. Lane 2 is Henry Stewart from St Albans. We've got Damari Gums, who is very quick with a 47.67 best. He's the 5th ranked athlete in the UK this year. The Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow man. Rhys Bethall from St Albans is in 4. Vincent Chikukwa from Birchfield on home track, rocking in lane 5. George Wincup goes in 6. Rory Summers in 7. Halrus Di in lane 8, and George Pitwood goes in lane 9 for Walton.
We've got Keris Abouaki from Loughborough University, Amy Kennedy from Glasgow Jaguars, Jess Hopkins from Chelmsford, and Michaela Joseph from Harrow AC. So,
So top 3 automatically through. You've got to run something like 49.3 if you want to get one of those 4 non-automatic qualifying spots, those time qualifiers. Cleanly away. Aggressive start from Gums in lane 3, already leaving Stewart behind him in lane 2. Strong as well from Summers in that green vest for the City of Plymouth. He's scorching away down the back straight and has gone side to side with Russ Dye. Pretty tight in the middle between Chikukwa and Wincup as well, but maybe Pitwood will just have an edge as they come into the home straight. There's almost 7 of them abreast, and now Wincup starts to pull away. Gums digs deeper and has a look either side. He's still got some work to do here, Damari Gums. He's relaxed too much in that first 300, but comes through to take the win in the end. 48.51. Didn't want to do more than he had to. Damari Gums just pulling away in the end. And it was Gums from Bethel and Pitwood, the top three, and I think maybe Henry Stewart will have done enough to get one of those non-automatic qualifying spots. It'll be pretty close.
So we have our presentation of medals for the senior men's high jump competition. The bronze medal with a jump of 2 metres and 8 centimetres from Essex Beagles, Charlie Husbands.
So the results then: Damari Gums in first, 48.49. The big one, Henry Stewart from the inside, 48.88. Rory Summers, 49.08. Just they will have the top 2 non-automatic qualifying spots. Just waiting for 6th. But it looks to me at the moment that Noah Ridgeon and Rob Marlowe are still in those 2 time qualifying spots. Noah Ridgeon was 0.02 of a second quicker than Rob Marlowe. Sam Moa and Elliot Lloyd, Rizzo Egbu did not run quick enough now that Stewart and Summers in that 4th heat have gone so quickly. Right, so the next event on the track in around about 10 minutes time, it's the first heat of the under 23 men's 400 metres. We've got 4 heats in that, and then we move through to our final set of 400 metre heats, which will be the senior men's. We've got 3 heats in that. So plenty more action to come. Remember, you can check all the live results on the Roster Athletics app. We're here in Birmingham at the Alexander Stadium for another 5 hours of action.
Into the second round in the shot put, the women's under 20 competition. Current leader Annabelle Amadin and Sarah Barriers with 13.59. And in the under 23 competition, Jess Hopkins leads with 13.80.
So we move on then to the senior men's 400 metres, and there will be 4 heats here. The first 3 in each heat will go through automatically. It's the under-23s, excuse me, the under-23 competition. And the fastest in this field, Brody Young, will be going from lane 8. Picked up some major youth relay medals, part of the mixed 4x4 relay squad at the last World Under-20 Championships, and followed that up with a men's 4x400 metre relay medal at the European Under-23s last year, and a gold medal at the Under-20s in 2021. So Brody Young, the 45.71 lifetime best achieved this season. Thomas Hockley and Tommy Aula both have 47 seconds personal bests, just short of 48. And they'll be hoping to make it through. So those 3 would be the favourites to progress. They're just going through their final preparations here. To say 4 heats. There'll be a semi-final later on. And after the under-23s, focus on the senior competition.
It's a white Volkswagen, registration M100 PJF. White Volkswagen M100 PJF.
Just taking you through the lineups then in lane 2, Nathaniel Dias. 48.40 personal best achieved this year by Kieran. Has not gone sub 50 this season, but he has previously 49.38 at best. Oliver Clark in lane 4, University of Sheffield, 49.81. Thomas Hockley in 5, 47.73 runner. Tommy Aula in 6, 47.86 lifetime best set this season. Greg Mitchell in lane 7 from the Edinburgh Athletics Club, trying to go sub 50 for the first time, the only one in this field who's not done that so far. And Brody Young in lane 8, quickest in this field. First of 4 heats then, the first 3 go through automatically. So where they go then, and Brody Young hoping to put a bit of a marker down. He's already creating a big gap between himself and the rest of the field, having to run all out on his own on the outside. And Brody Young being chased down here though. But Young out in front, just about. And Tommy Aula actually coming through really strong here with Aula and Young. It's a ding-dong battle between these two, and Young responds. Aula will take second spot, and in second, Dias. Greg Mitchell didn't start the race in the end, due to go in lane 7. So Brody Young had to run a lot of that without anyone to race down really. And then he suddenly found that he had company when he got into the home straight from Tommy Aula, but he did respond impressively. Managed to find an extra gear, a 47.08. The winning time. Brody Young capable of much better than that. But just check on the time. It's probably a lifetime best for Tommy Aula. Wait for the official times to come through. Just start to pop up on our screens any moment now. Some more of the field finals also getting underway over the next few hours. Next up, right in front of where we're sitting, is the under-23 women's triple jump. Yeah, Aula ending up coming second with 47.21, which is a lifetime best for him. So really impressive run from the Folkestone athlete. And Nathaniel Dias with a 47.93, also a massive personal best for him, the first time that he's dipped below 48 seconds. And those three will go straight through. Thomas Hockley with his 48.36 in fourth place. We'll have to wait to see if that is good enough as one of the quickest times. He's got a nervy wait. 3 races to watch to find out whether he's done enough.
That's a quick heat. I mean, I can't believe, do they know that they've got semi-finals this evening? Do they know that in a few hours? Like, I think maybe they forgot, because that was very, very quick.
I think Aula was running the race for his life, clearly. I mean, it literally was the race for his life. And I think Brodie Young, because he had no one, he was started on the outside, he had no one inside him. I think it really did sort of creep up on him that actually he wasn't cruising quite as much as he was. And they both got more out of each other in that final 100 metres. So I think maybe they ran slightly quicker than they needed to. A bit of pride. Maybe Brodie Young wanted to make sure that he did win, and maybe had to work a little bit harder than perhaps he was planning on doing.
You know, I don't think he would have expected to have run that quick, to be honest. Maybe 47.8, but not 47.0 for sure. So, Heat 2 comes along. And I think it's probably worth mentioning, because it's not long happened, but one of the under-23s who is not here, Sam Reardon, has just ran 44.70 in the London Diamond League, which is a crazy time. Sam's a great lad and struggled with injury at the start of the year, but he is not here.
It's the 3rd fastest time by a Brit this season, behind Matthew Hudson-Smith and Charlie Dobson. Not bad company.
Pretty good, right? So, Heat 2. Matthew Iosi, Finn Whiteman in 3, Ben Davies in 4, Connor Neal, keep an eye out for him in 5, Hugo Massa in 6, Liam Townsend in 7, and Callum McKenzie in 8. Oh, there's a pull-up from Hugo Massa. I think he's pulled his hamstring as well. My goodness, we're not having any luck in these 400s, but Connor Neal looking pretty good in the all-black strip of Harrow AC, just tearing down that back straight, and this already feels a little bit calmer of a heat than that first one, because on the outside McKenzie just about still in the mix, and he's got a best of 48.5 seconds now. Connor Neal, he's got Iosi on his inside, he's closing quickly, and Gateshead's Liam Townsend is closing rapidly. Now Neal just surging onwards and comes through to take the win, 48.5. That seems a bit more like it in terms of a heat, and McKenzie ran very well for second, and Liam Townsend in third.
And still Hugo Massa has not moved since he pulled up there. And how far did he get there? Not even 5 meters, maybe. And he's still on the ground. Hugo Massa.
Yeah, between 5 and 10 meters, so not very far at all. It's such a shame.
I mean, it's not like he's still moving and everything, but he looks in some pain. And it might cause a little bit of delay to this next heat, actually, because he still lays in that lane. I think he might be waiting for medical assistance, perhaps. A couple of officials next to him.
Where is that little buggy they had earlier that was ferrying the...
yeah, that moved pretty quickly.
Yeah, the kit carrying buggy. That would be quite handy at this point.
I'm not sure. I mean, it must be pretty serious if he can't vacate the lane and get off the track to start the next race. The fact that he's not moving, it will certainly cause delay to the next race.
Well, who is it that is occupying that lane 6?
Mario Dobrescu is desperately waiting for him to, doesn't want to, These aren't the hurdles. This is the 400 flat.
Yeah, well, Debrescu's a wrecking ball as well, so I think, well, here he is, Debrescu. He's going to go and have a quick word.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Or is he? He thought he was going to,
he's
yeah.
going to go and do
He's waiting until he's passed. Here's the little van.
There we go. They've been listening and watching on the England Athletics YouTube.
There we go. There's still no medical staff around at the moment.
The thing is, it wasn't both hamstrings, so
yeah, I'm not sure why. We have to give him the benefit of the doubt, don't we? Because we can't get inside his mind. But he hasn't tried to move.
I've known athletes to be dragged off the track. So just to round up the results then of Heat 2, Conor Neal 48.51, Mackenzie was 48.75, Townsend was 49.08. And actually, whilst we're here and waiting, I may as well just give you the brief summary of the under-20 men's 400-metre heats. We can officially confirm that both Noah Ridgen and Rob Marlowe have qualified, because in the fourth heat it was Vincent Chikukwa who ran 49.71, a great personal best, big personal best for him, but that was not quicker than what the athletes in the previous heats ran. And fortunately for Rob Marlowe of Conchigate, either he lives to see another day or another round of the event.
Hugo Massa still hasn't moved, and it's causing a delay to the third heat here, and the athletes actually having to go through slightly more warm-ups than they probably would have wanted to, because they don't want to. They want to make sure they find a balance here of not staying still for too long. They've all got prepped ready to come on, but they kind of don't want to overdo the warm-ups as well. There is now a paramedic who's come to Hugo Massa.
This sort of reminds me of a classic sprint incident where John Drummond was disqualified and laid on the track and just said, "I will not move." You know, this is kind of that moment.
It's a bit like that, isn't it? There's only one paramedic there, so we need a little bit of more assistance to get him up and out the track. When we do get going, probably the favourite here, well, one of them is going to be Mario Debrescu, who can't even get into his lane at the moment. He's a 46.73 runner, and that's the quickest in the field this season, just about. Tom Hunter's run 46.82. But there is a little bit of delay at the moment. Still lots of events going on in the field. You can see the split screen you've got now, the under 23 triple jump just in the bottom left of your screen. And the seated shot put you can see as well, top right of your screen. The women's under 23 pole vault also getting started, so lots going on, and there's the shot put as well. Massa is up and he's off the track, and now we are ready to go. So Tom Hunter in lane 2, 46.82 runner, Will Parkinson in 3, Ewan Paris in 4, Maurizio Carrodus in 5, Mario Debrescu now with a lane clear for him in lane 6, Ewan Wood in 7, and Dafford Roberts in lane 8. We're just about ready to get going once Mario Debrescu gets back to his starting blocks. Same with Napa Roberts. A long delay. And the athletes for the next heat also going through their paces and wondering when they should get properly ready for the next race. Dubrescu is not being hurried. Now that he's been made to wait, he is doing things at his own pace to get back to his allotted lane, and there he is, ready to go. The officials tell the athletes to prepare for the start. Everyone in position. I think Hugo Mass has been put in a wheelchair, is he now as well, on the side, so he's now got the medical assistance that he needs. This is going to be heat 3 though, the under 23 400 metres, first 3 to go through automatically. Another delay to this race. It's a bit cursed at the moment.
We're struggling, aren't we? Good job we're ahead of schedule.
So they've reset, and they'll go again. Hunter in 2, Parkinson 3, Harrison 4, Corrales in 5, Dubrescu 6, Wood in 7, and Roberts in 8. Finally underway then for heat 3, and Dubrescu making up for lost time, quickly up on Ewan Wood. And also going well in lane 3 is Will Parkinson. But now Hunter starting to respond in lane 2. Dubrescu running pretty well here though. As they come around the bend, there's been another pull up here, and it looks like that might be Mauricio Corrales, is it? That's pulled up, I think. So another casualty from this race, but Dubrescu coming round the bend now in the lead. And just on the outside of him, Ewan Woods made a pretty decent recovery, and Tom Hunter's coming through really strong here, has a little glance to his right, knows that he doesn't have to exert himself too much. He looks a lot more comfortable actually than Dubrescu, who may well come through for the win. It's tight on the line for 3rd and 4th. So Hunter and Dubrescu definitely going through. 47.72 the winning time, and we'll just check on who got 3rd.
Oh, I get a feeling it was you and
might have been Ewan Woods, who did fade pretty badly at the end, didn't he? He came round the bend in decent contention.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a replay on that finish, just to try and wrap up those final spots.
47.70 the winning time for Dubrescu, just ahead of Hunter. I don't think it really mattered in the end to Hunter who came first or second. And yes, it is Ewan Woods who took 3rd place, 48.57. Which is actually a PB for him, so no wonder it was a little bit trickier at the end. And Will Parkinson run out into 4th place.
Well, this 4th under 23 men's heat is pretty stacked again. We've got such a high standard here, it's going to be so tough to make the final. On the inside, Jonathan Knox from Coventry Godiva Harriers goes in lane 2. It's such a shame there's nobody in lane 3. Why can't they just move him into lane 3? I'm not sure, but he ran earlier in the week, 48.96 over in Italy, so hoping for more of the same here today. Isaac Corey, 46.51 personal best. The Yates man goes in that green and yellow vest from lane 4. He is very quick indeed, and came very close to winning the Midland Championships just last month. He ended up falling over the line. The Lactic Bear, or the Lactic Sniper, took him out. close to the line, but he went out so hard. So if we see him in the final tomorrow, expect more of the same. Alex Cooper from competing in a Harrow vest, the Afro-man, finally broke 47 seconds recently, and his coach Grant Barker, I'm sure, delighted with that. He's been close for a while and is now gone under 47 seconds 3 times of late. Drew Burridge is there in lane 6, Ethan Dre in 7, and Robin Snedden from Inverness goes on the outside from lane 8. Cleaning out the blocks, no issues this time, and Cooper getting out really quickly here, already closing the gap on Burridge and looking very good. On the outside, Snedden is committed to this opening 150. Isaac Corey with a bit of work to do to try and get back level with Alex Cooper, who is tearing away here over the opening 200 metres. Knox with some work to do as well on the inside, will slowly claw them back as they come around this second bend, and it's Cooper who now just needs to keep on top of his running as he comes into the home straight. He's got a 5-metre lead ahead of Isaac Corey, who just slides into the home straight and looks so relaxed, and it's the taller figure of Cooper that has the lead into the final 10 metres. Cooper's going to get it. Knox comes through for third. It's 48.01, very relaxed from Isaac Corey. Alex Cooper did exactly what you need to do in a qualifying round of 400 metres. Get up to speed over the opening 200 metres, hold that, and then if you have the capacity, you can ease off in the home straight. But Jonathan Knox, a great finish from him to come in third. He was very far out of it in lane 2 with nobody else in lane 3. That made it a difficult job, but he got it done.
The senior competition, the men's 400 metres getting underway fairly shortly. Just to mark your card of what we've got coming up over the next few hours on the track. We'll have the 400 metre ambulance races just after we get through the senior heats. Then we get into the semi-finals and finals of some of the events. So the women's 100 metres takes centre stage. A couple of finals in the under-20s and the seniors, the semis for the under-23s before the final a little bit later on, and then same with the men. Get through that, and then we finish off the day with some more 400 metre races, semi-finals. Semi-finals that are needed anyway. Not all of the races will need one. A slightly smaller field than we're expecting, and also in the next hour or so, the 3,000 metre race walks.
So just to wrap up the result from Heat 4, Alex Cooper 48 flat, looked very comfortable. Isaac Corey 48.12 as well, very comfortable. And then it was Jonathan Knox from Coventry 48.76, season's best run from him, not far off his lifetime best. So the couple of non-automatic qualifiers, I think we know who those 4 will be. Tom Hockley, Will Parkinson, Oliver Clark and Ryan Sherin all through to the semi-finals. Those semi-finals pretty much wrap up our programme. They're at 6:30 this evening, so again, you know, they've got a good 4 hours to really recover. Certainly 2.5 or 3 of sitting down doing nothing. So excellent stuff.
Switch attention very shortly to the senior competition. Just so you know, we've just completed the senior seated shot put final. You might be watching that in one of the corners of your screens. Max Fiore winning that one with a 12.898. In the bottom left, you can see that the triple jump competition is underway. That's the women's under 23s. They're into the second round. Georgia Ford Wells with the early advantage there, 12.62. And you can see there as well the pole vault competition in the top right of your screen. This is the women's under 23s. And we're into the class being raised to 366 at the moment. Follow all this, of course, all the results, all the live results on rosterathletics.com. Follow any of the events that you're after. We'll be focusing on the track for a bit, and the heats keep on coming. It's the senior men's 400 meters, and we have 3 heats here. No semi-final required for this one. They'll go straight through to a final. The top 2 from each heat will go straight through, and then the 2 fastest elsewhere. And to look out for here, Lee Thompson has been around for quite a while, 27 years old now, been part of the relay squads for Great Britain for some time. He's a European indoor bronze medalist from 2021. Also competed at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, part of the mixed relay squad. So Lee Thompson goes in lane 3. In lane 2, Ben Rochford, 48.51 personal best. Lee Thompson, 46.20, the quickest in this field. Kieran Elland in 4, 47.87. Michael Fagbenle in 5, 46.95. Watch out for him. Jack Hocking, in 6. Emmanuel Aguirre in 7. Has dipped below 47 seconds before. And Tom Ainsworth in 8. First heat for the men's senior 400 metres. First 2 to go through, and it's a good start from Lee Thompson. We expect him to cruise through this field. He's already up and past Kieran Elland on the outside of him. Also running well there, Michael Fagbenle. And Emmanuel Aguirre's gone off pretty quickly there in lane 7, but he's starting to slow down a little bit, and now Fagbenle passing him. So it's going to be between Fagbenle and Thompson as they round the bend and come into the home straight. Just the first 2 to go through automatically. Thompson now starting to go clear of Fagbenle. But finishing strongly there is Aguirre, who's going to pip Fagbenle to second spot, 46.79 the winning time. Pretty quick. Not far off of Thompson's lifetime best. He had to work hard for that, and it was a strong finish for the line. And I think Emmanuel Aguirre's actually had to run one of the races of his life to qualify for the final, and came into this with a personal best of 46.96.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he hasn't run a personal best there. That is very, very quick for a heat, and I think they were not expecting to have to run so quick. Maybe for the first 200, but they all came off the bend, and they still kept going, and they kept going, and they kept going. And knowing that there was only the top 2 going through made it all the more exciting.
It's Jack Hocking who got second place of 46.80. Just outside. Well, that's a massive PB for Jack Hocking.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it was Jack Hocking, was it? Jack Hocking was not. I thought it was Fagbenle and Aguirre.
I did.
Yeah, that would surprise me. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that finish line from Heat 1. now we're saying we've got Hocking, Magyaré and Fagbenle. Well, those results from Heat 1 will all unravel themselves in due course, because we do have Heat 2 to look forward to, and Heat 2 is going to be equally as interesting because it features a man that got bronze in the UK Champs 400 metre hurdles, Efe Okoro, on home soil, who goes in lane 2. He won this title 3 years ago and was in great form.
You know what? I was just watching it all back, and I was like, do our eyes deceive us? No, they didn't in the end. There's been a little bit of error with the results board, so it is exactly as we expected it to be. So, Yuri Thompson won it, and it was Emmanuel Aguirre who pit Fagbenle to the line for that second spot. Jack Hocking is in 4th place with 47.51, but it is a big PB from Aguirre, and Michael Fagbenle also achieving a season's best, but we'll have to wait and see if he's done enough to make it through.
Yeah, 46.9, pretty quick for a non-automatic qualifying spot. So Efe Okoro on the inside won this title 3 years ago in Bedford, looking to retain that title. Didn't fancy the 400 metre hurdles. He is in the shape of his life at the moment. Can he get anywhere near that 46.9 personal best of his? Outside of him, Venelin Georgiev from Harrow. In lane 4, another Coventry Godiva man, Welshman as well, Rhys Middleton, goes in lane 4. Good lane draw for him. Michael Schonebert, Victoria Park Harriers, 47.2 man, goes in lane 5. Jason Hoyle, Thames Valley, is in lane 6. Maverick Pamfield runs for Rugby Northampton, in great shape, won the Midland title as well. He goes in lane 7. Lewis Collins is in 8, and Matt Agnemal goes in 9. Heat 2 of the senior men's 400 metres. Aggressive start from Okoro on the inside, and Schonebert got into his running very quickly. Pamfield down the back straight, already gone past Collins, and we'll look to Cruz, Prass, Agnemal as well. Okoro has already gone around Georgiev and Middleton, and has Schonebert in his sights, who has just settled into his running, and this is very quick here for Okoro on home turf. The Birchfield man looking supreme as he comes into the home straight. Pamfield is a little way back in lane 7. This is all about Efe Okoro here. It's the top 2 that automatically qualify. Schonebert closing down on second. Can Pamfield hold on? But Efe Okoro, this is really quick. 45.98. And I said, can he get anywhere near that 45.94 he ran just a few years ago? And the answer is yes, he can. He's got very close indeed. He seems to just blossom in the back end of seasons. 45.98 the clock time. Great running, and it was Pamfield that just held on to second. Schonebert will have to wait and see whether that is quick enough. Remember, 46.94 is the first non-automatic qualifying spot. That has been rounded down to 45.96. He's 200ths outside his lifetime best. Efe Okoro, great athlete, love watching him run. Performed so well in the heats at the British Champs, and has done the same here. It's well, Maverick Pamfield 47.04 in second, and Schonebert 47.13. That is currently the second fastest time qualifying spot, so you'll have to wait and see. Nervous wait for him.
Yeah, that was rapid. And it takes some beating Okoro. Going in the next race, the third and final heat, is Chris McAllister, more known as a 400 metre hurdler really. Previously been at the World Championships for Great Britain. 46.75, 400 metre PB set this season. And that makes him the fastest just about in this field. So McAllister will go from lane 2. Also Carl Alexander at the very opposite end in lane 9. 46.83 season's best, which is only just outside of his lifetime best. So watch out for him as well. Seamus Derbyshire due to go just outside of him, but just double checking to see if he's there actually. Seamus Derbyshire.
Well, he was on the start list for the 400 hurdles this morning. He had a lane, so he must have been here and registered, and then obviously didn't start. So when I saw him on the start list for this, I was a bit confused.
That's true, yeah.
Maybe he pulled up injured in warm-up this morning or something, didn't fancy the rest of it.
So Chris McAllister in lane 2, Henry Marshall in 3, Daniel Woodburn in 4, Peter Shand in 5, Jack Higgins in 6, Ben Hawkes in 7. Lane 8 is empty, and Kyle Alexander in lane 9. Underway then for the final heat in the senior 400 metres. And Carl Alexander in lane 9, excuse me, has gone off pretty quickly. Lane 2 is Peter Shand. He's also going well round this bend. And watch out for Chris McAllister as well in lane 2. Is just starting to move up through the gears. But it looks like it's Chris McAllister. Jack Higgins also running well here. So good finish here from Kyle Alexander. Higgins just starting to wind up a bit. Alexander's going to take the win just ahead of McAllister, and coming in for third place was Higgins. Really quick finish from him. And Peter Shands just tied up a bit as he came through that final straight. 46.83 the winning time. And Chris McAllister and Kyle Alexander have made their way through to the final.
Well, very impressive run from Chris McAllister. You'd expect the 400 metre hurdlers of this world to finish quickly, and he absolutely did. I suspect he's ran sub 47 for sure. Well, he wasn't too far off Carl Alexander, was he? Well, Chris McAllister 47.21 the official result, and then the win for Carl Alexander equals his season's best. 46.83, and I think, Richard, well, almost.
Not quite. I knew you were going to say.
Yeah, we haven't quite got through all of these 400 metre heats, because we have some in the para races, 2 to come, which are in around about 10 minutes time, so we shall keep an eye on some of these medal ceremonies and field events. We've got a bit of triple jump and the pole vault as well, so see you then.
Free University of Waterbury, 12.84 is her leading jump. Amy Ward, currently in second with 12.58. Latika Akbarimi and Marshall Watkins currently lying third with 12.28.
So we're joined here trackside with Charlotte Payne, who's our under-23 hammer champion of England. Charlotte, how did that go for you today? And I think you'll be a bit modest there that you won the senior championship yesterday. Under 23s today. The stats tell me that yesterday you broke the championship record in the senior hammer. How did that feel? I mean, it's certainly a good way to sign off from the under-23s, winning the gold medal and saying, right, that age group is done. How did that feel to put kind of the final stamp on that age group?
Absolutely. Kind of when I made my mark and then 23, I made my mark throughout the age groups, and now I've got to kind of mix it with the big girls and kind of prove that I can do it. And it's good to kind of close up on the under-23, the success of 2 years in the age groups, and now it's kind of hit the big games and sort of qualified for the nationals, and who knows what next.
So maybe 4 years' time, the Olympics possibly?
Absolutely. We just saw it on holiday in Paris this year, but I'm quite looking forward to watching the games this year, seeing all the tactics and how everyone throws well, everyone's really well, and then using that hopefully to do the ballet. It's absolutely on our radar. And it's definitely exciting.
So let's hear it for our double English champion in the senior and under-23 hammer, Charlotte Payne.
As you can see, next on track, complete our 400-metre races now, are the Aberdeen men's 400-metre heats. We'll do the lineup as the athletes continue their warm-up. In lane 2, City of Salisbury AC, having Coles. In lane 3, Lumber Blanco, Shaftesbury Park Harriers. Jesse Mazzola Boomsma from Gloucester AC goes in 4. Sean Burrows from Charlwood AC in 5. And Callum Ballantyne from Cumbernauld goes in 6. So that's the first hit of the Aberdeen men's 400 metres due off shortly.
So the next couple of races for you then, the para 400 metre heats, and we'll just confirm some of the qualifiers from the earlier races. Michael Fag-Benlay with 46.94 a personal best, and then Michael Shonibare both qualifying for the final with the time qualifiers. So going to be a really great final there. We had 5 of the guys running 46 something in the heats. Very impressed. So first heat of the 400 metre power race. We've got Callum Coles in the blue vest of City of Ailes, 54.6 man, his best Columba Belango. He's a T20 athlete. Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, 47.81, his best. Great athlete, Columba. Outside of him, he's got Jesse Mazzone Boomsa from Gloucester. Then we've got Sean Burrows in 5 and Callum Ballantyne on the outside in lane 6. Away. Good start on the outside from Ballantyne there. Nicely up into his running, but Lango storming away from the rest of the field. As expected, he's got a rapid personal best. Coles from lane 2 moving nicely now as well. So too Mazzone Boomsma. And it is all about Columba Belango. So difficult to keep the pace when you're so far ahead of the rest of the field. The top 3 in this heat will qualify for the final, and Belango is looking really, really good. He's such a tall, rangy figure, isn't he? Built for 400 metre running, and he's dominated this field here in Birmingham in the heat. 50.41 comfortably. Coles comes through for second. I think that was pretty good from Callum Coles, and then it looked to me like Sean Burrows came through for third. So those 3, the automatic qualifiers. The others are going to have to wait and see. But great running from Belango.
Lots going on in the field. As you can see on the split screens, the bottom right there is the men's javelin. That's the under 23 and the senior competition, just getting started shortly. Bottom left, the women's triple jump, and halfway through that now, Georgina Ford-Wells leads the way with a leap of 12.84 ahead of Amy Warr and Latifa Agbaremi. And the pole vault competition, the bar is currently at 396. And Niamh Munir has already won that competition. She's cleared 396, and Sophie Ashurst has failed with her 3 attempts. So we already have a winner there. On to Heat 2 of the 400 metre ambulant race, and with selection still to be announced for the Paralympic Games, for Paralympics GB. There are places on the line in some of these races today. So whereas the Olympians can sort of relax and put their final preparations in at the moment in their holding camps, there are still places on the line for the Paralympics in Paris. And this really will be the final 400 metre race for a few hours at least.
Yeah, more 400 action to come this evening, because we will certainly have some semi-finals. We're not quite sure what the timetable is going to be saying about the straight finals, where we've gone from heats into finals. We're still trying to work that out, but lots of semi-finals in the hundreds to come too. And we've also got an 800 metre final at 5:15. That's the under 20 men's. We had the heats yesterday evening, which was pretty good, and there's going to be a couple of qualifiers from that, hopefully, for the World Juniors, so all to play for still.
So this is the second of the two 400-metre ambient races. These athletes, many of them competing in different categories, so you might see a slight difference in terms of big leads. But they will have roughly similar personal bests, but they'll be competing in different categories at the Paralympics. So lanes 1 and 2 are empty. Lorenzo Millington goes in lane 3. John Bridge in lane 4 has the quickest of the PBs, 50.67. Alexander Thompson outside of him in lane 5. Vincent Charles in 6. And Travis Anderson in lane 7. As I say, pay too much attention to the personal best times as the athletes are competing across different categories in terms of their disability category, as stated by standards for the International Paralympic Committee. First 3 to go through automatically though, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers. Just a little bit of a hold up while the javelin throwers go through their final warm-ups. Now they're ready to go. The second and final race then for the 400-metre ambulance race, and Vincent Childs is being passed there by Alexander Thompson, and here comes John Bridge, who's bursting into a lead here. Here's John Bridge. Lorenzo Millington can often get into his running a little bit later on in the race, but John Bridge going around that top bend strongly. Bridge with a big lead as he comes round the bend and into the final straight, and he can probably afford to start to ease off the gas a little bit. Top 2 just to go through. Bridge in control of this, but there's a battle for second place. And it looks like at the moment it's going to be Travis Anderson who just pips Alex Thompson to that second place. 52.59 the winning time. Travis Anderson just taking second spot ahead of Alex Thompson. So that's the last of the 400-metre races for now. And next up on the track will be the 3,000-metre race walk.
Yeah, that starts in about 15 minutes time. The under 20s, under 23s and seniors, men and women, will be going all at once. We've got six guys and 7 girls lining up in this one. So we'll bring you that on the track in about 15 minutes. But for the meantime, we'll stick with the pole vault, the triple jump and some of the javelin as well.
So we have our medal presentation for the under-23 men's seated shot competition. Our Royal Medal England champion from the DSW Para Academy will then meet us 31 Kieran Jones.
And we now have our presentation of medal for the senior men's seated shots. So from the city of Portsmouth, the gold medal England champion with a putt of 8 metres 98, Max Field. So the under 23 men's javelin competition. We start very shortly. Jacob Dibble of Guildford, George Lowe of Green Harriers, Benton Bishop Timmins of Woodpin Northants, James Pratt of Birchfield, Ben East of Team Kennett, and Charlie Evans of Banbury. Senior competition, Martin Harrow, Bassoon of Thames Valley, Greg Miller of Birchfield, on the right of York, from Dunderdale of Sheffield, and Keston James, UK Armed Forces. So we now have the medal presentation for the under 20 women's shot competition. The bronze medal, 11 metres 86, from Rugby and Northants, Haley Dibble. The silver medal, with 13 metres 74, from Sale, Annabelle Malady. Champion with 14 metres 80 from Blackie and Bromley, Theo and Gibon. wonderful presentation for the under-23 women for the shot competition. The bronze medal with 12 metres 30 from Surrey, Chase Abongoye. The silver medal with 30 metres 66 from Chelmsford, Jess Hopkins. The gold medal, England champion with 14 metres 59.
Can everyone see the penalty mark?
Joseph.
Where the scores and yellows and reds accumulate, you then get a heads up of actually when they might be coming in. It's down to them. When they're coming around the track, say, oh, no, you need to go in that box now. Well, they just ask you, by the time they've gone past the end, they won't come back, they've got to then wait till the next lap. Alright?
First of all, it's Reece Robinson and Shaftesbury Barnet.
So we're joined trackside now by Michaela Joseph, our under-23 women's shotgun England champion. And not only that, Michaela, you've got a PB to boot, so obviously a good competition for you. Your thoughts?
It was really good, it was really unexpected. I've been trying to get 14 for so long, and I guess it just fit today, so I'm really happy.
So you've been trying to get over 14, so you were 13 and 19 before. You smashed it with 14.59. So, like, what did you do differently? How did you manage that?
I wish I could give you a breakdown. I just listened to my coach. It sounds so bad, but my coach, I had training Thursday, and he's like, do these 3 focal points and you're good. And it worked, so I guess it's been like just
Well, it certainly worked for you. So, obviously, champion of England at up to 23. What have you got lined up next competition-wise?
I've got NAL, actually NAL with
You're doing whatever the first race, that team, you're doing the first race, yeah? I don't know what order they're coming in.
Successful season
Graham,
so
sorry.
far. And what about the next couple of years? What's the plan?
So, Dave's team's doing the men, yeah? You're on the
4
men.
years' time.
Yeah, the W means sport, not women.
So here we go, here first, our under-23 England champion in 4 years' time is going to be at the Olympics. So let's hear it for Michaela Joseph.
Athletes are gathering on the far side for the race walk, combined. 1 minute interval for the men and women. Javelin competition after the first round. Bennett's leading the lead under 23 men with a 67-18. Joined on the day the seniors with 66-21. So the team right away takes the final jump, 12:28 so far.
Robert's ready, right. Okay, team 1, are you ready? Okay, yeah. Right, it's not my team, it's Dave's team.
So, yeah, next up on the track.
3,000 metre walk. We had some 3,000 metre steeplechase last night. The officials have put the pens out. It is a bit breezy. It's 3K. It is 7.5 laps of the track. We've got the men and the women, I think, going together are on a 1 minute split, so they're not actually set off at the same time because they can qualify for the World Juniors. And there is a 10,000 metre walk at the World Juniors, but I'm not quite sure if any of these athletes will be contesting that.
It's one of those disciplines, isn't it, the race walk, which is quite contentious in terms of whether people think it should be in some of the Olympics and the World Championships, and the people who do race walks are obviously extremely defensive of that as well, and there are ways as well to make it more interesting. So we're going to see the mixed relay at the Olympic Games, which is going to be really interesting, and it has so much jeopardy. If you get really into a race walk, it can be quite dramatic. Just when you think someone's got it in the bag, there'll be a penalty, there'll be disqualification, maybe someone's chasing and they put a little bit too much into it and they end up running and they get a penalty. So it's there's a lot of jeopardy. If you don't know the rules, in effect it's quite simple. You can get red cards two ways. You might see yellow cards. The yellow card is a warning to say we're looking at you, so don't be a bit careful with your technique. A red card, you get 3 red cards and you get put into the penalty zone for 30 seconds. A 4th red card and you will be disqualified from the race. And those penalties are picked up for 2 reasons. Either you've had a loss of contact on the ground, so you almost always have 1 foot on the ground. If you think about when you are just generally walking, they're all general principles for walking and running. You know, if you think about we don't think about them when we actually are walking or running, but you must have a straight leg on the landing foot, and you must always have contact with the ground at least 1 foot. So that is quite simply the rules, and they will be walking much faster than pretty much everyone that you see at your local park run when they're doing a 5K.
Yeah, it is quick. It is very, very quick. So the men have been set off and the women are going a minute later. So yes, this is a great combo. It's great to have them all together as well. And you know what I'd love to see? You talk about the jeopardy in race walking. I'd love to see like heats of maybe like a 1,000 metre walk, and then have sort of, you know, whoever finishes last in the qualifiers then goes first, you know, and it's sort of like hot pursuit. So you have to try and beat the fastest person starts last on whatever time split they have, and they have to try and catch everybody up to win.
Like a handicap system.
Handicap system. That's the word I was thinking of. The women are now off.
Yeah, and just to look out for in this race, let's go through some of the contenders in the men's race first of all, and leading them is Cam Corbishley. Just missed out on selection for the Olympic Games. He is the 3rd fastest ever over this distance as a Brit. 11:19:10 his personal best. Over 3,000 metres, remember, so that's still pretty rapid, but he was about 2 minutes or so outside of the qualification standard for Paris. He didn't make the Games. Callum Wilkinson will be going instead. And of course, following the legacy of Tom Bosworth, the British record holder, Wilkinson will be at the Olympic Games. Obviously, as he comes around the bend here, that maybe he's out in front in the early stages of this race.
Walkers are very sociable. They're a very, very sociable bunch, and it's sort of the event that people don't expect to find themselves in, but end up taking part in it and loving it. So Corbishley at the front in the men's race, opening up a nice early lead of around 10 metres or so.
Yeah, just in front of Edson Wilkinson.
Okay, so let's hear it for Claire Archibald,
in the women's race. The athlete with the quickest personal best time is Hannah Hopper. She can't be doing any of that by name, otherwise she will be disqualified. So you'll see throughout, if you watch throughout this race, there are officials who are keenly watching the technique, and you can see one just in your shot to the bottom right of that top left screen. That's one of them, and they are equipped, ready to give out penalties if it's needed. So at the moment, I haven't seen any. It'd be really hard to keep track of them at this event. If you watch the World Championships, the Olympic Games, you will see live tracking as to how many red cards an athlete might have. And as I say, 3 red cards, and you'll be hit with a penalty zone sanction, 30 seconds, which is inside that box which has been made out of hurdles and cones if needed. But look at this from Cam Corbishley. He's already lapping the women. He's really starting to put the pace down as well. But you can see that technique is really unique, isn't it? The way that you have to, he's just lapping his watch as well. The way that you have to, sometimes it looks like a hip wiggle, but that's literally not it. It's just you're trying to get the most efficiency out of your legs as possible, while always trying to keep one foot on the ground. It's a technique where it's a game of patience and pace.
Yeah. I think he was lapping his watch because he was through the first kilometre, so third of the way through the race. It was just shy of 4 minutes. I just wonder at what point we start to introduce technology into the shoes of the race walkers, the chips, which would be able to note if they were lifting and almost flash red on their own shoes if they get a yellow card or a red card.
So the shoe could tell whether there's...
Because you don't need hundreds of officials then, do you, across the course?
But then do you look at it and do we start going into football VAR territory where the tiniest fraction of a second,
started on that.
The tiniest fraction of a second, and does that count as cheating, where you've got like the tiniest fraction where both feet have been off the ground, and you could not call that running?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or unless there's like a ground for error.
Yeah.
What constitutes acceptable? I don't know. You'd have to start building in.
Yeah, they probably need more data on what is considered the difference between a walk and a run in terms of the air time. But it's food for thought, isn't it? Like technology comes to all sports. Yeah, we might be having race walking VAR soon.
And the race walking shoes as well, they're very different to running shoes. So they're especially made because obviously you spend a lot of time on your heels. Everyone has different techniques, but most of the way you will have a lot of time on your heels. You want to try and make sure that your stride length and cadence is completely optimal. Now, out in front in the women's race, Hopper, I believe that is Hopper, Hannah Hopper, the favourite for this race, ahead of Jess Wilton, is that, I think, and then Erica Pontarolo, the Italian, maybe in third place there. It's a popular sport, much more popular on the continent.
This sort of thing, you go to Italy and you see people doing that out by the beach, that sort of thing. Like,
or on the river maybe. You might go to Rome and see someone race walking through.
Better than a wet, muddy canal up in Leeds, you know. You might slip on the mud and end up in the canal.
When you see it live though, you're watching Cam Corbishley right now, his technique, he is a class above in this field. He is knocking on the door of selection for events like the Olympics. He was at the World Athletics Race Walking Team Championships in April.
It's worth noting as well that whilst there is a technique, there are styles to each technique, much like you'll see various different runners, and you'll see it when we get to the sprints and the 400s later on. Whilst there is an optimal technique, an optimal technical model, everybody has their own styles which they bring to it as well to suit their limb lengths, and some people might have longer femurs, some people might have longer shins, and that can impact how you move doing an event like this as well. So it's a very bespoke event in terms of how they move.
But I think sometimes you almost want to demonstrate to doubters just how quick they're moving. and still staying within the rules. You know, if you were to pluck someone that is a sub-20 park run runner from the crowd, and he just said, right, you go and run next to Cam Corbishley, and let's see the effort that person is putting in. So I reckon, you know, they would really struggle.
Yeah, I mean,
keep up with that pace.
I think so. You know, the pace they're running's, you know, it's like 6-minute mile or something like that. I think quicker
it's
than
about
6-minute mile.
6-minute miles. He's going about maybe 350, 345 minutes per kilometre.
Yeah. Yes, he was about 3:58 on the first kilometre, and then about 3:55 on that second kilometre.
Just been given a yellow card, so that's a warning for Cam Corbishley. And a yellow card as well in the women's race.
Grazia Manzotti.
Yeah, Grazia Manzotti's been given a yellow card. So these yellow cards mean that they're just being closely watched, these paddles. And now he's going. This official can't put his cards away. He's
do we think that's
getting a little bit stricter, and I thought he was going to do it again then.
Yeah.
The yellow cards, remember, are a warning. It's more of someone saying, "I'm watching you."
Yeah.
But you can't have the officials don't talk to each other in this way. To sort of like, it's one official watching them. It's not saying I'm watching them. The rest of you need to watch them as well.
Yeah, it's your own view, isn't it?
It's your own view, yeah.
I think he's going to flash another yellow card here again. What is that? Edson Wilkinson?
He's quite card happy at the moment. I think it's Matthew. Is that Matthew Crane? Maybe it is. I think it's Edson Wilkinson. It is. You're right. There's Hannah Hopper coming into the home straight now, so she's still dominating the women's race.
Early on as well, you know, we noticed that Corbishley got a yellow card. He was around 2,200 metres in at that point. You're in the latter stages of the race, you're getting more fatigue. Like any event, your technique gets compromised, and the athletes all getting yellow cards towards the middle portion of their race. Well, that's not surprising, because when you get fatigued, you do lose control of it.
And that's why there is so much jeopardy in these races, because just when you think someone's got it in the bag, especially in the races where it's a lot closer, because you know, it does work the same sort of. Race walking specialises mainly at World Championships in the 20k. It was the marathon event as well, but now it's the mixed relay, so there's even more room for chaos. But it works the same way as a marathon, for example, where people will race in packs, you know, and someone will make a move, there'll be a breakaway, and when the pressure is being put on, when you're getting closer to the end, someone's going to sometimes force something, and you've got to do it within the rules, and that's when there could be issues, especially later in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And
well, Cam Corbishley now coming round this bend. To take what will be a fairly routine win for him. Final straight, and it won't be a personal best. His PB is 11:19.10.
Not far off though,
but it won't be too far off. He has competed in just one, completed just one event this year at the indoors, the equivalent, and a 12:07 indoors. He's managed an 11:38 here.
Yeah, he's very accomplished performance and accomplished walk indoors, and same again for Cam Corbishley outdoors here in Birmingham.
Here comes Hannah Hopper, and she has one more lap left. It's Hannah Hopper, the women's race leader, but comfortably in front of Jess Wilton, and now coming home now for second place is Luc Legon, excuse me, to him, but good second place for the Bexley athlete. And Luc Legon gets his second spot. And look, just look at the exhaustion. We're watching them now, out of your shot, but bootleg in absolute bits. Shows the amount of effort that you have to put in. And coming in for third place here in the men's competition. It's going to be Edson Wilkinson. So Edson Wilkinson coming through to the line for a third place. Well, I haven't seen any red cards on this side, but there may well have been some throughout the race, but we haven't seen anyone put into the penalty zone. And,
fairly unusual for an athlete to get put in the penalty zone.
In a race this short.
In a race this short, yeah.
You've really got to push it. I mean, you essentially have to go through 4 different warnings, essentially. Unless it's a serious infringement to get an automatic red card before you've had a yellow.
You know, you're literally doing the hurdles midway through the race. I think that's probably your straight reds.
Yeah.
Hopper, though, looking comfortable, efficient, I would say, and is seemingly grown into the race. And Hopper, remember the women started a minute or so after the men, so they've still got a little left to go. It's around about 250 metres behind.
I've got 1-1 bingo so far.
It's Jessica Wilton who's chasing down Hopper, but Hopper napping some of her fellow athletes, and she's going to take a routine win here, barring any disasters. Just to mark your card then of what's coming up shortly on the track after this race walk. We'll switch our attention to the 100 metres again, and we've got a first final of the day, the under-20 women's race, due off in the next 5 to 10 minutes. There might be it's going to be a slight delay while we finish this race walk. A couple of the athletes do have a good 2 or 3 laps left. Now Hannah Hopper coming through to the straight for the finish.
Last 50 metres for
21-year-old Cambridge Harriers athlete coming through to take the women's victory. And she's actually entered in the under-23s, so she will win that officially. The first through as the senior women. It's between 3, it could be Emily Gose, Grazia Manzotti or Jacqueline Benson. There is Jacqueline Benson. She's got a little bit left to go. So another lap for Jacqueline Benson, but coming in for second place, Jessica Wilton, Ashford Athletics Club. She can stop her watch. I'm sure she's actually not happy with that race. She gets a little shrug of her wrist. Now coming through is Natasha Mitchell from Southampton. She's the second under-20 to cross the line. And Emily Gose is the first senior athlete in the women's side to cross the line with victory in that category. And here's Erica Pontarolo, the Italian from Hyde Park Harriers. And her work is done as well. And it just leaves a couple of athletes left out on the track. It's Grazia Manzotti, Tonbridge Athletic Club. Sotti knows that she's moments away from being able to put her own feet up.
Our third senior, Katia Manzotti,
And Sotti happy with her work. It's also just a discussion with Pontarolo, and it just leaves Jacqueline Benson. See the javelin in the bottom right of your screen underway, the men's senior and under 23s, and then the schedule up on the top right just so you can see what's coming up. We've got the women's, there's a slight change to that, we've got a straight through to a women's under 20 final coming up, so that's on the way. And here comes Jacqueline Benson, the final athlete, across the line.
Yeah, the javelin is in the fourth round for the under 23s in the senior men, the roster athletics app, which we absolutely love, and you can get the live results on. Hasn't been updating for the javelin, so we're not quite sure where we are. We do know that they are in the fourth round, and finally looks like it might be trickling through now. Seems to be a little intermittent. That was Fenton Bishop Timmings coming through. Good to see plenty of people sticking around. I know it's grey and not the sunniest day here in Birmingham. We had gorgeous weather yesterday evening, if anything slightly too warm.
So the schedule has been updated a bit on roster athletics. Always a good place to be as well, because there are athletes who maybe were scheduled to be here that don't turn up, which means a bit of rejigging of the race schedule, which means that some of the semi-finals that were due to happen won't happen today. Confirmation as well that the 400 metres will not be completed today, so that will be, the finals will still take place tomorrow, so there's just going to be fewer semi-finals instead for some of the categories, and we go straight through to a final for both the women's under 20s and the women's senior. So the women's senior finals will go on at 4:10, but we'll have next up on the track the women's under 20 final for 100 metres. Just setting up the track now to get underway with that.
Well, the javelin continuing. Looks like we've got a few results trickling in now. Leading the under 23 men's competition is Ben East, who's having a fantastic year. 67 metres and 18 centimetres, his best so far. A lot of experience in the senior men's javelin competition, like I said, Greg Miller, Joe Dunderdale, Gavin Johnson soon as well. I expect them to be in the mix in a championship like this. The results are slow tricking through. That was Oliver Wright on the runway just then, waiting for his score to officially come up. We don't have any results from the senior men's coming through, but we do know they're in the fourth round. That was 54 metres and 58 for Oliver Wright from the City of York in the fourth round. So he's going to have 2 more throws to go. Only 6 seniors lining up in this senior men's javelin competition. Gavin Johnson is soon there. It's over 50 metres, not quite 60 metres, and a pretty nice flight. You can see the way it's landed in the field, that it's fairly clean, but it was a foul. He overran that. So one more throw to come, I think, before we head over to the 100 metres. So then, to the track.
From Millfield School, Annabelle Holland. Lane 3 from Trafford AC, Trezeguet Taylor. Lane 4 from Birchfield Harriers, Nia Clayton. Then in 5 from Bedford, Jasmine Wilkins. In 6 from Lincoln Wellington, it's Mabel McCandy. Then in 7 from Birchfield Harriers, Precious Actimoses. In 8,
So on the track then, this under 20 women's 100-metre final, Annabelle Honey from Millfield going in lane 2. Trezeguet Taylor back on British soil, showing all her talents. Might be able to get amongst the medals here. Nia Clayton in 4. Jasmine Wilkins, one of the under 25s of the season, going in lane 5. Mabel Akande, a real superstar, a real talent, keeps getting quicker. 11:27 this year. She is in 6. Precious Akpe-Moses won a medal at the English schools last weekend. Birchfield Harrier on home turf in 7. Amelia Gittins goes in 8, and Aaliyah Brown from South London Harriers. That's your lineup. Chance to book a place on the plane to Lima, Peru at the end of next month for the World Junior Championships. Mabel Akande has the standard of 11:50. She's well inside of that. She needs the gold medal to go with that standard. The under 20 women's 100-metre final. Great start from Akande. Wilkins going nicely alongside her. Now Akande starts to power through. Akpe-Moses having a great run as well. But it's Mabel Akande coming through to take the win. Well, the clock's not working, but it was a fantastic run from Mabel Akande. Jasmine Wilkins has been running incredibly all summer, and she was just blown away by Mabel Akande. What about that run from Precious Akpe-Moses as well? She's got a personal best of 11:86, and I get a feeling that she'll be well inside that. Well, certainly if there was no headwind here, but look at that big win. She's happy with that, Mabel Akande.
You talked to her this morning, Scott, and she's come through with the goods in that final, hasn't she? Impressive run from Akande. Well on to all of the finalists in the under-20s.
And the time has just come through on our screen. It's a minus 2.8 metre per second wind, so it was an absolute belter. But Mabel Akande, 11:69. It wasn't about the time, it was about the win for her. Jasmine Wilkins, 11:94. She's going to go to the World Juniors as well. We'll have to confirm the selection as in the next couple of weeks. But Precious Akpe-Moses, 11:99 into that wind. Well, she would have absolutely blown away her personal best if that wind wasn't so strong. Nina Clayton getting 4th and Trezeguet Taylor in 5th, so a cracking final. Mabel Akande showing exactly what she is capable of. You take away the wind on a performance like that, Mabel Akande would have been certainly close to her personal best. Excellent running.
Let's bring you up to date with what we know is happening in the javelin in terms of the most recent results that we have. Joe Dunderdale still leading the way on 66.21. It's a big throw out in the field though from Ben East, and that looks like it's way past 70 metres. That he's already leading the way in the under 23 competition with a throw of 70.15. That was his 5th attempt, I believe, and it was a long one.
So we're joined trackside now by Elia Lemira,
bring you up to date about whether that is any further when we have it. Joe Dunderdale leading the senior event ahead of Greg Alexander Miller, who's managed a 64.96, and Connor Martin 61.59. In terms of the under-23s, Ben East with that throw of 70.15 puts him ahead of Fenton Bishop Timings, who's throwing a season's best 65 metres and 33. Looked like a big throw that though from Ben East. So that's the first of the women's 100 metre finals. It's the women's under 23 semi-finals next. And the fastest in this field, Trinity Powell.
Just in the javelin, this Oliver Wright thrown 58.52, and I think that's not going to be too far off. That looked pretty good. It's the 5th round in the javelin. He currently sits in 5th, Oliver Wright. Pretty good. What about that camera shot? Oliver Wright, all power and grace, and did well with his block. 56.27, so no improvement for Oliver Wright.
So the first semi-final of the women's under 23 100 metres. The final goes off around 5:30. In lane 2, Millie Clemson. Scarlett Thomas Wright goes in lane 3. Eve Wright in lane 4. It's a personal best of 11.54. Serena Grace in lane 5. Saskia King goes in lane 6. Trinity Power, I mentioned just now, 11.57. Her lifetime best achieved this season. Navneet Kaur in lane 8. And Hannah Faith Bell in lane 9. Just the first 3 to go through to the final, and then the 2 fastest after that from across the 2 semi-finals. So Clemson in 2, Thomas Wright 3, Wright in 4, Grace in 5, King in 6, Powell in 7, Kaur in 8, and Bell in 9. So they get away first time, and Powell going pretty well here, and so is Wright. Eve Wright and Trinity Powell, and Wright crosses the line in first place, 11.79. Looks to be the winning time. So the first 3 go through, just clear up who came in 3rd place in just a few moments' time. The results will come up on our screen, but Trinity Powell and Eve Wright were the favourites in that race, and they show why. Wright looked good. 11.78 the winning time, into a headwind of -1.1 ahead of Powell. And then taking 3rd place was Saskia King. So those 3 would all go through to the final in around an hour and a half's time. So their work is done for now, and they'll go through the recovery and the processes and make sure that they're ready to go again in just over an hour and a half. As for Serena Grace in 4th place with a 12.12, she'll have to wait and see what the result is in the next semi-final.
Obviously quite a technical race to take part in. How do you approach the race today? What's the plan going into it? What the plan work?
So the plan was on its negative split, so I get quicker as I went on.
I'd love to know what happened with that javelin throw from Ben East in round 5. He looked like he absolutely launched it to didn't see a red flag. Possibly there was. I'm not sure there was. It's come up as a 14.98 throw. So not sure what happened there. But it was huge from him.
I guess they've missed off a 140 metres 98. That looked pretty good, that throw.
I think that was James Pratt, wasn't it? With a throw. It looks like it's gone clear of 60 metres. He has managed a 60.48 in his second round.
Be far off it.
He just eclipsed it. So we can see how that comes up. Ben East's throw has just been updated to 70.41. So he did improve in that previous round.
64.71 for James Pratt, and he adds 4 metres plus to his best effort, but he still stays in the bronze medal position. Cracking arm on him. So, second semi-final for the under-23 women's 100 metres, just going through their final preparations. And 8 athletes lining up in this. They know the marker from that first semi-final. 11.7.8 the time to beat Madison Vernon. We'll start in lane 2 here. Olivia Fowler goes in lane 3. Shiloh Wright Tapo in 4 for Harrow. Ran really well earlier on, was around 11.56 this year, so he's in good form. Jennifer Aduwu, Black Ethan Bromley in lane 5, Gwendolyn Datey in 6, Karen Mayindu in lane 7, Susan Folorunso in 8 for Gateshead, and on the outside Katie Dinwoody from Protrevi up in Scotland. So, athletes to watch out for here. Well, Wright Tapo and Jennifer Aduwu, who go in lanes 4 and 5. Perhaps the 2 favourites. It is the top 3 that will automatically go through to the final. Final being held in just a couple of hours' time. 3 rounds in a day is what they've got to contend with here. And still a headwind at the Alexander Stadium. So Vernon, Fowler, Wright Tapo, Aduwu, Datey, Mayindu, Folorunso and Dinwoody. Semi-final 2.
Ben East has just launched a massive final throw. Being updated soon.
Away they go. Good start from Wright Tapo, and now Aduwu starts to come through. There's nothing to choose between these 2. It's Jennifer Aduwu that's going to take the win here. A great battle. And just as we start to see some fine rain in the stadium here in Birmingham, 11.91 on the clock. Well, it was pretty quick. It was a great tussle. Shiloh Wright Tapo just got out marginally quicker. And we'll see who came in 3rd here. There was really very little to choose between them. And Gwendolyn Datey came through to get 3rd, and just outside of her, Karen Mayindu. We'll have to wait and see whether it's quick enough. The wind was minus 2.4 metres per second. Aduwu, the official time, 11.90 seconds. So those, the official top 3 will have to wait and confirm once they come up on our screen. We do have the senior women's 100-metre final taking part in about 13 minutes time. So Charlotte Wright-Tapo is given second in that second semi-final of the under-23 women, 11.95. So we'll see the under-23 women back for their final a little later on. It's at 5:30, about an hour and a half, so just enough time to go back, have a drink, maybe a snack if you need to, try and take a breather and keep calm. And there's going to be a bit of a mad dash around the stadium here, because finally, as advertised on the weather forecast all day, we have got a bit of rain, very fine rain, and it's getting slightly blustery.
Yeah, it's a bit grim, isn't it? The rain has finally come and the temperature has dropped dramatically as well. Ben East has won the under-23 javelin. That last throw, it looked pretty big, but it was a final throw of 68.44 in the end. But he has won the throw of 70 metres and 41, the winning effort, ahead of Fenton, Bishop, Timings and James Pratt in the under-23 javelin. And the senior competition just coming to a close now as well. The last 4 athletes to go in pretty dismal conditions, but with a little bit, they are benefiting from a little bit of a tailwind at that end of the ground. Joe Dunderdale leads the way. He's not thrown since the opening round with an effort of 66 metres and 21. He leads ahead of Greg Miller. This is Connor Martin with his final effort. We'll see that come into shot in just a moment. It's all gone a bit quiet inside the stadium, apart from the javelin. In the closing stage of that, it's also the club throw as well, inside the hammer cage. That's just getting underway. And the men's triple jumpers, the under-23 final, getting underway in the next half an hour or so, and they'll be going through their warm-ups very shortly. 61.68, the final effort for Connor Martin. This is Greg Miller with his last attempt. Needs to beat 66.21 set by Joe Dunderdale if he's to win this competition. Big effort, but it's only just over 60 metres, and that's not going to trouble Joe Dunderdale's opening throw of 66.21. So Joe Dunderdale will be the English champion. And Ben East winning the under-23. So the top 2 in the country this season have both won titles. Far side to us, and where we're sitting, just near the start of the back straight as you come off the bend, is the hammer cage. That's where the seated club throw is taking place. Remember that the Paralympics
So over in the discus cage, we've got the para-seated discus. It's Kirsty Suter from Scotland, Red Star AC. She's got 7.63 so far. And the club, 16.40.
There are some, of course, that have been at holding camps in other places around Europe, depending on the sport.
So the under-23 and under-20 men's javelin looks to be done, and we have some triple jump in the form of the under-23 men, starting in around half an hour, so we'll bring that to you. But before the senior women's 100-metre final, which is in just less than 10 minutes' time, we'll leave you with these very miserable pictures of the Alexander Stadium.
Presentation. It's the U20 men's 3,000 metre race walk. 2 athletes in this event. Silver medalist with a time of 14:36.23 from the 2 dash, Ellis Simmons. Time of 13:21.87 TAS, your England champion 2024, the under 20 age group, Samuel Lindsay.
So now move on to medal presentation. For the under 23s. And the bronze medal. With 13:36.34 from Bexley, Matt Crane. The silver medal rather. Just the 2 athletes.
Athletes just lining up then for the final of the senior women's 100 metres. Pretty good lineup this as well. It features Crystal Awua, of course a World Championship bronze medalist from last year, part of the relay team that went to Budapest, raced in round 1.
Now ready to go for the women's 100 metres senior final.
Also includes Annie Tago. Annie Tago will be one of the favourites in this. So Danny Walker in lane 2 with a PB 11:45. Shani Skarbin in lane 3. Now we're in 4, Modeste in 5, Darcy Kuipers in 6, Tago in 7, Leonie Ashmead in 8, and Charlotte Bevan in 9. And they were, well, I say they were away first time. They have been brought back. The rain absolutely lashing down now. These are the worst conditions we've seen all day. Just when the finals really start to kick into gear, not ideal, and still a... Actually, the wind's died down a bit, looking at the windsocks. That's died down a bit, so if you like running in rain, but in slightly more still conditions, what would you take?
I don't know. I think they'll be used to the rain by now, and that is Crystal Awuah, who has been given a red card. I'll be honest, I thought she did get out slightly early. And obviously they don't have...
She's not going.
...pressure sensors on the block, so no way to officially tell with the data, but if the officials believe she did...
I think Crystal Awuah is refusing to go, and I think what she's trying to say is I didn't hear anything or something like that.
Oh, and interestingly that Annie Tago has just basically run off to the side to hide underneath the stand, and all the athletes are being sent back in. Yeah.
So whilst they're protesting, is it just that it's just coming down too much, a little bit too much standing water maybe? So they've all been taken off, and we still don't really know whether Crystal Awuah is going to come back. She's still protesting. She has been shown a red card, isn't she? I'm fairly sure I saw that.
Yeah, she has been, and
we'll take a look again.
Just as they are getting settled into their blocks. We're going to have a long pause to see it.
It's pretty grim conditions, isn't it? The rain's really coming down hard now. The under-23 men's triple jumpers waiting for their final, hiding underneath. Yes, quite obviously Crystal Awuah. There's no doubt about who went first, but I think the arguments need to be about noises. And you can see, yeah, the truck in the background just set off just as they were about to go. Not ideal timing. I wonder whether she's got a case. Well, we'll see in a minute, because when they come back out and they reset, it's almost like we'll start again. Will Crystal Awuah be in that lineup?
Well, we shall take a pause whilst we wait for the athletes to come back out. What I will say is it has just eased off slightly. And is feeling a little bit more gentle. To be honest, I think the athletes have preferred the rain but no wind.
Yeah.
I think they're used to running in the rain, most of the athletes. Some will have access to indoor facilities at Brunel University, Lee Valley, Loughborough, Sheffield, Manchester, wherever. But the wind is really what kills you. It just makes it feel so hard. It can change how you run. This is another look at it, and
there's no question, is there?
She just thinks she got a great start. But yeah, I respect Annie Tago for immediately running off to just go and hide in the shelter underneath the stand. So we'll be back as and when the 100 metres comes back out.
So the athletes return to the track as the rain is abated.
So the finalists for the women's 100 metres are back out, and Krista Awuah is still there. So she will get an opportunity to go again, it seems here. So we think she was shown a red card, and she did have a false start, but I think maybe there was some mitigating factors there. The fact they've taken them all off of the track. So,
in full, Crystal Awuah of Burnham Harriers. Lane 5, Elizabeth Enfield Harrier.
Deanne Walker then goes in lane 2. Shani Skirvin in lane 3. Crystal Awuah in 4. Elise Modeste in 5. Darcy Kuipers will go in 6. Annie Tago, the world bronze medalist, goes in 7. Leonie Ashmead in 8. And Charlotte Bevan in 9. Crystal Awuah, who has the quickest PB in this field back from 2018 when she ran 11:16 in Berlin.
Right, gang, here we go.
All of these athletes well below sub 12, and it's a good quality 100-metre final. Walker in 2, Scare in 3, Awuah 4, Modeste in 5, Kuipers 6, Tago in 7, Ashmead 8, Bevan in 9. The final of the senior women's 100 metres. They get away this time, and Tago's made a pretty good start. So has Awuah. It's Awuah going well here. So is Kuipers. And it looks like it's going to be Kuipers who comes across the line first. Darcy Kuipers. The Blackheath and Bromley Harriers athlete wins it. We don't have a time up on the clock, but we'll bring it to you in just a few moments' time. But Kuipers, whilst all the focus might have been on Awuah and Tago, the victory has gone to Darcy Kuipers.
She looked so good in the heats earlier, didn't she? Like, absolutely fantastic. So perhaps no surprise she came through, and particularly with all the disqualification.
11:70 the winning time. Sorry, Scott, they've just come up on our screens. Just give you that as soon as we can. 11:70 into a minus 1.2 headwind, and let's just confirm who came second. Awuah, after the confusion over the false start, comes in for second, and in third place.
Yeah, I think that was Leonie Ashmead that came in third from lane 8.
You are right. Leonie Ashmead took third place. And just down in the bowels below us, you can hear, you might just have picked it up on the microphone, the yell of delight as soon as Leonie Ashmead found out that she had finished third, as it flashed up on the screen down here. So Kuipers, Awuah and Ashmead, the 1, 2, 3.
In a time of 11:38.47 from Medway Maidstone AC, Cam Corbishley.
Well, it was a great run, and the men are out now for the first of the under 20 semi-finals. 2 semi-finals. Just taking a look to see who is down on the track, and Teddy Wilson is down on the track, which is a good sign. He ran 11:35 season's best in the heat earlier into a wind. It was a strong old wind at that, and he looked very, very good. He didn't have to run that quick at all by no means, but he did the business.
In lane 6, Dylan Bartik, Gloucester AC. In 7, Kai Crawford from Southern Barnet Harriers.
We did wonder down now, didn't we? Just because he managed to get that qualifying standard, whether he really needed to keep on racing. We wanted to think a little bit about the World Championships, the World Under-20s coming up. But he wants this English title.
He likes winning, doesn't he, Teddy Wilson? So the lineup for this one then, Ethan Franklin goes on the inside. They've got Lewis Stevens, who's running really well at the moment too. Teddy Wilson, of course, Commonwealth Youth Games champion last year. Henry Christa, Dylan Batty, Kai Crawford, who looked very confident as he won his heat earlier on, Ezekiel Lowe and Pablo Cox-Sonora. Those are your 8 athletes. Teddy Wilson going 3 from the right. And that is a cracking start from Teddy Wilson. Look at him go. Christa trying to go with him, but Teddy Wilson is up and Teddy Wilson's away. Look at the margin against the rest of the field. He's storming away with this. Well, the clock not working. I don't think that matters because that was quick. And it's 10.44 into a minus 1.5. The wind a lot stronger than it was earlier on. And well, for Teddy Wilson, he is in great form. Put that wind behind him, he's running 10.2 or quicker.
It's another superb run, isn't it? He makes it look so easy. It actually looked a lot faster than that.
That's the wind, isn't it? And he looked pretty happy with that, pretty relaxed, pretty chilled out. Just look at this as a margin. He's won by over 5 metres there, and I think it was Henry Christa and then Dylan Batty that came through to take second and third, so we'll wait for the results to flick through. That's been rounded down though for Teddy Wilson, 10.43 seconds. Henry Christa, that says 10.81, and then Dylan Batty 10.95. My goodness, Teddy Wilson is flying here in Birmingham.
So our presentation levels now for the women's 3K walk on the 20s.
Take the wind off that. That's a 10.34 and is the same as he virtually ran in the heats earlier on. So he is looking good, Teddy Wilson. Just imagine if he got a bit of competition as well to drag him along.
The gold medal, an England champion with 15.32.34 from Ashford AC, Jessica Wilton.
So we'll move on shortly then to the second of the under-20 men's semi-finals. The final to come a little bit later on. Can anyone beat Teddy Wilson? Well, there are some in this field who will hope that they can do that.
We now have the second of 2 semi-finals for
the quickest in terms of lifetime best, Dylan Williams, who goes in lane 7. And this is the lineup then for that race. Jamie Oldham in lane 2, Joshua Birthright in lane 3, Afosa
in lane 3,
Amanda Kuka Davidson in 4, Joseph Berry in 5, George Warburton in 6, Dylan Williams in 7, Samuel Ashadu in 8, and Peter Ogranwan in lane 9.
Joe Berry, Stockport Harriers in lane 6, George Warburton in lane 7. Well,
the 2 time qualifiers spots are currently held by Kai Crawford and Lewis Stevens. That's 10.98 and 11 flat. So those are the times to beat if you want to try and get through the final outside the top 3.
Yeah, first 3 go through automatically, and then the 2 fastest from these 2 semi-finals. The final to come a little bit later on. This final due off at 5:35, just over an hour's time. They want to get the job done and get off quickly, get dry, get warm. The rain has stopped, I think. It looks like, can't see, well, no, maybe not, but very light wind, very light rain and a light breeze. Maybe the conditions in terms of the breeze slightly better than they were earlier on for the heats. All set then for this second semi-final. Oldham in 2, Birthright in 3, Matatikwa Davidson in 4, Berry in 5, Warburton in 6, Williams in 7, Ashadu in 8, and Ogbenwan in 9. Yeah, it looked like that was a false start. You could just see it, couldn't quite tell who it was. It's going to be brought back.
Obviously, we'll wait and see what the result will be. Is that
A lot on the line here to challenge for that spot in the final.
I'm just wondering whether that was Matiti Kua Davidson in lane 4, 3 in from the right. Ooh, just
a little twitch on the end there from Ogbenwan that maybe set them all off. That's what I saw first. It doesn't. He's the first to move, and I just wonder whether the twitch set someone else off. Let's have a look again if we can. We'll see again in a minute what the officials are going to decide. The long walk from the screens and the data. Here we go. Skips one, skips another. And the official is making their way over to Peter Ogbenwan, and it's a yellow card. So a reprieve. A reprieve for Peter Ogbenwan. All of these athletes will start this race.
Yeah.
The Alderman 2, Birthright 3. Imatikwa Davidson in 4, Berry in 5, Warburton 6, Williams 7, Ashadu in 8, and Ogbenwan in 9. They do get away this time, and it's a pretty good start this from Imatikwa Davidson, and Imatikwa Davidson pushing for the line, but it's going to be in lane 7, Dylan Williams instead, is it? Who just nips it very close at the end.
10:72.
But there are 4 athletes from the BFIT Today Track Academy in that field, and they dominated that race. 10:72, the unofficial time. Very close between Afosa Imatikwa Davidson and Peter Ogbenwan and Dylan Williams.
So indeed it was Dylan Williams.
Dylan Williams just nipped it on the line. 10:73.
Second place, 10:79.
Afosa Imatikwa Davidson in second place goes through automatically, as does George Warburton. Third place for Warburton takes him through to the final. So looking at Joseph Berry's time of 10:86.
Yeah, I think that's going to be good enough. It's quicker than the 10:98 from the previous heat. So let's see what 5th was.
As long as 5th is below 10:98, they'll be through.
So this is the under-23 men's triple jump getting underway momentarily. Just about to get the board out, and still not in an official competition mode yet for that, but Liavachi Yeo, who is having another good season, always good to see him at these championships. Daniel Akim Rodewo is here too, and expect him to get amongst the medals for sure. So we do have 3 semi-finals of the 23 men's 100 metres. We'll come to that in a moment, just to give you a roundup of what the end of our day is going to look like. So the senior women's 400 metre final and the senior men's 400 metre final is going to be held tomorrow at the originally designated final time. So it means our final race of the day will be the under 23 men's 400 metres semi-final 2. That's going to be at 6:30, so a slightly earlier finish than planned. So we round things off at 6:30 this evening. So still 2 hours of competition to go if the previous 6.5 hours hasn't been enough, and yesterday's 4 hours. We'll keep bringing you some of the triple jump action as well. And it does look, Richard, like the weather has eased off just slightly.
Yeah, it looks a lot better now. Just a little bit brighter around. The torrential rain has stopped.
So that was at the 23, 100 metres.
Triple jump underway. Matthew Cox with the first attempt.
So in lane 2, we've got Henry and Roque from Liverpool Harriers.
But it was a
Then in 3,
foul
Jacob
from
Hocking of Harrogate
Cox, and no mark recorded.
Then in 5,
Very tricky for the triple jumpers in these conditions. It has stopped raining. I mean, when they were starting half an hour ago through their warm-ups, it was biblical, but it's now eased off just slightly, and it's a lot safer underfoot, because that's a concern as well. You can slip on the board, which is really potentially very dangerous. And Aaron Ashmi Shoye at the top of the runway for Luminescence Beagles.
So there's no Hocking and no Arthur.
Ashmi Shoye clean on the board. That looked pretty good for a first round effort. He gets a white flag. The lineup in the meantime as we wait for his result to come through for this first semi-final. Henry and Woke, Jacob Hocking, Shakiru Onigbanjo, Alex Azu, Tyvon Innes looked really good earlier, Murray Fotherington, Jack Forrest from Birchfield, and Jaden Arthur. And it doesn't look like Jacob Hocking starts, and neither does Jaden Arthur on the outside. Really great start from the Woke on the inside, and into his running now is Onigbanjo just being passed by Alex Azu, and Azu looks really good here in Birmingham. Oh, has he just been picked on the line by Tyvon Innes? 10.62 seconds. That's pretty good. That's the same time that Innes ran to win his heat earlier on, and you see in the top left-hand corner of the picture at this point, Azu had the lead, but it was a monster of a finish from Tyvon Innes. It is only the top two that automatically go through. I'm going to have to wait for the official results there, because not even I can call that one from our perch up in the main stand. Here is the replay at this point, 5 metres out. Azu had it, and yeah, I think it is Tyvon Innes that's got the win there from Alex Azu, and then Murray Fothering coming third, just ahead of Onigbanjo, who was oh so close. And the results coming up on our screen, minus 0.5 metres per second win, which is promising, but it is given as Alex Azu. Well, we're just going to have to wait and see. I don't think they've got this quite right as it stands, because Onigbanjo is given a second with Innes in third. I don't think that was quite true. So we do know we're going to see Tyvon Innes and Alex Azu in the final later on. Alex Azu battling for Wales as Archie Yeo is on the triple jump runway, and bails on that one.
So the lineup then for the second of the semi-finals. Sean Anyagu in lane 3, the quickest in this field in terms of lifetime best, 10:30, but the quickest this season, Tyler Panton, Woking Athletics Club, will go in lane 6. Just going through their warm-ups now, final preparations, activation exercises for these sprinters. There's Corey Nina Richards in lane 8, the only one who's standing there right now, just already in the visualising phase. get back to their blocks. So this is the start of the second semi-final. Leon Seal goes in lane 2, Sean Anyagu in 3, Bradley Whitehead in 4, Joe George in 5, Tyler Panton in 6, Kyle Reynolds Warmington in 7, Corey Neelan Richards in 8, and David Chapman in lane 9. So the quickest this season in this field, Tyler Panton. Sean Anyagu's not far off him. Only the top 2 will go through automatically. Then it will come down to the fastest times from across these 3 semi-finals for the under-23s. The wind's dropped as well. The rain has stopped. Good conditions. They get away first time, and that's a really good start from Whitehead. Whitehead's going really well here. Whitehead, but then Panton comes through, and Panton takes the victory. Tyler Panton with a really quick last 50 metres. 10.49 into only a slight headwind on that occasion, minus 0.4, 10.49. The winning time, and a good race that one, and Panton left it late but stormed through right at the end. And we'll just get a check on who came in for second place. Bradley Whitehead looked like it could have been him. He was leading with about 50 metres in, and then Panton took control, and we can see in here Bradley Whitehead taking second place.
Just look how close the other 5 athletes behind
Very close, right? It was a quick race, so they could well put themselves in contention for a place in the final in a little over an hour's time. The results yet to come up on our screen.
We've got our next medal presentation now, which is the under-23 men's javelin. Medal presented by Facility Doors.
But it's 10.68 to beat in terms of the quickest times.
Bronze medalist with a distance of 64.71 metres from Birmingham University.
Panton taking the victory in 10.48. And then
with 66.18 metres.
Bradley Whitehead in second place. And we're just waiting for the third and fourth, just so we can see where they're at in terms of whether there's a possibility of sneaking through at the moment as one of the best, quickest times.
The distance of 17.41 metres from Team Kennet Tryon Athletic Club, Ben East.
So Joe George records at 10.69, which won't be good enough. Well, it could be fractions between himself and Onik Banjo, because they both have 10.69. So it will come down to thousands. It will be very, very tight and very tough on one of those men if it comes down to those two for the final spot, because Murray Fotheringham at the moment on 10.68. Looks like he's pretty much safe at the moment.
Well, they could all get knocked out, couldn't they? Like
could do. This could be the
one more semi-final to come, and it's looking pretty good at the moment on the runway in the triple jump. Nabi Ode, big powerhouse. Look at that for a first round effort. Quite a few no jumps. We've had 5 in the first round, and it just goes to show how difficult these conditions can be. But back to the track then, because we have this final under 23 men's 100 metre semi final. We have one athlete not starting, that's Ethan Harbius Wiltshire. It's Hagenham Z in lane 2, Riesel in 3, Derek Kinlock going in lane 4, Michael Loyne Logbo in that yellow vest for Newman Essex Beagles in 5, in lane 7 Benjamin Toe, Giovanni Seeley in 8, and Samad Ibrahim in lane 9. Great start from Kinlock, away really quickly on a logboat, just a bit ragged, but now back into his running. And Benjamin Toe looking so smooth on the outside. Is he going to get there? I think he is. Benjamin Toe, 10.65. Well, that's a new lifetime best, and the gap between himself and Ollie Logbo in lane 5, I think, just helped Benjamin Toe keep super relaxed, and well, it paid off, didn't it? Got them on the dip. Not sure on second. It was close between Kinlock and Ollie Logbo. Kinlock, who got out the blocks really quickly, I think might have just got there. That's my instinct. Here's the replay. Let's have a quick look to see just how close it was. And yeah, it definitely was Bolton's Benjamin Toe, and then maybe it was Michael Ollie Logbo. 10.65 though for Benjamin Toe would be a new lifetime best, and I suspect it's into a bit of a breeze as well. So just waiting for these results to come up.
Lots of support inside the stadium from Aaron Ashley-Shoy, who leads the way in the triple jump with an opening leap of 14.48, and he may have improved potentially on his first attempt there.
So we're still waiting for those results to be confirmed in the under-23 men's semi-finals, but we will move over to the senior men's just to see how quick they can go.
14.71 by the way for Aaron Ashley-Shoy, so he has improved, and he's a good metre ahead of the rest of the field at the moment. Just saw Giordani right with his attempt, failed to register a mark in his opening attempt, and he's going to be the same situation as well for the second. So we move on to the senior men's 100 metres, as I was just saying, and again 3 semi-finals, so the fastest 2 to go through, the first 2 to go through, sorry, and the fastest 2 from across the 3 races. And the fastest in this field, Andrew Robertson, who's been around for quite a while now, a Commonwealth relay silver medalist from back in 2014 in Glasgow, representing England back then, twice a national indoor 60 metre champion as well. Jodie Smith going in lane 2, 10.58 this season, his lifetime best. Sanson Plummer in lane 3, Shasi Barnett Harriers in lane 3, 10.51 this season, 10.38 his personal best. Miguel Francis in lane 4, 10.23 his personal best. He's run 10.41 this season. Enzo Madden in 5 for Sale Harriers. Joe Ferguson goes in 6. He's run 10.21 before, not been on 10.52 this season. Andrew Robertson, as I just mentioned, in 7. Quickest in this field in terms of lifetime bests, and this season 10.10 his best, but 10.19 this season. Destiny Ogali in 8. He's run 10.45 this season. And Samuel Albanese in lane 9, 10.71 his best this season.
One of our DNSs has turned up. We didn't get to the corner.
Just to bring you updates on the results from that third semi-final of the under-23 men's, it was Benjamin Toe, 10.65, a personal best, into a minus 0.3 wind, so the wind has eased off, the rain is still coming down. Michael Ollie Logbo got it in 10.69 for second, but Derek Kinlock with 10.71 misses out because the times of Murray Fotheringham and Joe George were just a little quicker, 10.68 and 10.69 as the time qualifiers. That final to come.
So 9 in this semi-final, 2 to go through automatically. 3 of them are from Sale Harriers. Smith in 2, Plummer in 3, Francis in 4, Madden in 5, Ferguson 6, Robertson in 7, Agali in 8, and Abanane in 9. Athletes just settling into their blocks, but the men's triple jump competition getting a lot of support. Away they go then. Robertson's made a really good start, so has Francis over on the far side, but Robertson coming through here. It's Robertson and Francis, and did Francis just take it? 10.45 the time. Also coming through late there was Enzo Madden. And Joe Ferguson also finished strong, so we'll clear that up. The first 2 to go through automatically. Miguel Francis looked like he finished really strongly, but with about 20 metres to go, Robertson was just out in front, and it looks like it's going to be Francis who's just taken it. Francis with the victory, and Robertson, did he just get second spot? He was leading most of the way, but Joe Ferguson finished rapidly. 10.44 the winning time. Francis is given the win. Just waiting here to find out the second spot. Confirm that.
Well, Joe Ferguson earlier on ran so incredibly well, 10.52 into that minus 4.8 metre per second win. He didn't look quite as clean and as powerful, and the way he flew through in the back end of that heat earlier on, he didn't have quite that same zip just then.
Andrew Robertson's got the second spot, 10.47, just ahead of Joe Ferguson. 10.48 for Joe Ferguson. That might be quick enough still to take him through to the final.
Still a season's best for Joe Ferguson, better than he ran earlier on, but he looked so good, didn't he, in that heat?
He finished very strongly, but not
fast enough.
Not quite fast enough, but if he does make it through to the final, then all those around him will know that he's a threat right through to the finish.
And he would also get an outside lane if he was to go through into the final.
And no one will be able to see him.
And I think that might suit him because that's what he sort of had earlier on.
We'll wait and see. So 10.48 his time, and you'll have to wait and see over this next 10 minutes or so, a little bit less.
So the triple jump for the under-23 men is still being led by Aaron Ashmead Choye. He's the only athlete across the 2 rounds alongside Alex Gray to have got 2 valid jumps in. The others like Matthew Cox, Jordani Wright, Archie Yeo and Sean Mende have all fouled twice. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, it's so difficult for triple jumpers in the wet from a safety point of view, and I think they have just struggled to hit the board.
And what are you thinking about next competitions? Obviously a bit of rehab.
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on to clean and dry up that board between every jump. They're replacing the boards, making sure they're rotating.
And I think the rain, touch wood, if I can find any around me, touch wood, has stopped, I think.
Looks like it's stopped, and it does look a bit brighter, and the direction that the clouds are going, this is not a particularly accurate weather forecast.
Finger in the air style.
Yeah, but the clouds as we're looking are going from right to left, and it looks a lot brighter out to our right, and that will give me some optimism, I think, for the next few hours. Hopefully I'm going to be getting a job presenting the weather, though.
Yeah, you never know. Athletics and the weather.
We'll see.
So, semi-final 2 of the senior men, fighting it out to get 2 automatic qualifying spots. And it looks like Jesse Agyemang is not going to start in lane 2. So we have Patrick Pearce, who was a medalist at the Midland Championships on home soil here in Birmingham. Keeps getting better and better. He's around 10:47 this year. Keep an eye out for him. Outside of him, Luke Durrell, 10:35 this year. Sam Gordon in 5, the Welsh athlete, 10:2 at best. Matthew Alvarez, who looked really, really good actually in qualifying, goes in lane 6. We've got Jordan Beavers from Gateshead, Michael Miller, and then Phoenix Lyon, a 10.56 athlete. This is going to be really tight. Semi-final 2. Pretty clean and really good start from Alvarez, and Alvarez is still going, but Durrell is pulling away from the rest of the field. Gordon going with him. It's going to be Durrell who relaxes through the line. 10.61, minus 1.8 metre per second, and not quite as quick as that first semi-final. It probably means good news for Joe Ferguson at the moment, but Durrell flying and easing up, and Sam Gordon along for the ride as well. Pretty impressed with Sam Gordon there, looked really good. And then Patrick Pearce on the inside. Needed to dip, didn't he, Patrick Pearce? I'm sure his coach will be talking to him about that afterwards. But good running. Luke Durrell, as expected, into the final. The final of this men's 100 metres comes up in less than 1 hour's time. So it's back to the warm-up track, which is fortunately indoors. Nice and toasty in there. And a bit of a debrief from the coach, a bit of a fuel, and a chance to just calm the nerves and settle you down. It's very difficult to try and work out what to do in that circumstance with only an hour between your race, and the guys in this third heat are going to have maybe half an hour tops between the finish of the race and back out on the track.
Yeah, and that's coming up in just a few moments' time. The situation with the qualification is that Joe Ferguson and Enzo Madden, who came in 3rd and 4th in the first heat, will be, as things stand, heading through to the final. It was a lot slower, that second race. It's 10.57 to beat for the final qualifying spot in terms of the quickest times. Joe Ferguson posted at 10.48 and Madden at 10.57. But into the third semi-final, again, the first 2 to go through. Adi Adewale looked really good in the heats. The experienced 31-year-old now from Enfield and Haringey had a tough time last month when he was disqualified from the semi-finals at the Olympic trials. But Adewale, 10.18 this season. Christian Aiken in lane 2, William Ando in lane 3. Ando with a 10.51 this season, Aiken, by the way, with a 10.49 this year. Harry Taylor representing Loughborough here, 10.49 this season. That's only just outside of his lifetime best. Adewale, as we were just saying, 10.18 this season. Corrali Awe, 10.15 PB, 10.37 this season, one of the fastest in this field. Kieran Goran-Wade in lane 7. He could be a threat as well. Kessie Oladoye in lane 8, and he's a 10.55 runner. Goran-Wade, by the way, 10.44, and Sean Crowley in lane 9, 10.70. His best. Do we have Christian? We do have Christian Aiken. Couldn't quite see him there lining up, but you'll see him now coming back into your shot. A little bit late to his blocks in lane 2.
Well, in the triple jump, Archie Eo has just launched out to a whopping 14 metres 96 in the third round. That puts him top of the pile and keeps him going in the competition.
This last semi-final then, just the top 2 to go through automatically. Aiken in 2, Ando in 3, Taylor 4, Adewale 5, Awe in 6, Goran-Wade in 7, Oladoye in 8, and Crowley in 9.
Sometimes it just goes in the blob of 10 seconds. sometimes you go 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 10, 10.
Away cleanly and powerfully from Adewale. Adewale going really well here, so is going away, but Adewale starting to streak ahead, is he? Adewale with that powerful stride, chops across the line. He's got that distinctive style, looks so powerful. 10:52 the winning time, and that probably means that those third and fourth places from the opening semi-final will also go through to the next stage in the final. So Ade Adewale looks in great form, doesn't he? It's so good to watch. It's so rhythmical.
He just pops down the track, doesn't he?
Pops is the right word. That's the kind of word I was looking for. Pops is a good explanation of the style of Adewale. 10:54 the winning time. Kieran going away gets the second spot in 10:64, and Korede Awe 10:68 means that he will not make the final. So Joe Ferguson and Enzo Madden from the first semi-final will reach the decider in around less than an hour's time.
It's close, isn't it? Shame for Korede Awe. Run so well at the end of that season, that 10:15. Had a bit of injury trouble this year, so still building back. Expect him to run quick, certainly quicker than 10:68 by the end of the season. We do have some more frame running to come for you now. It's going to be the 4 athletes we saw over the 100 metres earlier on, and they are just pushing themselves round to the 200 metre start. So Daniel Akinradewo at the head of the runway, away he goes. 13:61, his best so far. Not sure if that's going to be much of an improvement. Fortunately for Sean Mahendi, he fouled all 3 opening attempts, so we'll only have the remaining 8 heading through. So, Radaway. Just waiting for that score to come up in the third round. Well, you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen the 4 athletes on our start line for this frame running final. Frame running is such an important event for so many people. We have so many different disciplines within the para-athletics community, and frame running is one of them. Each athlete will have their own sort of bespoke settings and feel, and everybody, due to their disabilities, requires a different setup.
So our next race on the track.
It is part of the inclusivity that the sport of athletics allows anyone, anywhere, anytime. So Charlie Denman, Gloucester athlete, competed in the 100 earlier, and Denman, already female athlete in this one. Rafi Suleiman going in lane 4, Moninda Heya in 5 from Coventry Godiva Harriers, Finley Menzies from Livingston on the outside in lane 6.
That's an update on what's going on in the under 23 men's triple jump. Archie Yeo still out in front with a 14.96, just ahead of Aaron Ashmi-Shoy. And Adam Aboyagye in third place at the moment. We've reached the halfway point. Just about to see our first. We're just about to reach the halfway point. This is Alex Gray with his third attempt. 13.76 is best.
Away we go in this 200-metre frame running final. Denman, Suleiman, Heya, Menzies.
Fast start from Rafi Sullivan.
And a very, very fast start from Suleiman. Trying to pull along Menzies with him. Denman going well at the moment, but into the home straight then. Using all that speed in this home straight, and it's great from Suleiman. Looking really good here. Look at him go. 34.38. That looks like it's going to be a new lifetime best. There was Finlay Menzies coming through for second. I don't think he's going to be too far off a personal best as well. And Charlie Denman in third, and this once again Muninda Heya. A lot of support from the crowd here. Young athlete in terms of his experience in frame running, and he's doing a great job. Great to have frame running as part of these England Para Championships.
Bennies from Team Kennett Tryon AC, who is our under 23 men's javelin champion. Ben, how does that sound to you?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think today for me
great
was
race from Rafi Sulleiman.
I came away with a bit of
Actually running ever so slightly ahead of schedule now on the track after falling a little bit behind earlier on. Next up, due on the track, the men's under 20 800-metre final. And that kicks off a whole range of finals.
So the injury seems to be holding up pretty well.
Next 5 races on the track, all deciders before we finish with the 400-metre semi-finals that we've got left to run. We have now officially reached the halfway point of the triple jump competition. And there's also one more field event yet to get underway, the women's under 20 discus. So the athletes involved in that just making their way over to the circle on the far side as we look. It's positioned in the hammer and discus cage over on the bend heading into the back straight. So you can visualise, and the athletes now coming out for the under 20 800-metre final, and that's going to be an interesting one. Technically scheduled in 15 minutes time, but we can see them all beneath us now making their way out. So you imagine we might be going off a little bit early. Maybe part of an impact of the slightly fewer races that we've got. We advanced obviously straight through to some of the 100-metre finals. And so the 800-metre race in the men's competition is pretty interesting because there are places up on the line for the World Under 20 Championships in Peru next month. 2 of them already have the qualifying standard, William Rab Johnson, Henry Jonas, but Jamie Phillips is also hoping to join them, and he's only just outside of the qualification standard set by UK Athletics. Jamie Phillips with a 1:48.40. He needs a 1:48 dead. He has competition from Henry Jonas and Will Rabjohns, who both have a 1:47. Not a lot between those two. Anyway, the top 3 under-20s in the country, in the UK that is, are all here. Jamie Phillips from the Kilmarnock Harriers. Scott was saying earlier, it is an open competition, but he is here because he wants to get on the plane to Peru. And this running against the 2 best in the country in his age category is only going to help him to achieve that.
Yeah, I don't think the heats that we had last night in the 800 metres really showed us anything ahead of this final. You know, other than the fact that Will Rabjohns is a really good athlete and he looks in good form.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was anything new. We didn't learn anything that was different, certainly. But fully expect Will Rabjohns to try and take control of this one in the second half of the race. And yeah, the conditions are pretty good, to be honest. It could be a lot worse. It's warm. Let's not forget that. It is definitely warm. You know, it's 20, 22 degrees out there, and it's pretty still at the moment. And whilst the track may look damp, I don't think they're going to mind that, to be honest. You know, you might get your shins wet a little bit with a bit of spray, but it's not too bad.
It's only Jamie Phillips, not only Jamie Phillips, who's pushing for a place on that plane to Peru. He's the one that's closest to Rabjohns and Jonas in terms of the qualifying times to reach the World Under-20s, but also in this field, Mickey Ayling, Dylan Smith as well. They've run 1:48, but closer to 1:49. They need to get 1:48 dead to even be in consideration. And really, they need 1:47 something.
And I just cannot see that happening in this race because none of these athletes have run their quickest times this year outside of British Milers Club BMC meets. So if they were to take this out hard, which they could do, I mean, look, you've got Mickey Ayling's quick.
It's a competitive field for them to push into each other. That's the thing, isn't it? But I guess what you would argue as well is you could say Rabjohns and Jonas don't need to put in as big an effort to get a really quick time. But what if Phillips, Ayling, Smith have the race of their lives, and suddenly Rabjohns and Jonas are not in contention to go to Lima anymore? And that's why they've got to play a careful game, because there are 3 athletes here quite obviously chasing a big time, and 2 almost protecting their spots and needing to balance between going out too quickly and running a sensible race. This is, for 3 athletes here, absolutely a time trial.
Yeah, for sure.
And for 2, it's a championship race. So where does that end up in the end?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it, to know within the selection policy exactly where your performance in these championships would lie alongside times and everything else when it's factored in. But you know what, simplest thing from a speculation point of view, as we have learned from selections in recent times, that just get the time and win the trials.
There's only 2 spots available as well on the British team, and so there's only 2 that have qualified so far. Could there be a selection dilemma? We'll know more in just a couple of minutes' time. We are running ahead of schedule, and we are going to kick off this race long before it was scheduled, due to go off a 15:15, but I'm not going to make these athletes stand around for another 7 or 8 minutes. So just to go through the contenders here, some of those that we haven't mentioned, and I'll take you through lane order where they'll start. Oliver Capps in lane 2, a 1:51 runner. Alex Glue in 3, 1:51 also. Jack Kinraid in 4, 1:50. Mickey Ayling, we mentioned before, 1:48.93. Henry Jonas in 6, one of those who looks to be on the plane to Peru, 1:47.44. Jamie Phillips just outside that standard, 1:48.40. Will Rabjohns in 8, 1:47.22, the quickest in the country in this category. And Dylan Smith in lane 9. And he is a 1:48.97 runner, so has an outside shot still, but he'll have to run something very special and run something over a second better than he's ever done before. Doesn't sound like much, but when things are this close between these athletes. The 2 laps of the track then, this final of the men's 800 metres. It's a championship race, it's a time trial, it's a world under 20 trial. What's the nerves be like going through these athletes? Oh, I'll tell you what, not a lot of nerves there from Alex Glue. Here is dancing along actually to the stadium music. So you can see that the three main contenders that we were talking about before, Rab Johns, Phillips, Jonas, they're all going off in lanes next to each other. Jonas in lane 6 in the orange and yellow. Phillips in the blue. And Rab Johns in the black vest with the yellow sash. Start of the under 20 800 metres then. There's a title on the line, there's qualification spots on the line for the World Under 20 Championships, as we've been saying before, and now they can merge into the centre lane, and you can see there that Henry Jonas just trying to start to dictate the pace a little bit here, and just behind him I think that might be Phillips, and then Rab Johns just chasing them. So the three that we were expecting to be at the front, all leading the way in these opening stages, but Henry Jonas taking it out with a decent pace this.
I think it's a sensible thing to do, isn't it? Keep out of trouble. We see so often in championship races at the moment where they're so stacked and people get together and they end up tripping, and it's no surprise that the two we see at the front are Jonas and Will Rab Johns, and you know they're keeping in the mix at the moment with Jack Kinraid as well.
Yeah, it is pretty quick, 58 seconds or so for the first lap. And Jonas just being chased down by Phillips. Rab Johns is going to have to put in a little burst here. Phillips is going for this. He has to, because a place potentially at the World Under 20 Championships is on the line. And look at this for a move from Jamie Phillips. Has he gone too early? Can Jonas respond? What's Rab Johns got? He's a long way back now, and here comes Dylan Smith round the side of Rab Johns as well. They're just tussling, but Phillips, Jamie Phillips bursting for the line, still being chased by Henry Jonas, but really it's all about times. This is for terrific stuff from Phillips, and Jonas is just going to take the win, and it's outside the qualifying time for Jamie Phillips. 1:50.19, the winning time. It was a thrilling race though. I have to say that's probably the race of the day, and it was all set out the tone by Jamie Phillips. The way he took that race from about 250 metres to go, that burst, but he just couldn't hang on for the pace and just struggled in that last 50 metres or so to maintain the pace. Terrific race though.
Well, you cannot fault Jamie Phillips because he did absolutely everything he needed to do. Will Rab Johns came through for third in the end despite being overtaken by Dylan Smith, but that burn up with 220 metres to go from Jamie Phillips was so impressive. Why did they run 58 and 52 splits? It was so, you know, so comfortable in that first 300 metres. They didn't need to make it that slow, and from Jamie Phillips' perspective, he went, right, the only way I'm going to get anything out of this is if I go now, and that commitment is what you need, and that's all about championship 800 metre racing, which is not something you ever experience at BMCs, which are great for running quickly, but they don't teach you how to do exactly what Jamie Phillips just did. But a great run from him. Shame that it maybe looks like he might not be going to Peru, with Will Rabjohns being the quickest in the UK. But yeah, great win for Henry Jonas.
Yeah, Jamie Phillips maybe got sucked in a little bit to Henry Jonas's race strategy there and just responded a little bit too late. When he did respond, it was thrilling. It made for a very entertaining final lap of that race.
Yeah, entertaining, wasn't it? That's what we want. Close races.
Of course.
Yeah,
yeah,
fantastic.
That's why I think any races over 800 metres is somebody going through this resurgence, 800 and above. It's the thrill of these close races, how they can wind up and suddenly change. But brilliant race, and for Will Rabjohns and Henry Jonas as well, they can rest easy. It's only those two who have that qualification standard.
Well, we have more sprint finals to come. And it's going to be 4 of them back-to-back before we get back to the quarter mile, the one-lap race, for the final 40 minutes of our programme today. What a day it has been. And next up for you in around 15 minutes' time is the under-23 women's 100-metre final. I suspect they're going to be out a little bit sooner than that, but we will keep an eye on this under-20 women's discus throw, which is just going through their warm-ups at the moment. You can see that in the bottom left of the screen. That's why they've got jumpers on and jackets on, and none of the distances are being officially measured. But the triple jump into round 4, and it is still being led by Archie Yeo with his third round effort of 14 metres and 96. We are about to see Aaron Ashmead Choye, who has jumped 14.71. He sits in second at the moment. He's going really well today. Ashmead Choye looking good, and he looks controlled. Nice and rhythmical. Oh, that was really good. That middle phase for him was just nearly perfect. I'm sure he's even ran over to the screen to see how big that is, and I thought it looked great, and I'm not sat in line with the sandpit. It looked really big. They're just waiting for the measurement to come up. Oh, he contested it, I think, with the foul. And unfortunately, he was saying there's no way that was a foul, it was marginal, because it was a big jump. He wants it measured as well. He asked what the measurement was, and he can't quite believe that. Aaron Ashmead Choye fouled the last 2 attempts. He started the competition so well with that 14 metres 48. This on the runway now is Archie Yeo. Dixon up on a whole man, competing as part of the inter-counties.
Coming into it today, you had the qualifying time for the under-20 World Championships.
So Archie Yeo in the triple jump, leader of this competition, 14 metres 96, which is a bit down on his best.
And what's your plan then after that? Obviously that traffic happy season off, but looking forward into next year.
As I was leaving, Graham was like, where's the car park? And I said, this way, because my car was over there.
Brilliant. So let's hear everyone for our under 20 800 metre England champion Henry Jonas.
Just the final, sorry, got the just the final 2 rounds left of the triple jump competition. The women's discus is just about to get underway. That's the final field event of the day. We have been running ahead of schedule, but don't think that means that we'll be skipping forward too much in the schedule. Remember, there's still not been that much time between the 100 metre semi-finals and the final, so as much as it could be brought forward a little bit, I'm sure that they'll want as much rest as possible between those races. I guess there's also the balance of, if it's only an hour, would you rather get out a bit sooner? I guess that's if every athlete would have their different preferences.
The thing is, what are you going to do if you have an extra 15 or 20 minutes? Just sit there and think
Get
about...
cooler, exactly, and you just end up. You want to keep those muscles warm and moving.
I don't think it's advantageous to have any more time. Like an hour's fine, because by the time you've gone back, you can sit down and chill. An hour and a half, you're like sitting in no man's land. Like, how many times can you go to the toilet waiting to go out?
Quite a lot of times, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Anyone that's done those races before knows that. I'm not going into too much detail.
Yeah, we will. Not too much. Been a pretty good triple jump competition despite the conditions, and yeah, Akin Radewo on the runway sits in 4th. He's 11 centimetres off the medal at the moment, but here comes Matthew Cox in 8th at the moment with our Phoenix vest on the runway. And I think we're getting underway with that discus competition as well. So, Matthew Cox away, bounding down the runway. Pretty good, 13.72. His best. Second and third round, this is the 5th round now, and actually, has just been shunted back into second with a 15 metres 10 jump from Daniel Akin Radewo.
It's still raining a little bit, isn't it, out there? Spitting. Still not particularly bad conditions, really. It's not as windy now as it was for the heats earlier on around lunchtime.
How are we getting on with we need to cut it off. I'm on more. You're still on. You won't need any more than that, will you?
Lots being put out back down at the 100 metre start. Suggests they are getting ready to come out.
We are now 100 metres. Only 23 women 100 metres, yeah. And then we've got 3 men. 16 races maximum. You'll finish that. Oh, you got some scissors.
This is Alex Gray, representing Bath. Slightly shorter run up than some of his fellow athletes. 13.76 his best leap so far from the second round. $13.71, no improvement. Nabi Ode. Sits in 6th place, 13.79. his only legal effort so far. Looks like he may just have false started that one as well. No mark for Ode. So he's now gone 4 rounds in a row without recording a mark. Just overstepped the board.
So the athletes are out to get in the box ready for our next track final. It's the under-23 women over 100 metres. We're off in about 5 minutes' time.
Adam Almoagie.
And the women's discus is going to be
In 4th place, 14.43, been pretty consistent, 14.43, 14.31, 14.23. That's to try and eke out something more. He's already achieved his lifetime best though. Just couldn't quite get that run up right.
So there have been some changes there. So having qualified in 8th place for the final 3 rounds, Dan Akinroderu has gone out to 15.
Well, we've got 10 track races left over the next hour to conclude day 2 of these England Athletics Championships, under-20s, under-23s and seniors, the Senior Para Championships, the CAU Inter-County Championships, and of course the World Junior Trials for the under-20s. Fantastic weekend of competition, all centred on what I would say is the greatest athletics venue in the UK. It's a beautiful venue which we have been welcomed back to after a 12-year absence for the England Senior Championships. We've had the English schools, the under-17s and under-15 England Championships here, but not the seniors for a number of years. It is good to be back.
It's a big jump there from Aaron Ashmi-Shoy. You just might have seen at the bottom right of your screen. Currently sits in 3rd place, been bumped down after leading the opening rounds. 14.71 is his best so far, but failed to record a mark in his last 2 attempts. That was his 5th go.
In the 4th round, he went over to the
he wasn't happy, was he?
Because he was like, there's no way that I found that. And then he also went to check what the measurement was as well, and he clapped his hands together. He was so annoyed because I think he knew it was a big jump. It looked a big jump as well, and that was a big jump because that was 15 metres and 4 centimetres. That is just off Akinroderu's lead, and Archie has been bumped down from 1st to 3rd in this 5th round, and he has a chance to respond with the very next jump.
Yeah, Archie is a 16-metre jumper. He's the only man in this field who has achieved that distance in the past, that is. Not today, not yet. Here he is to try and achieve that. Just 4 or 5 minutes away, by the way, until we get back to the track action in terms of the next 100-metre final. The under-23s this time. So Archie using every part of this run-up. Very end, he'll launch into a powerful sprint, and he's basically in the other sandpit to start off. Gave that a lot, not sure it's going to be an improvement on his leading mark, or his opening, his best mark, his only mark so far, 14.96, which saw him lead the way for a bit. Currently trails Aaron Ashmi-Shoy, who's 2nd, and Daniel Akinroderu. In fact, what do we know? Archie goes to the lead, 15.42. He made it look so easy. Not much bravado off the back of that jump. A slightly odd angle as well, don't we? Trying to watch it from behind.
Well, he's jumping from the 13-metre board, and from this angle it makes it look quite short into the pit, doesn't it? But, well, we do have the women's under 23 100-metre final for you now. And we have Serena Grace in lane 2, Gwendolyn Datey in lane 3. Eve Wright, who's looked really good today, was the fastest through to these finals. The Shashrudana Harrier, she goes in lane 4. Trinity Powell gets out really well, the Manchester Harrier, in lane 5. Shiloh Wright Tapo set to get amongst the medals as well. Jennifer Adu is in lane 7. Saskia King in lane 8, and Karen Mayindu on the outside. They've had time to wait about an hour and a half after their semi-finals to come here. This is the under 23 women's 100-metre final. Cleanly away, great start on the inside from Grace. Powell into her running as well, and she just has the edge at the moment. Right Tapo starting to come through. Outside her, Aduwu is there. Right Tapo maybe just has the edge, but it's Aduwu that comes through to take it. 11.77, minus 2.4 metre per second win. It's a strong win, but Jennifer Aduwu, I think, just held on in the end. It was so close between those 4 athletes in the middle, and the late surge from Jennifer Aduwu, getting her hands on that gold, and she looked the happiest perhaps as she crossed the line, but it was really tight. Shiloh Wright Tapo pushed her the whole way, and Aduwu definitely got there. And Powell picking up that bronze medal. It was so close between her and Eve Wright as well.
Terrific race that, what a finish.
Well, the winning time official at 11.76, 11.77 for Shiloh Wright Tapo, and Trinity Powell 11.89 the time for her bronze medal. We'll see those 3 athletes on the podium later. Shame for Eve Wright, ran so well throughout the rounds today. Only 100th off that bronze medal.
Into the final round of jumps for the triple jump competition, still being led by Archie O. And Daniel Akinradewo has failed to record a mark in his last attempt, so he will not be taking the title off of Archie O. And athletes now just going through their preparations for the men's under 20 100-metre final. And I guess the question is, can anyone stop Teddy Wilson? The European under-18 record holder. I think there's a lot expected of him. We're wondering whether we're potentially watching a future Olympian. Won't come too soon, Paris, but 4 years' time, Los Angeles and beyond. Teddy Wilson could well be part of the lineup. The rate that he's progressing.
Well, he put together 3 quick rounds at the UK Championships last month, came 5th there, around 10.35 in the heats this morning, and then 10.44, wasn't it, in the semi-finals?
10.26 is that time. That's the European record. I don't think it's the sort of thing that could go again today. It's the conditions are not ideal. It's not super warm. It's probably still going into a bit of a headwind. Wet track, but he's looked really good. In terms of the other athletes, though, in this, it's still 8 others who could deny him victory, of course, and they're all here on merit. Joseph Berry goes in lane 2. Newport Harriers, 10.61. His lifetime best set this season. George Warburton in lane 3, 10.63 for him. Henry Christer in 4, 10.59 runner. Then there's Teddy Wilson in lane 5. 10.35 this season, as we were saying, but that European under-18 record of 10.26 is his. Enforcer, Imata Tukwa, Davidson, 10.61. Dylan Williams in 10.60 is PB. Dylan Batty, 10.68, sprinter. And Kai Crawford in lane 9. So can anyone get close to Teddy Wilson? Berry in 2, Warburton 3, Christer in 4, Wilson 5, Imatatikwa Davidson in 6, Williams 7, Batty in 8, and Crawford in 9. The final of the men's under 20 100 metres. Away they go cleanly. Good start by Teddy Wilson. So has Imatatikwa Davidson, but now Wilson starting to streak away just as he did throughout the rounds, and he stops the clock at 10.37, not far off his season's best, into a headwind of -1.1, but he's dominated all the way through this weekend, and once again he showed that he is the king here. Terrific run from Teddy Wilson, a superb talent. Much more to come from him, and a supreme performance throughout the day from the European under-18 record holder. Terrific stuff again from Teddy Wilson.
Yeah, he was miles ahead once more, wasn't he? And
Dylan Williams, I think, taking second spot.
And Henry Christer in third. I would give it to him. Much better in that final than he did in the semi-final as well. 10.72 for Dylan Williams. I mean, great for Teddy Wilson really to be here, and then 10.77 for Henry Christer, the bronze medal. Great running.
Terrific stuff. We're going to see a lot more of Teddy Wilson. You just hope he can keep on improving as the years go on, and that he stays injury-free as well. The women's under-20 discus is into the third round. It's being led at the moment by Lucy Harris, 39.71, her best attempt, just ahead of Nubia Evans-Shields and Lily Martin. And then the triple jump competition also into its closing stages.
Yeah, Archie Yeo still leading the competition with that monster 15.42 in the fourth round. On your screen, Nadom Bagye, pretty good so far. He's over half a metre behind the bronze medal, currently by Aaron Ashmi-Choye. Pretty rhythmical. He's fouled it, unfortunately. So we do move back onto the track for the next final. It's the under-23 men's 100-metre final. That's the ultimate 100-metre final of the day. We've gone through so many of these races.
I think we may see the conclusion potentially of the triple jump just before we get through to this final. There's only 2 jumpers left. And it's first going to be Aaron Ashmi-Choye to try and deny Archie O the under-23 title. Goes through his processes, 15 metres and 4 centimetres. His best so far. It means he's in third place. He's jumped 15.22 before. If he achieves that again, then that will put him into silver medal spot. He's just calling on the crowd for a bit of assistance. Visualises the finish. Here he goes to improve on third place. Oh, looks pretty big. Gets the white flag. And a mini celebration as well. I think he's pretty happy with that. Great spring. Any moment now, that will come up on our screen. And is that going to be good enough to bump him up from third spot? Archie Yeo waits on. 15 metres and a centimetre. He won't move up from third place. Archie Yeo has got this one. He's got one more attempt left, and he may just have to wait until the end of this next 100-metre race.
So, under 23 men's 100-metre final: Fotheringham, Onologbo, Toe, Whitehead, Panton, Innes, Azu and George. Panton, the favourite. Clearly, what a great start from Toe, who ran that personal best in the semi-final. Now Panton starting to charge through. It's Tyler Panton coming away from the field. He's going to take the gold. 10.57. Minus 1.8 metre per second. Wasn't the quickest time, but it's the gold medal for Tyler Panton.
Archie Yeo, final attempt. Already had it won. Gave it everything for that final attempt, but the under 23 English title is his. Archie Yeo, 15.42, did the job. And Archie Yeo wins the title ahead of Daniel Akinrodero and Aaron Ashby-Shoye, who takes bronze. We're back to that 100-metre final. Tyler Panton doing exactly the same thing as he did in the semis. He's a good finisher.
Yeah, he's a real powerhouse, isn't he? Just rolls through the field, and well, Alex Azu has shown on our scoreboard as picking up the bronze medal in 10.77, the exact same time as Benjamin Toe, and it was Tyvon Innes who got the silver in the end. You could just see this head-on shot. It was Panton in the orange in the middle that got the gold. To the left of him in the white, that's Tyvon Innes. And then to the left of Innes in the red and white, the Welsh best, Alex Azu. And it was so close, because three athletes with exactly the same time, 10.77. My goodness, that was close.
Super close. Another thrilling race for the other places, especially.
In three, Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, Kieran, Gowan Wade.
So just one field event left to finish. That's the women's under 20 discus, which is halfway through now. The fourth round just gone underway, but we have one more 100-metre final to come. That's the senior men's. And two outstanding candidates here are Ade Adewale and Andrew Robertson. In terms of their season's best, barely anything separates them. Adewale 10.18, Robertson 10.19. We'll just go through the lineup for you. Enzo Madden goes in lane 2, Sale Harriers 10.37. Just snuck through as one of the fastest qualifiers, didn't he? Kieran Gowan Wade in lane 3, 10.44, his best this season, 10.40. He's capable of, though. Miguel Francis in lane 4, the 10.23 runner, was won 10.41 this season. Luke Dorrell in lane 5, 10.35. And then Ade Adewale in 6, 10.18. In the form of his life. Andrew Robertson, again, another who's been around the block for a while. It's the two most experienced who lead the way here. 10.10 his personal best, but 10.19 this season. Samuel Gordon goes in lane 8. A 10.47 runner this season. And Joe Ferguson, again, one of the fastest qualifiers, goes in lane 9. He ran that 10.48 in the previous round, which was the season's best. Can run faster, 10.21. They'll get called to their blocks.
I said I thought he might get an outside lane and it might fancy him, and if you notice, because of the canopy of the main stadium roof, lane 8's a little drier, so I wonder how that will go for him.
quick finisher. Madden in 2, Gowan Wade in 3, Francis 4, Dorrell 5, Adewale 6, Robertson 7, Gordon 8, Ferguson in 9. Final, the men's 100 metres. Away nice and cleanly, and a good start from Adewale, and Dorrell also going well just on the outside of him, but here comes Robertson through, but Dorrell finishing really strongly. Dorrell's going to take it. Luke Dorrell, 10:41 into a slight headwind of -1.6. Well, the favourites coming into this were Adewale and Andrew Robertson, but just on the other side of Adewale, Luke Dorrell. And it was a really good run from start to finish. Got a great start.
Well, he was there in the middle. He split them all, didn't he? And it was going to be close. It was close, but Dorrell just about getting it. Joe Ferguson, I swear, at about 60 metres in, he was 4 or 5 metres behind Adewale, and he somehow managed to come through. I don't think that's going to be enough for him to get a medal, but quick, wasn't it, Dorrell?
10:40 the winning time. And we'll just wrap up the other podium finishes. Miguel Francis has been given second spot, 10:46. It must be just ahead of Adewale. It is 10:47 for Adewale. I think Robertson paid for a pretty poor start there. Congratulations though to Luke Dorrell. That's the last of the 100-metre finals, and still to be decided today. Lots still on the track. We've got 3 more races. The semi-finals that need to be decided for the 400 metres.
Well, Teddy Wilson here getting his gold medal. Dylan Williams and Henry Chris are either side of him. And Teddy Wilson, who now looks set to take on the world in Lima, Peru at the end of August. He could have gone to the European under-18s, but the selection policy wouldn't have allowed him, I don't think, to go to both, and he has opted to go for the World Juniors. So we look forward to seeing him there. Well, no more 100-metre finals, but we do have the under-20 women's 400-metre finals coming up for you in around about 5 minutes' time. The first semi-final is on your screens now. That's the lineup, and Charlotte Hemrich stuck out in lane 8. Should be a good race though, with Emma Holmes and Nandi Kiyu.
Did you see any freaks coming through in the race, or just the whole thing executing through as you can?
Yeah, I didn't really look at the last time.
The women's under-20 discus now into the 5th round, still being led by Lucy Harris. 39.71 from the first round puts her in that position.
Absolutely perfect race there, all round.
Olivia Evans-Shields in second spot, and Jemima Hargreaves has moved up to 3rd place with an effort of 37.20 in the 3rd round.
Please go to presentation. Benjamin Toe, Bolton United Harriers. Please go to presentation. In the meantime, we move on to the 400 metres for under 20 women. Semi-finals. 2 semi-finals, so the first 3 to qualify by right. The 2 fastest non-qualifiers.
last action on the track then of the day. We'll be back to do it all again tomorrow.
So we'll go through the lineup for this first semi-final. In lane 2, Eva Tyler of...
So then, the lineup for this first semi-final of the under 20 women's 400 metres. Eva Tyler goes in lane 2. Then got Annabelle Howes, Kamai Bennett of Coventry Godiva Harris from just down the road. Casey Musgrave is in there. Emma Holmes, who looked really good in the heats earlier on. She's in there in 6. Nandi Kihuyu is in 7. Charlotte Henrich is there wanting from the outside, and Georgia Hewitt goes in lane 9. Well, Henrich is the UK leader for this age group. Emma Holmes third in the UK, and Nandi Kihuyu is fourth in the UK rather. So we have got some of the very, very best in here. Both of those two would be fourth and fifth. Phoebe Gill has run a little quicker, 53.3, which would bump her up the rankings as well. Top 3 automatically through to tomorrow's final. Well, the gun went off. I don't think everybody heard a set. I certainly didn't hear a set. So we'll get this on the full screen. You can see this semi-final in all its glory. This is the replay.
Sure the officials will decide here.
I don't think everybody heard the set, to be honest with you.
No, I think that's the case. It's just gone back to the restart.
So then, it is Tyler, Howes, Bennett, Musgrave, Holmes, Kihuyu, Henry, and Hewitt. Cleanly away this time, no question. Hewitt on the outside, getting away nicely, ran that personal best in the heats earlier on, and she looked so good. Henrik powered through to qualify in 53.97, the fastest through to the semi-finals, and 2 lanes inside of her. Emma Holmes, who always gets out really well, is up on the inside shoulder of Kihuyu and will bring her along in the final 150 metres. Nandi Kihuyu from the city of Sheffield just starting to motor now as they approach the home straight. It is Henrik that leads, and Henrik pulling away from them here. She looks so good back in fourth. That looks like it's Casey Musgrave as well. The battle really on for second. Kihuyu looks like she's going to get that one, but at the front it's Henrik that takes the win. 53.34. That is a cracking time to back up what she ran in the heats earlier on, and if she hadn't ran 52.3 this year, well, that would put Charlotte Henrik third in the UK rankings. Look at that, gritting the teeth. That's the sort of determination you need in the 400 metres. Great running.
Now we have the medal ceremony.
53.34. Charlotte Henrik, Nandi Kihuyu and Emma Holmes, all three of those through to the final.
Our bronze medalist with a time of 10.47 seconds, representing Enfield and
So it's the medal ceremony for the senior men's 100 metres at the Adewale, picking up that bronze. Came
silver medalist with
so
a time
close.
of 10.46, Wolverhampton and Bilston, Miguel Francis.
Miguel Francis picking up the silver today. Good to see him competing in an England Championships for the first time. We hope he can get back to his best, because he is an absolute whirlwind when he gets going. And Luke Durrell having a cracking season once again, England champion, 10.40 into a big headwind. He can go much quicker than his personal best of 10.35.
So coming up then, the second under-20 women's 400 metre semi-final, and in this one we have Rebecca Grieve, who has run 14.52 this season. Also Jessica Astill achieves a 54.80. First three to go through automatically, and then two fastest qualifiers after that. Take you through the lineup then for this second semi-final. In lane 2, Anna Babis, 57.40 this season, capable of slightly quicker than her lifetime best. In 3, Gabriella Sutton, 56.76. Olivia Bell in lane 4, 56.34 runner. Etty Sisson, 55.22 this season, capable of going much closer to low 54s. Rebecca Grieve, as we just said, 54.52, can run quicker than that. Eleanor McIntosh in lane 7, 55 dead, her best. Jessica Astill, 54.80, she goes in 8. And Ruby Phillips in lane 9. The UK Athletics qualifying standard for the World Under-20 Championships is 53 seconds dead. None of these athletes have gone that close to this. The best may be Etty Sisson, who has run 54 and bits before. Lane 9 is actually empty, so there's no Ruby Phillips. I thought they were going to get pulled back then. It sounded like there were two noises, but they are underway first time. And McIntosh is going quite well there in lane 7. So is Rebecca Grieve. And now Sisson is starting to chase down Grieve. And chasing Sisson is also Olivia Bell. But Sisson's going pretty well here as the bend unwinds. They'll also look out for Jessica Astill on the outside, who's building a little bit of a lead potentially as they come round the bend. It'll start to unwind a bit, and it is Jessica Astill just about out in front. So here is Astill, but she's being chased down by Rebecca Grieve. But Astill's just about going to hold on for this. So Astill will take the victory ahead of Rebecca Grieve, and Eleanor McIntosh comes in for third place. Top 3 go through automatically. We'll check in on the qualifying times. 54.42 the winning time. 53.33 was the last one, but the in terms of the quickest times, looking to beat 55.92, Casey Musgrave and Annabelle Howells Annabelle Howes achieved 57.10 the last round, so they're the two times that need to be bettered.
The competition around today, there's a lot of really high athletes. So yeah, it's been
Great run, really. Tough from the outer lanes when you've got to commit so hard. You don't see anybody in, particularly with Rebecca Grieve on your inside, because she always finishes so quickly. But
Emily Sisson ended up coming in for 4th place, but she will take her place in the final. 55.95 will be good enough. And Casey Musgrave has also made her way through to the final, so it's not going to be good enough for Bell. But the confirmation of the winning time, 54.41. Jessica Astle taking the victory. Ahead of Rebecca Grieve and Eleanor McIntosh, who now come back tomorrow for the final. Hopefully try and find a way to relax tonight.
It's the under 23 women's 100 metres medals presented again by the Venerable Harry King.
Confirmation of the discus results, by the way. We were watching that in the corner of the screen earlier on. Nubia Evans-Shields has won the competition. She threw 52.69 in the 5th round to beat Lucy Harris, who ended up having to settle for 2nd, despite improving to 41.50 in her final throw. And Lily Martin took the bronze medal. And that brings a close to the field events for today. We just have 4 more races left out on the track. The men's under 20 semi-finals and the men's under 23 semi-finals. And they'll be on the track shortly. The men's athletes not quite ready to come out yet. They're due off at 6:15, maybe a little bit earlier than that. It's like a very short break. Watch some of the medal ceremonies.
Charlie Wright Tapo getting a medal as part of the Inter-Counties Championships as well. So only 4 races left to conclude things. Semi-finals of the under 20 men's 400 metres coming up. Well, they're scheduled for 15 minutes time. So we'll set up with Richard. We'll take a quick water break, and when the athletes are out on the track, we will rejoin them.
So our next medal presentation, again, medals presented by Harry King. It's the men's under 23 100 metres final. So our bronze medalist, the time of 10.77, Bolton United Harriers, Ben Toe. Silver medal, the time of 10.71, Croydon Harriers, Taiwan Innis. And the 2024 men's under 23 England 100 metre champion in a time of 10.56 from Woking AC, Tyler Pampton.
What's the biggest set tomorrow?
So we're joined down trackside here with Nubia Evan Shield, our under-20 women's discus England champion. So how's the competition for you? Did it all go to plan?
Well, new technique, so it doesn't really go to plan as I wanted to, but I'm happy with how it came, and so considering the new technique, I was happy with it.
So a new technique, that was, you're struggling with the old one presumably. What have you changed?
Pretty much everything. Like, yeah, I'm just trying to push across, keep the arms up, which is completely different to what I was doing. But yeah.
And looking at the throws there, you had a bit of a sticky patch in the middle there with a few no throws. How do you get yourself through that? What's going through your mind?
Well, I know that I could throw a discus, so I was just trying to focus on the technique and do things like training and stuff.
So having got the new technique under control, ready to go, being England champion, what's your next steps look like?
Well, I've got my goal for the year, so I'm just planning on keeping my throwing consistent and continue to work on the technique.
Fantastic. So let's give a big England athletics round of applause to Nubia Evan Shields, our women's discus champion.
So we now move on to presentation of medals for the under-23 men's triple jump competition. The bronze medal with 15 metres and 4 centimetres from Newman, Essex
recorded. Anyone bothered? Smith setting new European record. Who? Smith. I don't know about winning, it's just that
So not too many races left for the day, and this is the first of two semi-finals in the under-20 men's 400 metres. And it's a pretty strong lineup. We have Rob Marlowe, who is on your screen, and Damari Gums, who took it pretty comfortably in the heats earlier on, but there is Dylan Purton. There's Stan Shavers from Ipswich. Shavers, talented athlete. Personal best of 47.51 this year. Shavers finalist at the Commonwealth Youth Games last year, still developing, so we'll see him for a couple of more years in this age group for sure. The full lineup then. Rob Marlowe of Coventry Godiva Harriers ran a season's best 49.39 to qualify as one of those couple of time qualifiers for these semi-finals. Henry Stewart in the lane outside of him. George Pitwood does not start, so nobody in lane 4. Damari Gums, keep an eye out for him, he's run 47.67, goes in lane 5. Good battle potentially against Stan Shavers, who is outside of him in 6. Dylan Purton in 7, Ben Heron in 8, and Caleb McLeod on the outside in 9. Two Scottish athletes on the outside, so top 3 will go through. Bit of a wind down that back straight, so need to use it in their advantage. Good start from Shavers. He always finishes really well. As Heron starts to go past McLeod down the back straight, and he's pulling along Purton as well. Shavers just getting caught by Damari Gums as Rob Marlowe has pulled up in the opening 100 metres here on the inside, and Shavers, away he goes. Gums has some work to do as well, and they will come into the home straight, and it will all be fairly even, because on the inside Henry Stewart's going nicely too, but Shavers now starts to put his foot down. Purton is moving nicely, so is Heron. Shavers pulling away. Gums is in contention for those top 3 spots, and it's Shavers that comes through in 48.45. Well, that was quick, but slower than what Dylan Purton ran to win his heat earlier on, and it's tough running 2 rounds in a day, and Shavers did everything he needed to do.
So now joined trackside by our under-23 men's triple jump England champion.
Well, shame for Rob Marlowe to pull up in the opening 100. It's tough doing 2 rounds in a day. It's a long old day as well, but this was the finish. Shavers comfortable in the end. I think Gums just got about second, and then great running from North Ayrshire's Ben Heron to come through. Ran a personal best in qualifying, so to back that up here with another solid run is very impressive indeed.
Much better run from Chavis, wasn't it, after his run earlier on, when he was beaten by Alex Beck, who goes in this second semi-final. Just the 3 more races left to go today, and this the second semi-final of the under-20 men's 400 metres. The 3 more to go through automatically, and we'll also figure out after this who the 2 other fastest qualifiers are. Let's take you through the lineups here then. So in lane 2, Sam Morra trying to break 49 seconds. In lane 3, Noah Ridgen, 49.39. Rory Summers also quite close to breaking 49. Dylan McCulloch in 48.48. The Scottish athlete goes in lane 5. Rhys Bettel in lane 6. 48.68 runner Alex Beck, 47.30 personal best, but 48.38 this season, but Beck is technically the quickest in this field. Thomas Bennett in lane 8, and he's the 3rd fastest in this age group this year in the UK, 47.48, and Ben Sinclair goes in lane 9, just on the outside of him from Manx Harriers.
Well, Beck's an interesting one. He got a medal at the Commonwealth Youth Games over the 400 metres last year when he ran a pretty quick time of 48.20, but has only done 1 race coming into this weekend, I think due to injury, so good from him to make it here. There is Beck, and ran that season's best in the heats earlier on. How quick can he go though?
Yeah, Beck won his opening heat, looking to seal some serene progression through to the final, which will take place tomorrow. So 3 to go through automatically, and we'll know our fastest qualifiers after this as well. So Morra in 2, Ridgen in 3, Summers in 4, McCulloch in 5, Bettel in 6, Beck in 7, Bennett in 8, and Sinclair in 9. So they're away first time, and it's a pretty quick start on the outside there from Bennett in lane 8, but now Beck is starting to get into his running, and he's already closing the gap. Also going well in lane 4, Rory Summers. But Beck is going to hope to wind up his pace as he comes round this bend, and you'd imagine when they do unwind and come into the home straight, Beck will be just about in control of this, but only just on the outside of him. Bennett is giving him a really tough run, and coming in quickly is Bettel just on the other side of Beck. He's got to watch out here, Beck. Top 3 do go through, but McCulloch finished really well as well. 48.96 the winning time. We knew the top 3 that's gone through then, but I don't know whether that was a little bit of fatigue perhaps in Beck's legs. Just didn't really seem to have the strength right at the end.
Yeah, we said earlier that the heats were all really quick, and they were across the board generally, and I think you start to see in these semi-finals, it's late in the day, 6 p.m. They raced earlier at what, 2 p.m, 1:30, something like that, and it was it's a long old afternoon to try and keep your levels high, and you often see that these semi-finals are a little bit slower, but they can raise their game again for the final come Sunday.
Beck did take the win, 48.98, just ahead of Dylan McCulloch, who finished really strongly actually. He wasn't really in contention for the final until the last 40 metres or so. And then Thomas Beckett taking 3rd place, 39.03. So they're the 3 automatic qualifiers.
Well, only 2 races to go, and they come up in around about 10 minutes time. I don't think they've started to walk them out onto the track yet, because it's the 2 semi-finals of the under-23 men's 400 metres. So we will see them very shortly.
Final medal ceremony.
So stay tuned for the two final races of the day.
That has been presented by Kath Woodcock, the 1-2-B coordinator for the discus. The bronze medal with 37 metres 20.
Just to confirm the quickest through to the next round, it will be the two from the first semi-final. So Dylan Purton and Henry Stewart make it through to tomorrow's final. Unfortunately for Reese Bethel, his fourth place wasn't quite quick enough to dislodge either Purton or Stewart as one of the quickest qualifiers. So that will be tomorrow. And we have two more races left, and they're coming up in the next 10 minutes or so.
Penultimate race of the day, then the under-23 men's 400 metre semi-final, and the athletes on your screen will toe the line for the three automatic qualifying spots. And just to give you a roundup of the qualifiers for the under-20s, you've got Stan Shavers, Damari Gums, Ben Heron, Alex Beck, Dylan McCulloch, Tom Bennett, Dylan Purton, and then Henry Stewart, the two non-automatic qualifying spots. And the lineup for this first semi-final for the under-23 men. Ryan Cherian goes on the inside in lane 2. We then have Tom Hockley of Harrow, Liam Towson in 4. Tommy Howler ran 47.21 personal best to qualify for this semi-final, so looked really good earlier on. And Callum McKenzie in 6. Brody Young has run 45.71 this year. I suspect he's probably a little disappointed he didn't get an invite to the national race at the London Diamond League, but he is here fighting for a chance to become the national champion. Brody Young, 3rd ranked under 23 in the UK this year, Scottish athlete. And outside him he has Conor Neal. Conor Neal, great athlete to try and chase down. Conor Neal ran 46.55, a great personal best, the man from Harrow, at the UK Championships earlier this month, and has done a good job knocking his personal best down this year from 47.08 to 46.55. Looked comfortable qualifying Conor Neal. Nathaniel Dias from Hampshire Harriers is on the outside, and there is Nathaniel at 47.93 in the heats earlier on, and looked really, really good. Be impressed with how his day's gone so far, but as you've seen from some of these other semi-finals, it can be quite hard work for certainly the younger athletes. I suspect the under-23s who were a bit more used to coming out for these semi-finals late in the day, a second round in the same day. It can be tough, particularly when it's been a bit grey and miserable now, isn't it? Some sky. There's something to show. It could have been a lot worse in terms of the rain as well. At one point it was going to be like a 100% chance of rain all afternoon, and we've only had a few heavy showers and then been quite fine rain, so not too bad, but it's also been fairly warm as well.
I think we kind of got away with it a bit, to be honest. I mean, there was a massive downpour. Actually, organisers just took the sensible decision, took the athletes off for 5 minutes, came back on, bit of drizzle, and actually, as soon as the rain cleared, or as soon as the rain came, the wind dropped, conditions got a little bit better in terms of racing into a headwind.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty good late afternoon in terms of the composition. Brody Young competed at the European Under-23 Championships last year. They're based at New Mexico University. Playing his trade in the NCAAs. Got a medal as part of the 4x4 at the European Under-23s last year. He's the favourite, Brody Young. He goes in 7. Cherian, Hockley, Townsend, Howler, McKenzie, Young, Neal and Dias, and it was an awkward start really from Cherian on the inside, almost fell out of the blocks, felt a bit uncomfortable perhaps, and Brody Young is scorching down that back straight, already past Conor Neal, who we know is a 46.5 man, and Brody Young did this in the heats earlier on. He really set up the race perfectly in the first 2:15. He's done the same thing here in the opening 300 metres, and he has a great lead ahead of the rest of the field. And Hockley is going nicely on the inside. He's in the top 3 spots at the moment, but look at Howler come back through. Brody Young at the front then, looking for the win. 46.89, that is quick and backs up his 47.07 he ran in the heats earlier on, but that's the way to handle your business in a semi-final. He didn't have to run that hard. He probably could have ran 48 flat and still got through, but that was very, very quick and very convincing from Brody Young.
Yeah, really good at sort of setting a bit of a statement out as well from Brody Young. Sending a message to the athletes who are just coming out onto the track now for the second semi-final, the last race of the day. We'll be back tomorrow. The action starts at 10 o'clock again and goes through to around 6 o'clock. So many finals to look forward to tomorrow.
So it was the two Harrow boys in behind. Conor Neal 47.92, and then Tom Hockley 48.26 for those two. And we still have one more semi-final to come, so we will have to wait and see whether Liam Townsend has qualified or not.
Final race of the day then, the second men's under 23 400 metre semi-final. In lane 2, Will Parkinson, a 48.72 runner. Oliver Clark goes in lane 3, 48.77. Jonathan Knox in 4, 48.76 this season. Mario Dubrescu, the Romanian athlete, another of the Be Fit Today Track Academy athletes here today. 46.73, his best managed this season. Isaac Corey is the quickest in this field. Part of the European under-23 4x400 metre relay bronze medal winning team from last year is Isaac Corey. 46.51, his lifetime best. 46.78 this season. Tom Hunter goes in 7, 46.82. His PB set this year. Alex Cooper is also in lifetime best form, 46.74. And Ewan Wood goes in lane 9 on the outside, 48.57. But in lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8, you've got athletes who have all run under 47 seconds this year, and only 3 can go through automatically.
This is a really, really stacked semi-final. It's certainly the more loaded of the two, and as you say, a number of athletes with 46-second personal bests, and the Brescu looked really, really good early on. They had that little pause before his race started as well. But Isaac Corey, keep an eye out for him. Ran really well last year and has been going well in 2024. But Alex Cooper in good form too, has ran 46 seconds for the first time this season. He's tall, rangy man. He looks pretty relaxed. Got a good tash as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And yeah, looking forward to see how this one goes.
Yeah, I think you described Mario Dubrescu earlier on as a bit of a steamroller. He's a powerful athlete. So that's how they line up.
He runs, I think I said wrecking ball maybe.
Wrecking ball.
He does run like he's going to run through you. I love the commitment.
So here we go then, the final race of the day. Sun trying to break through. I'm sure he's going to manage it. Parkinson goes in 2, Clark in 3, Knox 4, Dubrescu 5, Corey 6, Hunter 7, Cooper 8 and Wood in 9. Where they go then for the final race of the day. Watch out for lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8, especially Dubrescu, Corey, Hunter and Cooper. All very well matched, very similarly matched. You can see that Cooper's already gone past Wood on the outside. And also going well is Corey and Hunter, and Dubrescu now starting to get into his running a bit more. And just on the outside of him, Corey also running very strongly, so is Hunter. And as we come round this bend, it's Cooper and Hunter and Corey, and here comes Cooper. Cooper now stepping on the gas a little bit, coming through really strongly is Cooper and Hunter. So it will be Cooper, Hunter and Corey who all go through automatically, and it's a 46.66 time. And that's a personal best for Alex Cooper. Well, that will help him relax tonight. All these athletes that made it through are going to have to try and sleep on it somehow and come back in the morning. But Alex Cooper can go back to his, wherever he's staying, his accommodation, and relax in the knowledge that he is now in lifetime best form, and everyone else around him will know that too. It comes up on the results board and shows that he has achieved a PB. So we just need to confirm who has gone through as the fastest qualifier. So that's the last thing we need to wrap up today. And the time to beat to make it through is 48.55. So Mario Debrescu's done that. He's gone through 48.42, so Debrescu will be back tomorrow.
I don't think he'd quite believe that he's qualified, to be honest. He's got some taping around his obliques, just in the bottom corner of your screen there, and he looked in a bit of discomfort when he came off the track, and he just seemed a little bit empty. So I think he'd be surprised that he's actually made the final, because he practically jogged the final 35 metres or so. But he is going to be there, as you say, just out-clipping Tommy Owler, and I don't think the others behind him in that second semi-final will have qualified. But it has been a magnificent second day here in Birmingham for these England Athletics Championships. So much action packed in, and we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock bright and early here at the Alexander Stadium for the 200-metre heats. From myself, Scott Eburn, and from Richard Newman alongside me, from all of us here at England Athletics, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, there is really any practice stuff, but again, we did the same thing, we both had 64 It's a nice issue. Yeah. Yeah.
Have a good evening, those of you who are staying.